Richard Gere's going to be a father again at the age of 69. Bit late, isn't it? If somebody decides to become a father again at 60, isn't that, I mean, hoping that he lives, beyond the kid's 10th birthday. I mean, really worrying. Also, watercolours attributed to Adolf Hitler failed to sell. Rumours circulating said they could be fakes. Predators using Tinder to target children as young as 8. Good grief. And Meghan's half-sister, the nasty one, says her father is prepared to release more of the Duchess's nasty letters, as her brother says the relationship with her father is now beyond repair. I mean, God, what a vile family. Lofty and Mary back in Albert Square. That's 31 years after they left Watford. And finally, she's been kicked out because she can't dance. Gemma Collins. I mean, I think she dragged out as little talent as she could. She quite clearly didn't put any effort into it whatsoever. They just might as well have pushed a block of wood onto the ice and sort of, made fake hands so it goes, da-da, because that was about as good as it got. Everybody else is turning around and skating. She's just barely standing up again. Twice in rehearsal, she fell over, so that codswallop that we had about, let's bring a psychic in to rid the eye. It's just a load of old hogwash. Lies, and then there's fraudulent. Dreadful. What else do we have? The BBC launching a spin-off of the Attenborough series Blue Planet. I think it's called Blue Planet 2. Nothing like being original. And it's got Chris Packham doing it with a few other little people. Philip Green could be facing a police investigation over sexual harassment claims, as there are calls to strip him of that knighthood. Since Christmas as well, bad news on the high street. 19,000 jobs lost or threatened. And you remember a short while ago they were hoping to save Patisserie Valerie. That deal has now fallen through. We think Colleen might have had enough after Wayne Rooney's latest little escapade, where he goes out, just gets drunk and then toodles off with a barmaid from Hooters. Hooters is famous in America. The waiting staff wear quite revealing clothing. And an explosive new Corbyn biography says his chaotic private life shows he's not fit to lead. Well, in fact, we've had that over the last few days on LBC. He's way past his sell-by. And do you remember the lotto lout, Mikey Carroll? Do you remember Mikey Carroll? He was the so-called bin man who won 10 million on the lottery and then became such a pain. We were all grateful, but he lost it all. I think the ex-wife took a big chunk, which was good news. And then he lost a load, but he bought a house and he started racing cars round, much to the annoyance of the neighbours. In fact, he was just basically a sad, lonely little thick person. Anyway, he's now lost it all, thank God. I think he spent time in prison for all sorts of things. And he now delivers firewood and coal for a tenner an hour. And he said, I don't mind so much. I thought, you're that thick. You had 10 million quid. And you've kind of, you've lost it all. It was hilarious. It doesn't have a house now or anything like that. So I suppose we'll have to put up with that. Also, the chimps in Belfast Zoo. They had a bit of a storm and some of the logs came down. So being very resourceful, they put them up against the wall, climbed up them and escaped. A little bit frightening. What was the other one as well? The broadcaster, the Reverend Ruth Scott, has revealed she's only got a few weeks left to live. Very brave. They've done various programmes with my friend, and I just feel sorry. She's already done one interview, and I think she's going to do another one, because if somebody tells you that you're facing up to something that's terminal, I think it's terribly brave to actually, say she wants to clear everything up, and then she wants to die peacefully at home with the family, and I thought that's lovely. But to actually deal with it, if somebody says to you, because we don't know how long we're going to live, do we? We all hope that we're going to do a proper innings. But then if somebody says, you've only got a few weeks left to live, you start thinking, I don't know. I don't know if I'd be angry, happy, sad. I don't know what I'd be. Angry, I suspect, to start with. That's generally the thing that happens, because you're so angry as to why me, but then why loads of people. But she's just getting on with it. And that's all you can do, and then hope that people make you comfortable at the end. So we send her our best thoughts and hope that everything goes well. It sounds fatuous, doesn't it? You're facing the end of your life. You go, hope it goes well. Not so good. The Predators using Tinder to target children as young as 8. And the other one was the family doctor, accused of grooming a pensioner who gave her £200,000. It's not bad, is it? I mean, it could have just been a gift. I don't think they're allowed to accept things like that. I thought that was part of the deal. What was the other one? Oh, yes, the BBC News. It's going to be cut short because they want to appeal to younger people. What's the point of that? I mean, it's not supposed to be in a ratings battle, the news. It's supposed to be the news. Kevin says, Gemma Collins has gone, Steve. She said she's going to leave the country. Oh, thank God for that. OK, she won't, of course. It's a load of old codswallop. So she takes Kerry Coke Toner, Katie Price and Daniela Westbrook with her. Yes, as I say, Daniela Westbrook, we've seen the act before. The act is you sob and then you distort your face and then you go, I'm going into rehab. I've lost track of how many times. Seriously, I really couldn't give a forex. I'm not remotely bothered. If that's what you want to do and you want to take drugs and then you want to go on television and talk about, because you know she's been kicked out of the house that she rented because she owes £5,000 in rent. And that's supposed to be a responsible adult. Not so good, is it, really? So, perhaps the 3 weeks in rehab, perhaps she'll get a little fee from the Jeremy Kyle show and perhaps one of the magazines will give her a little fee for shoving Columbia up her nose. And then Jerry wrote to me. Jerry comes from Sittingbourne. He says, I'm intrigued by your repeated pronunciation of the word aphrodisiac. And so he says here, so where are you getting this from? Well, I thought you'd be intelligent, Jerry. Obviously you're not. The line comes from the film Gypsy, based on the real-life story of Gypsy Rose Lee, where she was describing what she is, where they said, you're a stripper. She went, no, I'm an aphrodisiac. And I thought you'd know that, being an old person, but obviously you don't get out much. And then he says, it also annoys me, because he's obviously not in the real world, when you talk about sploffs, which were surely spliffs. They're sploffs. Where are you from? They're called sploffs, honestly. God in heaven, honestly. Obviously, the further you get down to Sittingbourne, the balmier they become. But the line is from Gypsy, a 1962 film. You really must get out a little bit more. Or perhaps you can't remember things. Perhaps you've got to that stage already. Aren't you getting to that stage already, I'm afraid? Is Colleen Rooney, now threatening to fly home from America with the kids and leave Wayne over there. He cozied up to a barmaid on a pub crawl. 10 hours. Seriously, I couldn't manage a 10-hour pub crawl. The marriage is now hanging by a thread. Oh, who cares? Seriously, listen, she should have ditched him ages ago, but she didn't. You know why? She's got nothing else. Nothing else. She's only got him and his 300,000 quid a week or 150,000 a week or whatever it is. And so it's a case of, you know what... I mean, surely... They've known each other since they were like 14 years old. Surely you know that when he's had a few sherbets, he chases after any old bit of skirt. Come on. We've seen a list of them, the old women, the hookers, the people who sell stories on them. I mean, surely you must have realised this by now. By God, we did. We saw this ages ago. And now they say because the marriage is hanging by a thread, she might come home. Well, then do it. Do it. What's the point? I mean, she says, you've humiliated me again. Well, I mean, where they get that from, I don't know. I should imagine she must be feeling fairly fed up. The barmaid is called Vicky, and that's what she does. She goes round and she wears very little clothing because she's part of Hooters. Check them out online. You can see what the girls wear. It's like hot pants and sort of tops where your boobies are hanging out all over the place, and they're looking for people like Wayne Rooney. Keep drinking. The more money he drinks, the more tips you're going to get. He, of course, is obviously a bad drunk, has no idea, and doesn't realise he's embarrassing the wife and the kids. I mean, surely, the press have said that time and time again. The barmaid said she'd happily party with him again. That's what they call it in America. They don't call it anything else. They call it partying. In my day, partying was, oh, good, we've got a magician with a rabbit, and he's probably going to make a goldfish appear. Over in America, to get your boobs out, that's a party. Not the sort of party that we're all familiar with, but his relationship with Colleen has been rocked by a string of misdemeanours. I mean, to be honest with you, does it really matter? Do we care? Yes, she's early 30s, so she's fairly young. He was pictured chatting to her in the Brown Boxer Bar before hitching a lift to the Shipwreck pub, and he was drinking till 2:30 in the morning. He has the money to go drinking, but not when the wife is over there and the kids. Apparently, there's a Hooters in Nottingham. I think the whole of Nottingham is Hooters, isn't it? I don't want to be rude about it. Lovely girls, says Ian. Yeah, but the lighting's slightly dimmer than you can expect anywhere else. But, it's a bit of a shame, really. Although they've actually managed to get a picture of him walking along a road with a big sign that says, bumps ahead. It's kind of, it's okay, isn't it? Then we had the BAFTAs last night, and it happened as we thought it would. Best Actress, Olivia Colman. She must be delighted. And Best Actor went to Rami Malek for Bohemian Rhapsody. We were hoping it was going to be the Stan and Ollie film. Best Original Music, Star is Born, and then people you've never heard of. In fact, 90% of people on this list you've never heard of, because I've never heard of them. No, I mean, and if I've never heard of them, there's no hope for poor old Jerry in Sittingbourne. He won't have heard of anybody at all. He's probably not even heard of Olivia Colman. Best sound went to Bohemian Rhapsody, animated film Spider-Man. But, who turned up? Kate Middleton, wearing, I think they were Diana's earrings. They never go to the party afterwards. I don't know why, actually. But she's seen in a bracelet, which I think was owned by the Queen Mother. She must be turning, I should imagine. Where's my bracelet gone? Kate's wearing it. What? Can you imagine? Millie McIntosh, we're not sure what she was doing there. She's nothing to do with films, nothing to do with anything at all, actually. But she was wearing a dress which is very pretty, but she's nothing to do with it. You're there under fraudulent terms. Also, the partner of England footballer star Ryan Bertrand was robbed of her Rolex watch outside their mansion. Model Mari Birch was ordered to hand over the watch when she got out of a taxi. I mean, I can't help feeling, and I've said this, actually, on loads of occasions, why would you want to wear something that's worth between 10 and 20 or 50,000 quid on your wrist? I mean, do you not realise if you get out of a taxi that some old so-and-so is going to take it off you? I mean, do you not see that? Even I can see that. Apparently she was shocked and distressed. Police were called, a little bit late by that, aren't they, in Cobham. Cobham, I was thinking Cobham. I know Cobham. What sort of people live around Cobham who'd rob people? God, it could be anybody, I suppose. Because otherwise, I wouldn't know where they lived. I mean, she's in her late 20s, but he was in the house with their 2 children at the time of the robbery. So she sort of goes out. The robber is believed to have an accomplice driver. Whatever it is, they've now got a Rolex. I mean, I wouldn't want one. I'm sure they're very lovely and very nice indeed. But if you wear something on your wrist that is worth a few thousand quid, somebody's going to they'll chop your wrist off to get it. They're not bothered. Don't go out wearing silly jewellery in future, please. Lee says, I've heard a couple of sploffs a night can be an aphrodisiac. They certainly can. Not if you're in Sittingbourne. Not if you're in Sittingbourne. Down there, they're still into Win Carnis and a cup of Horlicks. It's quarter morning. I went to Hooters in Nottingham, says Kevin, when I stayed there, Steve. Wasn't my cup of tea. The girls were nice, but annoyingly nothing like your local pub. It appeals, it sort of stagnates, isn't it? Isn't it that? I don't know. I'm assuming, I've never been to one. So I'm assuming it's probably a little bit like a burger place, but the girls are wearing little clothing. I don't know, I thought in America seems to have these sort of places, and now apparently we've got one as well. And it appeals to the sort of the other. I should imagine Vegas has got a Hooters, but I should imagine most of these places. I mean, it's topless and bottomless and too much really. But you have to pay for the privilege. Steve, it's Jennifer Aniston's 50th birthday today. Did you watch Friends? They said Brad Pitt went to the party. Brad Pitt, way down the list, I'm telling you, because they had Gwyneth Paltrow, George Clooney and his wife Amal, plus Lisa Kudrow, Katy Perry, Orlando Bloom, Reese Witherspoon. Noel Gallagher, who was staying in the hotel, was banned from the restaurants due to the party. And an insider said Noel was staying there but didn't have an invite. Of course he hasn't. Who is he? No, forget it, please. But and Brad Pitt, of course, was there. So it was what they call. Oh, and that chat show host from America, the lesbian, whose name is Ellen DeGeneres. She was there as well, but dressed down a little bit. Not up to usual standards. Not up to usual standards. But there again, you know, if you're sort of going out to a party, I don't like it when people say, "Oh, you've got to wear this. You've got to wear a suit. You've got to wear that kind of stuff." And somebody says you were talking about the theft of expensive items. I'm wondering what they would hijack from Daniela Westbrook. She must have funded Columbia over the years. Yes, it's this constant attention-seeking. She's quite clearly damaged. She's quite clear there's something the matter with her, because she goes on for the umpteenth time to tell us about how she's done cocaine. And in fact, when he said to her, "When did you last do cocaine?" I'm thinking, oh, she's going to say a year ago. No, a matter of days ago. But so she'll do coke, but she won't pay her rent. So they've kicked her out, quite rightly too. Ainsley Harriott touring the Caribbean whilst cooking. So lovely. Can you join him, please? Can't stand Ainsley Harriott. Can't stand him. He used to come up with all these jokes years ago. Do you remember him when he used to appear on television? And he'd hold up a giant pepper mill and go, I used to think, I'm sorry, what are you referring to there? Are you just doing pervy stuff because that's the way you are? He was never a chef. He was always a cook. And there was always the joke about the packet of sausages, which I won't go into at the moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Adrian says, my brother, who was a great fan of yours for many years, was told just over a week ago, Feb the 1st, that he only had between a few weeks and a few months left. He knew he had terminal cancer, but being told, still a bit of a shock. Sadly, just over 6 hours later, he passed away. But very sad. Listening to you was one of the few highlights of the day during the past 3 months. And he was only 68. 4 months ago, he used to go to the gym. I know. You can't explain anything to me about cancer. Every single one is different. Every single one is different. When my mum was diagnosed with cancer, she had it, and then she got diagnosed again, and it was secondary cancer. And which means generally that they've cleared up the cancer that they found, but there's a little bit hiding. And that learns to combat the drugs. And that was it. And so she knew it had come back, and she went to see her consultant. I tell you, I got really angry with the consultant. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it, because he wouldn't tell us anything. He said, it's between me and your mother. I said, well, excuse me? Anyway, my mother then wrote a letter of apology to him saying, I'm sorry that my sons were like that to you. I'd have dragged him over the bloody desk if I'd had my way. Anyway, they'd said that it had learned how to multiply. And so with the secondary cancer, she knew she was on a hiding to nothing, but she was very logistical about the whole thing. She sort of, she did her letters. She gave away her jewellery and stuff like that to her godchildren. She saw all the family. People could go round and see her. She was staying with her sister Grace, and it was quite something, because they gave her morphine. Unfortunately, morphine gave her the false sense of, I'm going to be all right. She thought, because it made you feel a bit euphoric, she thought she was going to be fine. She had no idea that, in fact, the morphine was killing the pain, which, in fact, was sort of getting her in the end. But she went through it, and then she went into a hospice and stayed there. Not for very long, actually. Not for very long. But most people go into hospices just for a rest, to give the family a rest. And unfortunately for my mother, it was not that. It was a case of she went in there, and then she slowly slid down, and it was all a bit quick, actually. Lots of driving backwards and forwards, but you don't mind about that. That didn't sort of bother me. You just sort of think, all you say to the nurses is she going to be all right? She's not going to die in any pain or anything like that. No, they've got everything. Excuse me, and they make it all good. But she did say to me, she said, when I said how long, she said, we can't tell. She said, we have to wait till somebody goes through different stages. And it's so heartbreaking for all the families and for people, because, you're right. You get to 68, Adrian, and you think 68 is nothing in this day and age. Nothing at all. It really isn't. It's nothing. And yet all of a sudden you think, blimey, 68. And you get to people who are 90. I don't know how long I'm going to live for. I've got no idea. I mean, if I had a little book and I could have a look, a little sneaky peek, I might have a sneaky peek. I might just have a little look. Because I've kind of got this far. I've lost friends along the way who've died of all sorts of things. But it's a case of, can you cling on? What's actually going to happen? What am I going to go, I don't know, am I going to get cancer or something? Have we got it? Where is it? How does it work? Don't know. I got one here. Now, why did I get this one? From my friend Callum Hyder, who must be up very early this morning or just going to bed. He sent me a lovely picture of the girls from Hooters, including my face superimposed on one of the girls with extremely large bazooms. Thank you very much, Callum. I realise I am a fantasy of yours. I realise that I never got my lunch date. Oh, I'll take you out for lunch, he says, 3 weeks ago. Were we all right in assuming you were having a little kip in the building? Or was that something else? But the Hooters girls are like, I can imagine that appealing to Callum. I can imagine. His dad's a cab driver. It'll probably appeal to the cab driver side of him as well. But let's have a look, see how many followers you've got. Don't need to worry. Anyway, so that's... Why are you up so early on a Monday morning? 25 minutes past 4. Very odd, isn't it? Very odd. I do like to find out why sort of people... A little bit later, by the way, just for Callum's benefit and mine, we'll do the BAFTAs. We'll do the BAFTAs. And who's going to come in and do them? We'll do it with Faye. Oh, lovely Faye's coming in, so she'll... Oh, God, she must be thrilled. You're coming in for 6:15. Lovely. Read the lotto lout, says Ian. If I came into a few million, I'd go on a humble bed and breakfast tour of the UK, searching out mundane things and keeping a low profile. Yeah, it depends what. I've already worked out that if I win... Because somebody must have won the lottery the other day. They must have done, because they've said coming up it's 14 million or something. I remember thinking, where did the 120 million go to? Where did that go to? I got 2 notifications. I haven't bothered checking. I'm going to do my fantasy pretend. Because fantasy pretend means that you can pretend that you've won the lottery and then you decide what you're going to buy. And I've seen a nice house, but it was a big mansion, and it's now been split into 4 houses, but they're all particularly gorgeous. And so I thought that I would buy all of them. Because actually, for where it is and for what it is, that would be cheap. But I would end up with 16 bedrooms, 4 kitchens, and 14 bathrooms. It's a lot of towels, isn't it, really? And then I had this argument with myself. What you bought those for? And I go, it's an investment. It's an investment. I would like to think it was an investment, so that, you know, if I then pass on, which I'm going to obviously at some point, then I can leave it into my will, and then, you know, the family can rent them out or do whatever they want to do, I suppose. I don't know. That's what I fancy. Susie says, I so agree with you about Ainsley Harriott. When he used to do Ready, Steady, Cook, he was so smarmy and full of sexual anecdotes. Very slimy. It was this sort of holding up the giant pepper mill as if he was referring to himself, as if it was some sort of joke that we weren't privy to. I just thought it was a bit, I'm afraid. Mark says, as a direct result of your in conversation with Philip Glenister, I went out and bought the complete series of Life on Mars on Saturday. I've got a new DVD player on my bed. My friend Jordan thinks I'm mad. He said, what have you got a DVD player on your bed for? I said, because I can listen to DVDs and stuff like that. Oh, well, there you go. And so that was that. There's a Hooters hotel in Vegas. Can't imagine what the room service is like, says Rich in Romford. Do you know, it would appeal to somebody like... I could just imagine Rich in Romford and his mates Dan, and a few other ones. Where are we going? Vegas. Where are we going? Hooters hotel. You want to see the room service? Second to none. My uncle had cancer and an enlarged aorta. The consultant says your aorta will get you before the cancer does. And it did. I've got mine being checked out this week on Friday. And it'll take about 20 minutes and then they'll tell you if you've got an enlarged aorta. Read into that what you want. Donald says, my mother was diagnosed as having secondary cancer, but being deaf, she thought it was second-year cancer, whereby she had 2 years to live, died in under 6 months. My mother, 3 months. They said about 3 months. 3 months seems to have been a standard kind of thing. My brother's first wife, her mother died, and we were there for Christmas. I've told you before, and she was in bed because she was quite ill. So we were just checking that she was all right. And when the nurse came round, she said she won't see Christmas Day, and she died Christmas Eve. So they were quite right. Philip in Bournemouth says, I was in America, 1996, and I thought I got away from Ainsley Harriott, only had him popping up on the television in the hotel room. Had to change the channel. Euro Millions, 131 million tomorrow night. Oh, please, God, it's me. I've already worked out what I want to do with it. Seriously, I've already worked out. Everybody's going to get a present at LBC. Every single person is going to get a packet of Smarties, some Jelly Babies, and some fruit. I think that's very generous of me. I mean, frankly, there will be a couple of people who won't be getting anything, but the majority of people will be getting a little gift. It'd be like a basket, like the one, and you can have nice presents in it. No? Some people who've gone the extra bit will get a little bit extra. 2 packets of Smarties, you know. So that's a bit. There was no point 1 packet of Smarties when you have 2. They're 70 pence each. You work out how many people work for LBC. It's very expensive. And also, I might be throwing a little party at probably the Savoy or the Dorchester, with the added bonus of you can spend the night as well there. It's quite good, isn't it? This, of course, is all fantasy. None of this will ever take place. If I do win tomorrow on the lottery, I'm taking back everything I've ever said about giving presents out to people. Then I thought I'd perhaps give them all booze vouchers, but that's a bit pointless, isn't it? Because most of them are, a booze voucher. And so I could do that, actually. I've all got something from one of those shops, perhaps, £500 for everybody each. It's quite, at the moment, I can promise anything. Much easier. Ainsley Harriott and his Tommy Tomato and Percy Pepper. More like Pervy Pepper, says Lee. Those hands creep me out. It was a bit unnecessary. We don't need that kind of thing, do we? We really don't. So it's Ainsley Harriott, can't cook, won't cook. Cook will cook. Much easier. 7 minutes to 5, Monday morning. I tell you now, it is colder out there than it was last week. Last week was fairly mild. This week, it's gone cold again. When I walked out, I went, oh, blimey, it is a bit nippy. We had all the wind, which was a bit naff. Shane says when you win the lottery, you could build a little theatre in your house and play all your DVDs in style. But yes, it's strange that, isn't it? What would I really want? If I had that sort of money, I'm definitely getting a stormtrooper. There's the shop down the road from me. He makes the stormtroopers, life-size, and Darth Vaders and R2-D2s and stuff like that. And I'd like those, because if I manage to get this house, you see, I've been through the fantasy. I've been through the fantasy of contacting Knight Frank and going up to the house and them showing me the first one, which I know is 5.4 million. And then the second house, I think, is about 3.8 million. So I'm going to say to him, so are they all available? And he'll go, yes. I go, I'll take them all. But it's 17 million quid, which is what it would probably cost me to buy all four of them, is cheaper, because where it is, it's a mansion. And you've got four, because they're all separate, you could have people moving in, and I wouldn't want that. As you can well imagine, that's not my kind of thing at all. But I just quite fancy the idea, and they're fully furnished. Well, they're fully furnished to show people what it looks like with furniture in, so I would then contact them. I've sorted this out. Listen, don't ever underestimate what I could do with money. And I've contacted the woman who put all the stuff in and said, how much for all the furniture in the houses? And she said, this is my figure, £300,000. And I've said, 250. And she's gone, I can't. And I go, take it all out. Now, she's not going to want to take it all out. She's going to want to leave it there. So we'd have to do that. Steve, Ainsley Harriott is to cooking what Greg Wallace is to entertainment, says Billy. Greg Wallace. Oh, Greg Wallace. We only like John Torode. What's the big hoo-ha about equine flu, says Mike. So Dobbin has got the sniffles. Don't they have Lemsip for horses? I don't know, but it's stopped racing, hasn't it? Chris says, good luck with aorta scan. Just had the operation as I had an aneurysm. It can take up to 6 months to recover. An aneurysm. What's that? I don't know, actually. I've heard of it. Because I've got stents. I've got stents in. So you had an aneurysm which takes 6 months to recover. I'm feeling my recovery period is actually very, very good. A bulge in a blood vessel. Oh, right. Well, that's what they're going to do when they rub your tummy with this gel and then put a thing on there. They better look in there. And presumably I'll better look at the same time. Because they're going to tell you the results. They might as well show you. Steve, it's called a spliff when it's made into a cigarette. Sensimina or marijuana, I believe. Oh. I think sploffs, if you come from north of Durham, I think that's what they actually call it. I'm pretty certain it's definitely north of Durham. And it's in Wales, it's a spluff. I was going down the valleys with Marie to have a spluff. That's how it works. And it's different around the world. I mean, spluffs are fairly sort of common. Somebody said, can you stop talking about death? No, absolutely never stop talking about it. Absolutely never. That's the one thing we're not very good at in this country. Everybody else manages to deal with things really well. We can't deal with death. We can't deal with things like that. Whereas, in fact, it might make it a lot easier if we did. James in Hampshire says, Ainsley Harriott used to give me the creeps. Apparently he's on Google as a chef. No, he was a cook. He worked at Lord's Cricket Ground. He was a cook. OK. But I much preferred Fern Britton. Oh, yes. Fern Britton just used to make me laugh. There's loads of people I like. There's obviously a few Z-list, talentless little bimbos who I'm not remotely interested in. Carl says, great to hear you for the first time this week. Had a bad weekend. My mum died a year after, so it's good to hear you. And Lee says, sorry to hear about this equine flu, but I had a donkey once that was a little horse. Oh, dear God. The GC's been voted off. Yeah, nobody liked her. Neither the panel. She's had the lowest marks on it. It's just an embarrassment. If you're doing a dancing programme and you look at some of the ones on there who are very good, look at Wes. He's 20. He wipes spots off her. She was just bloated and just got pushed on to the floor. I've been in Hooters in Vegas. As with most places, the girls are incredibly pretty. Dim lighting, Matt. It's dim lighting. I tell you, see them in daylight. Rough as heck. And they're not interested in your average Joe, to my disappointment. They spend most of the time lurking around the high roller section. I know. You feel like you always imagine that they're sort of there and you go, excuse me, gay. Now, sort of. Oh, dear. On the subject of cancer, I try not to worry about her. Yeah, exactly. Put it this way, there's as much chance of being run over by a bus on the way home. We've obviously all got it, we just don't know what it is. Ian says, my favourite was Rusty Lee. Yes, her career sort of collapsed, didn't it? She had a little bit of a thing. She was paid by a company to advertise something, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was on one of the breakfast shows on television, and they dropped her like a ton of hotcakes. She was promoting this stuff that she'd been paid to promote. It was all very embarrassing. I did a gig with her years and years and years ago. And then we did in fact, I've done a couple of things with her, actually. One of them was sort of a trolley dash. It was in a new supermarket somewhere. And that was quite nice. She managed to get far more food in her trolley, as you can imagine, than I did. So Gemma Collins, still here, missed the spot in a leopard print outfit and booted off. Thank God for that. She says, I'm going to bow out gracefully. There's nothing bowing out gracefully, as you can well imagine. The bowing out is because you were rubbish. You know, it's as simple as that. You couldn't dance, you couldn't do anything at all, you know, and you speak like a 3-year-old, which is very embarrassing. And then you fell over during rehearsal. So obviously that rubbish with the shaman banging a drum and lighting a candle is a pile of rubbish, isn't it, really? Also, Jennifer Aniston. Do you know she's worth about £185 million? Even if I won the lottery tomorrow, or you won the lottery, or anybody won the lottery, it's not a lot, is it, really, compared to what she's got? But she has had to work all her life. Do ill hospitals, says Phil, go to hospital? They do. Do you know they do? There are horse hospitals where they sort of lie them down. They do all sort. They always look very ungainly, horses, but that's it. Majid was doing an hour about older drivers yesterday, says Melanda. He had two amazing ladies back to back on the phone, Natalie and Miriam, both 91, and drove every day. They were magical. Yes, I mean, I've always seen fun. I just imagine that the sort of funny things going on when we get to a certain age. But the Duke, he's not going to worry. As I say, he's got 50,000 acres to drive in, which means he doesn't need to go anywhere near a road. They can't do anything about it. He doesn't need a driving licence. I was amazed he had a driving licence. I mean, does the Queen have a driving licence? I don't think so. No, she doesn't need one. So, but anyway, he will carry on driving on their land. It's as simple as that. That's the way it works. Gareth Gates was reminiscing over the weekend about losing out to the competition winner Will Young in 2002. Still slightly sore 17 years later, it would seem. Poor old Gareth. He's going to get married, actually, to his girlfriend. They're going to do it in a castle. Well, I say they're going to do it in a castle. Apparently, you know, it costs about 25 grand. To me, that sounds like an okay wedding. That's what it sounds like. It's an okay wedding, and they will pay for it, and they'll invite in. I bet they won't invite Will Young. I bet you anything. Although Will's having a bit of a problem with gay cars a short while ago, so we weren't doing too well there. But you know, he sort of gets on. I thought he was the most sensible out of the people. I like Gareth because when they die and they lay me to rest, gonna go to the place that's the best. When they lay me down to die, going. And he did it with the Kumars, and it's still infectious. It's still good fun. Although admittedly, Gareth Gates would be the first person to admit he can't dance. For love nor money, he couldn't dance, but I thought he was brilliant. He did Top of the Pops. He did just about everything. Also, there's an explosive new Corbyn biography, which proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that his chaotic private life shows he's not fit to lead. That's what all the papers were saying yesterday. Posh pregnant again? I think not. No, I mean, to be honest with you, Dave's getting a bit old for that kind of thing now, and also it means, you know... I don't even want to think about it too. It's all terribly depressing. You know, they have enough children. There's a lovely thing here, My Marriage Secrets by Gary Barlow. So I thought, oh, that's interesting, as if I'm really interested, but I'm not. I'm not particularly interested. And so I found the thing. It's in the Daily Mail today. Where is the blooming thing? Because it was very telling at the end. They've got all sorts of features today. All sorts of features. So, where is it? I've lost it. Typical, you lose something. Oh, here it is. You can relight your fire, says Gary Barlow. So they go through this sort of interview, which is not really the most interesting interview. But at the very end of the interview, it says, Gary Barlow is the face of Osiris Eyewear, available exclusively at Specsavers. So it's a bit of PR puff, isn't it? Honestly, he must really need the money. Oh, dear, honestly. So that's what it is now. You read it at the end of all these interviews in OK Magazine. Listen, it's great he's still together with his wife. Fantastic. And then you see him wearing a pair of glasses, which, of course, we don't really see him wearing glasses. He talks eating disorders on Desert Island Discs, and then at the end it's this, you know, he's the new face of so-and-so. It's Specsavers, isn't it? Do they have to look for so? They always have Spectacle Wearer of the Year, don't they? I envy you, says Eddie, and your ability to just pop to the doctors. I'm almost embarrassed to say I'm absolutely terrified of going to the doctor. Really? No, I love the doctor. It's the only place you can just walk in and take your clothes off and nobody says anything. Seriously, it's fantastic. So you put it off, do you? Why? Is that because, I mean, I can tell you there is a person not too far from here who hates doctors and hospitals and things like that because they're quite private, and they worried that if they had to go into hospital for an operation, he'd be seen naked. And so some people worry about me. I don't worry about that at all. Rip the clothes off. Go on, have a good look. Feast your eyes. You know, once you've stopped laughing, then we'll take it on and we'll do the operation. Steve, now that GC is out of the ICE programme, could she not get a job as a backup to one of the Thames barriers? Very cruel, Mike. We don't need that kind of talk. Listen, it's not her fault that she's that fat. It's because she eats. It's not her fault. I mean, some people... I've only got to look at a patisserie Valerie cake. Or two. And I nearly bought one the other day. I nearly bought cakes in. I thought, no. You know, those MILF... Oh, they're so deliciously decadent. And I thought, no, I can't justify eating something like that. So I didn't. I try and avoid it, but I did. The other day I had a little trifle from Marks and Spencer's. I still haven't found these bloody sausages, these heart-shaped sausages. You know, they've been talked about in the newspapers. Where are they? Nowhere. Saturday morning, up early, going around. In fact, you need to actually check out the podcast over the weekend to hear the Steve Allen disastrous bus journey. Pablo says Gareth Gates said he lost his virginity to Katie Price. I know, but then he denied it. Do you remember, for ages and ages, she was going around saying, yeah, because she tells everybody. You know, because she has to, because she's paranoid. And, he said, no, I didn't. And then she said, I can prove I know that I slept with him. And she mentioned something, and then he had to finally admit. To be honest with you, I don't think he'd had drink before that time, because we had lots of pictures of Gareth falling out of nightclubs, face down in the gutter. It was a bit Charlotte Church. You know, Charlotte Church's parents own a pub in Welsh Wales, you know, where spluffs are the order of the day. And in fact, the pub is so rough, the furniture is glued to the floor, so you can't pick it up and throw it around. Seriously, it's as bad as that. I bet it's not today. It's not that person. It's not. I can tell you it's Philip Chrysikos today. And the reason I know is because Philip Chrysikos said to me, he said, I'm reading your news today. I went, woo! So excited. We tempted him with 2 satsumas yesterday. Like putty in my hands, ladies and gentlemen. So anyway, so Gareth Gates eventually had to admit that, yes, he had slept with Katie Price. But, you know, as I say, join the list of people. Apparently she's going to get married to the latest bloke and they're going to adopt a child. I sincerely hope not. I think they have more than enough to look after at the moment. Also, no money. Daniela Westbrook, no money. Kerry Coke-Toner, no money. They follow a pattern, don't they? They've all admitted to taking cocaine, including Katie Price, a rather stupid person, a bit thick, not a businesswoman. Kerry Coke-Toner sat down and told her children she'd taken cocaine. And Daniela Westbrook just goes on to any television programme that'll take her, where she can drone on about her lacklustre life. Steve, the richest female in Hollywood is Helen Hunt, says Ron. Who's Helen Hunt? Never even heard of her. Jennifer Aniston, 185 million. I could live with that. 185. I'd quite like to win 130, 140 million. Do what you've got to do, and then invest, although it's probably not worth doing, £100 million. But then you'd want to take people away and go and do a holiday, wouldn't you? That would be nice. I'd like to take sort of friends away and then go, we're going to a nudist beach, but not tell them until we actually got there, just to make it more entertaining. So Jennifer Aniston, 185 million, Helen Hunt, 300 million. It's a lot of money, isn't it? It's a lot of money. Although, actually, Robin Williams didn't leave a huge amount, did he? He was sort of working up until the end, I think because he had ex-wives to pay, and that's where it becomes very expensive. 12 minutes. BBC are going to cut their news bulletin 10 minutes shorter. Why? Because they want to stop people moving to ITV. Since when did the news ever come into a ratings battle? Okay, all they've got to do is just read words on an auto cue. It's not complicated. They don't have to tap dance or juggle. But they're planning on trimming it to stop viewers switching over. It's amazing how many people have complained bitterly about it. Talking of complaining bitterly, ministers yesterday have criticised a Tory MP who, you'll know, this is Sir Christopher Chope. I mean, quite clearly he's off his trolley, isn't he? He's actually blocked legislation, which you know if you've listened to LBC over the last 3 or 4 days, blocked legislation protecting girls from genital mutilation as the pressure grew on him to be deselected. This isn't the first thing he's actually come up with. He also opposed a bill such as one to ban upskirting, the taking of non-consensual photographs of underneath women's skirts, and another that would have pardoned codebreaker Alan Turing, who was arrested for homosexual acts and chemically castrated. Is there something the matter? Is he barking mad or something? What is the matter with him? Chemical castration, and he was in favour. Oh, no, we don't do that. We don't want to. Certainly not going to sort of protect someone as a homosexual. Don't want to do things like that. But obviously, genital mutilation, nobody can quite work out. He's obviously, I mean, if you ask anybody in the street, what do you think of the man who does something like that? He's an idiot. A classic idiot. Perhaps he's passed his sell-by. Perhaps there's something the matter with him. But they're going to have a word with him. He obviously is quite mad. I mean, seriously, can't have people like that. That's just ridiculous. So the BBC News will be 10 minutes later, and the change could happen as soon as March. It's interesting, isn't it? They hope that the 10:35 finish time would help retain viewers for the next show. Oh. Unfortunately, God knows what the next show is. Labour's anti-Semitism crisis deepened. As you know, Tom Watson, who's an occasional presenter on LBC, accused activists of bullying a Jewish MP. He repeated his call for the party in Liverpool, Wavertree, to be suspended over its treatment of Luciana Berger. He said it was being investigated. It's absolutely disgraceful that would occur within the Labour Party. Absolutely. And I'm sorry, and I don't want to be unkind to Tom Watson, because he's a very nice person. I know that because he follows me on Twitter. But, excuse me, where is Jeremy Corbyn? Can somebody explain that to me? Where is Useless Man? Where is Useless Man? You got any thoughts on that one, Mr. Corbyn? Obviously not. Obviously not. But they've got the ex-wives talking about him, not in a favourable light. Diane Abbott, nothing at all, nothing at all. I don't know how long they went out. I mean, to be honest with you, couldn't really care. But now Grayling is under fire. Here's another one. Where do they get these people from? Is there an agency for really stupid people? This is the 13.8 million no-deal ferry contract to a firm with no ships and no experience with ships. You couldn't make it up unless you were as thick as Mr. Grayling. I mean, as some fellow Tory MPs have said, he's accused of having no grip on his job. Well, he hasn't got the faintest... How can you give that? That's like saying, we're giving the lorry contract to Steve Allen because he saw a lorry once. That'll be it. I mean, he's faced widespread criticism. He's an idiot! How can you give a contract to run ferry services between Ramsgate in Kent and Ostend in Belgium, which they did in December, to a company that's got no ships? Never had any ships. I mean, God blimey, honestly. I mean, you remember, actually, when he was Justice Secretary, and I'd only reminded myself of this a short while ago, he banned families sending books to prisoners in 2012, later overturned by High Court judges. Also presided over a £200 million contract to Carillion to run facilities management in prisons for £15 million less a year than the government could manage. Last year, of course, to no great surprise, Carillion collapsed. You only wish that Grayling would go the same way. Oh, blimey. The last laugh at the taxman was Ken Dodd, because on his deathbed he got married. Got married to his girlfriend, so consequently the taxman couldn't get his hands on it. He was no fool, was Ken Dodd. He really wasn't. And let's hope there's a special place in hell for Chope. I mean, you just can't believe that somebody could be that insensitive, and somebody who is that... You ask anybody on the streets, you say, what do you think of him? I tell you, the language, you'd be hard pushed to find somebody who could say something nice about him. Perhaps he's simple. Perhaps he's not intelligent. We think if somebody's got Sir, in front of it, then they must be intelligent. Quite clearly not. Peter from Hayling Island says, I've just got back from Goa. Never seen so many fat people. No wonder we got so much obesity. I don't know why. Is Goa a particular place where people eat very heavily fatty foods? I don't know. Mick the mechanic from Whitstable in Kent, commuting to East London, scraping ice off the screen to find the heaters packed up too. It's the last thing you need, isn't it? I've had cars before where the heater's been sort of variable, to say the least. Richard Gere's going to be a father again at the age of 69. He's going to have a child with his third wife, Alejandra Silva. He's 69, she's 35. Wow. So there you go. I think the first wife was the supermodel Cindy Crawford. And then there was another one called Kerry Lowell. And he's got a son called Homer with her. It's lovely, isn't it, really? But, I think he's a bit old at 69. That's just what I think of. And here she is, a disgraced a GP, who went on a spending spree with £190,000 worth of life savings of an elderly patient, faces legal action that could force her to repay the cash. I don't know. Are doctors allowed to collect money? If somebody leaves you money or gives you money, isn't that acceptable? Martin says, do you ever get annoyed by people keep coming up to you when you go shopping or if you go on public transport? No? No, not in the slightest. No, I just generally kick them in the shins and they go down fairly quickly. No, I don't know. We don't have a worry with things like that. If you go down to the tip today, you're in for a very big surprise. Why? Because this particular tip is in Novaya Zemlya. I think it's Russian-owned. And they've got... It's a rubbish tip, but it is full of polar bears. Polar bears. They've got them walking through people's houses. One walked into a block of flats. And here I'm looking at a picture of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20 polar bears. All for, I mean, when these things stand up, they're between 9 and 13 feet tall. They could kill you immediately. And but it is illegal to shoot them. Instead, specialists from Moscow are advising on other measures to discourage the bears. They've got them in children's playgrounds and everything. In one part of Antarctica, they literally dart them, and then they put them in a net and they fly them to somewhere hundreds of miles away. Because, you know, once it gets a little bit chilly and they get a little bit hungry, then they start coming into town because the bright lights attract them and there's food and things like that. So that's why. But apparently in this particular instance, you're not allowed to shoot them. Very worrying, isn't it? I love it. What was I watching the other day? Oh, it was Ideal World. They've got another one of their electric bikes up. They go $499, normal price $629 or something like that. And they go, once they're gone, they're gone. I thought, well, you've been saying this for the past year. You're obviously lying to us because all you do is go back to the company and go, could you make some more? We've just sold them. Load of old codswallop, isn't it? I mean, I feel embarrassed for the poor sellers on there. And they go, and also the price will go up. When? When is the price going up? Do tell me. If you can't flog them at the cheap price, you're not going to flog them at the expensive price. Very depressing, says Dan, to be living in a time in which Gemma Collins is known as a star. We need the likes of Betty Davis now, that's a star. It's the funny little voice she's got. So, like, you know, I got to leave there. I mean, she sounds like Bobby Cole Norris. And then, out on the town the other night, Scarlett Moffat, another talentless one, and she was out with Arj. I mean, seriously, how they both got in the back of the taxi, I got no idea. Steve, the birthday present I got yesterday was the GC skating off into the wilderness, or more likely a TV show. Oh, no, she's come up with something else now. She wants to go into I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, because if you remember, she only managed three days. And so she wants to go back in it. Why don't we just sort of put it down to the fact she's talentless and just get rid of. So much easier. If I was running television, I would, you know, if I was running overall television, I'd have a decree. I do not want to see Daniela Westbrook on any programme. Any programme that puts her on, we're cancelling your programme. Simple as that, OK? I don't want to see Katie Price, and I definitely don't want to see Gemma Collins. There's a few other people I could add onto the list, but that's just the top 3 for the moment. Plus, doesn't Katie Price need to get divorced from Kieran Hayler first? Yeah, that's not happened. He's holding out. What for? I can't imagine. So there you go, Tom. You're in Southend-on-Sea. Stay there. Much safer. Coming up very shortly, the news at 5 o'clock. Shops are still selling fridges which are at risk of bursting into flames. Since Christmas, 19,000 high street jobs have been lost or threatened. CCTV for all taxis to deter sex attacks, and mourners toast to the coffin. Really nice to be company. My friend Simon Beale, very upset this morning, seeing the Callum Hyder picture of me, now dressed up as somebody from Hooters, which is the bar where it all started for Wayne Rooney again. He decides to go out and have a few drinks, gets friendly with it. The same as anybody. You know, if you go out to a bar and you have a few, you know, you might go in there not knowing anybody, but after you've had a few drinks, then you become friendly. Somebody comes and chats to you, and then you go, oh, you finish your shift shortly? They go, yeah. And they go, do you want to go to another bar? Yeah, let's go to another bar. So they do about 3 or 4 bars. Unfortunately, it's Wayne Rooney, and he's married with children. And it basically looks, poor old, makes her look a bit silly, because he obviously isn't remotely bothered. After he's had a few sherbets, he couldn't care less what he does. So he's prepared to embarrass a 10-hour bender. I've never had a 10-hour bender. I wouldn't really, I mean, I don't think I could drink for 10 hours. In fact, I'm 99% certain I couldn't drink for 10 hours. I think I'd be on the floor with having sort of heart surgery. But anyway, he does it. He goes off. He embarrasses her. I couldn't care less what he does. It's up to him. He's an idiot. You know, but he always was an idiot. I can remember, actually, when he first took off, I was watching the television, and they decided to do a live link to his parents' house. Because he met Colleen as she was standing outside a chip shop with a bag of chips in her hand. And then they went to the family. So you had his family sitting there with fags on first thing in the morning, all sitting there. like that. And then I think his grandfather swore. And they all went, oh, sorry about that. They'd obviously... And then he sleeps with old people, but that's the way it goes, isn't it, really? But this one's not a grandmother. In fact, she's comparatively young. I think she's early 20s, early 30s. But she's obviously used to people like him, and she goes, oh, he's obviously got money. Because she won't know who he is. She will now, because the press will be on her doorstep going, listen, so what happened with you and the old bloke with the funny hair, the one who's got the shredded wheat stuck on his head? I don't know, he was okay as a customer. We went out, we had a few drinks, and we shared a taxi, and that was nice. Married? He never mentioned marriage. Yes, he has three children. Does he? Good Lord. Oh, well, there you go. So the Reverend Ruth Scott, not very well. She's been given only a few weeks left to live. Very brave, very brave. 19,000 high street jobs lost or threatened. I suspect the next one going under will be Patisserie Valerie. The bid was 2 million short, and they decided that 2 million was too much, so he's pulled out. He's pulled out. Also, the UK sends an aircraft carrier to the Pacific in a show of strength to China. Well, that'll frighten them, won't it? I'm sorry, and the Brits have got what? An aircraft carrier. Ha! Seriously, that's it, is it? We've just sent one. Transgender lags could be put in separate prison wings. How many are there? I've never known of it, anything like that. The BBC is launching a spin-off of the Attenborough series Blue Planet. It's going to be called Blue Planet 2, and it'll have Chris Packham on it. God. Wimbledon could get a new £100 million concert venue. Oh, that's nice. I do love the story, though, about Belfast Zoo. And they had a bit of a storm, which we all had, as you know, and it brought down some trees. So chimps, being very resourceful, put them up against the walls, just walked up them and climbed over. So it's amazing. They just literally... And people went, well, how did they get out? They went, but because branches fell into their enclosure, and they put them up against the wall and climbed. 4 of them got out. You can imagine them going, where... It's like, oh, dear, it's like Colditz. For 14 years, says Ron, I've avoided one, but this morning I've woken up to a stinking cold. I've been lucky. Touch wood somewhere in here, please. Somewhere. Now. Soon. And it's a case of I haven't had a cold this year. I managed to get away with just about everything. Steve, bit worrying about the polar bears, but they're probably thinking to themselves, you've destroyed our homes with your global warming and we can't get no food. The trouble is that polar bears swim, as you know, and they can run very fast, and they can hear seals under the ice. If a seal cub is under the ice in its little thing, the polar bear can hear it. And they literally, you've seen them throwing themselves down onto the ice to literally rip them out and kill them, because that's what they're surviving on. They want the seals because they've got the fat, they've got the blubber, and that's what they want. And then they would try and catch them on the ice floes. Same as the killer whales, do exactly the same. They flash their tails, the wave knocks the seal off into the water, and they grab it. And that's it. Been a while, which doesn't mean I'm not listening, says Harry, my man in Ghana. Greetings to you and to Emily and Robert in South London. Do you think they know? Greetings to South. I used to love that. Years ago, we used to have a programme called Family Favourites. And it was somebody here, Jean or somebody, it could have been anybody, but Jean, I think, was the most popular one. And then somebody else who was in Malta. And it was a link-up for the forces. It was the precursor to BFBS, and they go, hello, Jean. And Jean would go, greetings from London. Staff Sergeant Major Harry Webb would like to say greetings to us. And that's what they would do. They would then play a music. So it was linking people up. Now, of course, they've got BFBS, which is run very successfully, and they've got a radio station over on the Falkland Islands. And also, I used to do some stuff for them years and years and years ago. But I never sort of imagined. I thought, do they listen to it? I don't know. But it was very big. It used to be based down at Paddington. That's where their studios were. Lots of it. Johnny Walker used to do a show for, all sorts of people. So the Flog It presenter returning with another BBC antique show. I'm sorry, and the quiz that they're doing is basically a rip-off of another quiz that they had only a short while ago. Why do we have to put up with these things? As I say, I was watching Flog It the other day, and I thought, it's kind of run its course. I mean, I might be wrong. People like that sort of thing, but it was the patronising way the presenter looked at this poor old lady, and she had 3 different lots to sell, and she was obviously a bit deaf, and he went, "You've got £500," and I felt like saying, "Don't you feel a bit guilty?" You know, that she should have got a lot more. That should have been worth thousands, but no, she got £500. And they make it out to be so big. I know they have to agree to do these television programmes. So Jeremy Corbyn, debt so bad he had to sell home. Very middle class. You know, you see the house that he grew up in. Very posh. Ex-wives tell of dull marriages, ate cold beans and didn't go out. Well, he did, because he managed to get hold of Diane Abbott. And I think that was in 1979. How appropriate, 1979. Yes. He seemed keen to show her off, bringing two fellow campaigners back to the bedsit on the premise of stocking up on leaflets. They walked in to find a naked woman on the bed. That was Diane Abbott. And he was apparently... somebody said it was still the late 70s, still a point of interest, a white man with a black woman, so he was slightly showing off. I've got a new girlfriend, and she's black. She was working, I think, for the National Council for Civil Liberties. But, as I say, they were both completely different people, but he was apparently a bit naff. But what they're saying is it shows he's unfit to lead. I just think he's a bit old now, isn't he? I just think so. 84850. Faye says, would you like to be the father to 4 boys at the age of 33? I think there's 3 boys. I don't think there's 4, is there? I don't know. So don't give Wayne a hard time. I bet he feels tied down. Well, quite clearly he doesn't. That's why he's off out there. That's why he's out having a bit of extracurricular. So, you know, I mean, but also... Poor old Colleen, she's got to sit there making herself look like a complete dipstick. Steve, the chimps escaping, the chimps escaping from the zoo, it's the beginning of the Planet of the Apes. I know, is that what happens? I see on Friday a lot of high school kids are striking for 3 hours in protest about the government doing more about climate change. That's good, provided none of the students use the school run, i.e. walk or cycle to school, or are not going on holiday by plane or car. I think if the guidelines are used, there'll be no strike. Kai, Clay, Kit and Cass. They couldn't think of another name to begin with K for the 4th one, so Cass came in. So you've got Kai, Clay, Kit and Cass. But it's got nothing to do, Faye, with him being the father of 4 boys. We didn't ask him to have sex with Colleen. We didn't ask him to do anything like that, you know. Basically, he's cheated, you know, throughout most of the boys' time. And then obviously comes back and she goes, do you love me? And he goes, of course I do. You have another kid, aren't you? And that's how it generally works. So he doesn't feel tied down at all. In fact, it's the last thing he feels. Last thing he feels. It's obviously just sort of one of those, he doesn't have the commitment. Oh, delicious. Delicious. Also, what else do we have? Oh, there's a whole page on Lumber Jackpot. This is Mikey Carroll, otherwise known as You Can't Be That Stupid. He won 9,736,000. He used to throw Big Macs and nuggets at people. He had a Mercedes van emblazoned with King of Chavs. But then he was barred from all the pubs. It was a bit simple, isn't it? You can't help somebody who's that stupid. And so he lost it all. Everybody cheered. Everybody cheered, especially the next-door neighbours. 2/3 of Brits have enjoyed a fling with a colleague. I don't know where that's supposed to be. But apparently 22% dated the boss. Really? Who are those 22%? I want to know. I want to meet them. Over a quarter met their partner at work, and 26% of office flings led to marriage. So there you go. So if you're thinking about having an office fling, you're in keeping with everybody else in the country. You know, people like having a fling with... I suppose because you spend more time with people at work than you do at home. So it's very easy to have relationships, isn't it? You know, where you sort of go out and you sort of go, should we go for drinks after work? Yeah. I mean, I know people who are having relationships at work. You know, it's quite a normal thing to do. So you go out, you have a few drinks after work, and then they go, should we go for something to eat? They go, should we go straight to the Premier Inn? And so they cut out the middleman and go straight there. And then, of course, everybody at work goes, you know, so-and-so is having an affair. And they go, no, they're not. You go, they are, I'm telling you, they are. And then people confront them, and you go, are you having an affair with so-and-so? No. I don't know why people are so protective, but they get a little bit sort of funny about that. Steve, I'm lying in my bed listening to you, and I've just got cramp twice. I've had that before. You know when your leg goes stiff? Do you remember that one? And all of a sudden, you go, and you have to, and all the veins stick out on it. I don't know how it happens. I daren't move now. It's awful. Your confusing family favourites, the civilian request show with two-way family favourites. It went on Sunday lunchtime. It was for messages and record requests, says Dallas, between serving men and families overseas and their friends and relatives, black in Blighty. Ron says, judging by the traffic yesterday, they must have had a full house of the rugby. 80,000. 80,000. Did we not kick France's bum? Did we not? I don't know. I never saw it. But apparently said we did. we did. Very exciting. Bores me senseless. Seriously, I couldn't care less about rugby. Game for girls, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, it's dreadful. Nobody's interested in rugby. All they can get, 80,000 people. I've got more people listening to this than going to rugby. You know, I'm more of an institution, or should be in an institution. You know, 80,000 people. Pfft, they just go there because they can drink. That's all it is. And then you see kids with their face painted with the England, very chavvy. And then you've got people buying expensive burgers on the way to the match. You know, people love it. People love it. I mean, I can't knock it. Brought back Lofty and Mary the punk from EastEnders. I think that was 31 years after they left. Lofty is now 62 and Mary the punk is now 54. They look exactly the same. Well, to me, they look exactly the same. And it's lovely. They're in there because Dr. Legg dies this week. Oops. Dr. Legg dies. Oops, again. What's the matter with you? Stop it. Dr. Legg dies. Stop it. Stop telling us about Dr. Legg dying. He's dying. When? This week. Can't believe it. Stop it. Dr. Legg's going to die. This week. He's been there for ages and ages. But Linda gave up acting to work in web design and now runs a social media agency. And she used to be a drug user in the programme. Do you remember it? I used to love him. Lofty. He's still around. Lofty Holloway and Mary Smith. Two of the original 26 characters. My God, they've got some history. They've got Harold Legg dies. So they've come back for his funeral because he's dead. No, stop it. Ridiculous. Mary used to be a drug user. She was last seen getting on a bus out of Walford with Annie after clashing with her parents. Oh, no, they were all reminiscing about Dr. Legg, who dies this week. No! Dr. Legg's gone. He's gone. No, just remember, it's only pretend. Excuse me. Lorraine in Manchester. Is that... No, it's Spain, isn't it? Lorraine in Spain stays... Thank you. Yeah. But she says she's in Manchester. And she says, drink tonic water. It has the added ingredient quinine, which is the name of the tablets that GPs provide for cramp. Well, I can't go and take a tablet when I'm in bed and I get cramp. All I do is I have to rub my leg. I go, I don't get it very often. My mum keeps a bottle of tonic water by the bed. Oh. I don't do it. I can't be bothered, actually. I just sort of stretch my leg out and then rub it very hard. And that stops the sort of the pain. It is a pain, actually. It really is a pain. Not so good. Ricky Tomlinson warns time is running out in the battle to save free TV licences for the over 75s. I'm back on that one. I think this should be free for 75-year-olds, of course. Also, we've done Gemma Collins, a diva. Not really. There's nothing diva-ish about Gemma Collins. Nothing diva-ish, really. It's just, it's a case of, you know, bit lazy, bit talentless, and that's all it is. But potential fire risk fridges are still widely available. Argos and Currys PC World, according to a report in the Daily Mirror, are stocking potentially unsafe plastic-backed fridges, fridge freezers, and freezers, despite warnings they can be extremely flammable, according to Which. They found AO.com had 173 plastic-backed models. Argos listed 137 and Currys PC World had 56 on the websites. Dear. Apparently, AO said 9.5% of its items were plastic-backed. Currys PC World said 2.1% and Argos said it offered a small range. They shouldn't be in there at all. They really shouldn't be in there at all. If they're that dangerous, we don't want anything like that. Thank you very much indeed. Also, there's... oh, look, it's a picture of Ali and Dec. This is Declan Donnellan taking a break from the world's hardest job. And that's not actually Britain's Got Talent. That's a night off from parenting. They enjoyed a romantic meal at the Ivy in Manchester, which is lovely. He's currently filming Britain's Got Talent. He said, being a dad was the hardest thing I've ever done, but I'm loving it, which is good. We like that one. Also, she's the first female winner of SAS Who Dares Wins. I can't bear those sort of programmes. I'm not remotely interested. They're the dullest things on television. Really, dull. And they've got somebody called Ant Middleton who presents... I've got no idea who these people are. But it's just naff television. Who's interested in whether somebody can actually do something that you can't do? I couldn't care less. Could you? Steve says, John E. Boy, I've got a soft spot for Gemma Collins. It's called Romney Marsh. Da, 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 da. Did you see the news about Meghan Sparkles, as Nick Abbott calls her, when she did contact her father, writing him a 5-page letter around the time of the wedding, and then a further email confirming that he did take money from her, which he denied in subsequent TV interviews. It's terrible the way he's used her. They also sent a palace consort to his home. It turns out that she needs to be left alone for a while, says Alison. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, they're quite clearly a ghastly family. It's as simple as that. There must be more to it. I couldn't care less. I just think that the royal family's oh, this one. They've got no idea half the time. They didn't know how to, a few weeks ago, deal with people who were trolling Meghan and trolling Kate. They had no idea what to do because they're stuck in the dark ages. Seriously, they'd have better luck, sending people to the Tower. Because years and years ago, nowadays, you've got the media. The media will lap up things like this. You watch, I bet you anything, that today Gemma Collins will be either on This Morning or something else like that, so she can drone on about how blooming useless she is. That's it, because I thought that my time was, up. Your time was up years ago, darling. Jane says maybe Gemma Collins was voted off last night as an iceberg was forming as a result of her continually smacking on the ice rink, causing cracks. Well, no, they had a shaman in. Or, whatever they call them, a psychic who sort of banged a drum and lit a candle so she wouldn't fall over on the ice. The reason she falls over on the ice is because she can't dance. She's just wasted everybody's time. But she gets the fee. And she gets loads of coverage. But, a bit sad. Her and Tragic Arge, I think they're absolutely so appropriate. I thought Dr. Legg died years ago, says Joanne. Stop it! Stop it! No, he's died this week. Shh. Come closer. He's died this week. That's why they've actually gone back to film the funeral. Well, I don't think they're going to bury him if he's alive, are they? So, did he die years ago? I don't know. I'm seriously not too sure. I thought it was only recently. But what do I know about it? I don't even watch the programme. Doesn't really help, does it? Lots of Valentine's Day things. Morrison's have got 4 roses and 4 other things for 15 quid. A Valentine's Day bouquet for 10. A dozen red roses is a £5. But they've got rainbow roses, obviously for homosexual people, so who can't do... And they're very pretty. They're £4 each. Seems like... So each petal is a different colour. I don't think they're supposed to be for gay people, but, if you were feeling a bit left out, these are the roses for you. Well, it just says the best rainbow rose. It doesn't say roses, it says rose, £4. So that's... Because all the others have got pictures of bouquets. So this one is £4 for one rose. But it's all different colours. It's very pretty. What? Well, but it might take... I don't know how big it is. It might be sort of 18 inches. It might be something... I don't know. Perhaps I need to go and buy one or something. But it does seem quite nice. You'll probably find them on their website, on Morrison's website. And it's a rainbow... It's called Rainbow Rose, the best. The other ones do not... Oh, they do. Rose and Bloom, the best. The Pure Love Bouquet, 20 quid. It's not a lot, is it, really? Not a lot. Let's have a look. Where have we got it? Okay, then pretty, aren't they? At the £12 there. What kind of... We're looking for Rainbow Rose. Rainbow Rose. So let's have a quick check on the internet. That's what we can do, actually. We can do things instantly. And on their internet, they've got nothing. Nothing. No mention of Rainbow Rose. No results showing at all. Is there something the matter with these places now? Can they not, update everything? It's like I was even saying to my friend in Marks and Spencer's, where are these sausage hearts? Oh, there they are. But it's not on its website. Actually, en masse, they look horrible. But individually, they're... I wonder how that works. Is that sprayed? Or is it sort of... I don't know. It's very clever, isn't it? Very clever. I think they're very sort of pretty in a peculiar sort of gay way. It's to raise money for LGBTQ. There you go. They're quite big, aren't they? Are they real? What if they're real? It's for the Youth Homeless Charity. So that's good, isn't it? They tell you all about pride and stuff like that. They're very pretty. I like them. I want one of those. Definitely. They're stocking them this Valentine's Day for the first time. They've been designed to celebrate love. Lovely. £4 per rose. There you go. Like I say, see, red rose you can get for 2 quid each, £5 for a dozen. These ones, £4 and 50 pence from each sale will go to the charity. And they're £4 each. I think you could do a little bit better than that, don't you? And also, could anybody from Marks... Oh, 2 things. Can anybody from Marks and Spencer tell me when you're going to be selling the heart-shaped sausage? Because so far I've not found it. And I've been out, I've been everywhere. and I can't find them. And the other thing is, if you're in London, can anybody tell me, please, have Burberry closed their store in Knightsbridge? Because all their windows are blacked out, and they have been for the best part of a few weeks. And I thought, normally, if they're doing a window display, they pull the blinds down, then they do it. But I would love to find out exactly what's going on. Somebody says Dr. Legg died years ago. No, he didn't. He didn't. I think you're mixing him up with Bobby Ewing. No, he came out the shower. Oh, there you go. Gemma Collins will be on Loose Women today. Oh, God, honestly. Watch them brown-nosing. It's the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen. Nobody on that panel. And there's a few that I really am big fans of. You know, I want them to go because we all knew that there was one member of panel some years ago, and she hated Jordan. She didn't like Jordan at all. There was no love lost. And because Jordan just droned on about herself. So you're going to get Gemma Collins on there because I'm like the GC. And I'm expecting somebody to say, what is your talent, dear? Do you have a talent? You know, how much money have you made? Not as much as you think. You know, and Joey Essex having to do a car advert now, isn't it? Really dreadful. For cramps, Steve, try a tablet of soap in the bed. It really works, says Mary. Oh, no. No. Can't have a tablet of soap in the bed. That would be ridiculous. You'd shoot out one side and out the other. Steve, so the shaman person did work on the bad omens. Got rid of Gemma Collins. So you're not wrong there, are you? And she'll be turning up onto Loose Women, so she'll have to put her hair in rollers. Because, frankly, you know, only Arj has ever seen her without the makeup and without the hair done. Ropey. In the extreme. Perhaps he'll turn up as well. He doesn't seem to have a job at the moment, does he? Perhaps his job is being a handbag for Gemma Collins. But it's all a bit embarrassing. So she'll turn up on Loose Women. They'll be going, oh, we're so excited to have you here. And we're all going, oh, God, no. What's she going to tell you? Because I'm, like, thinking about doing other things, and I would have walked if Brian... Oh, it's the same old rubbish, isn't it? Might as well put Daniela Westbrook on there. But they need to kick some ass, as they say, in the business. Coming up very shortly, M&S is selling the so-called love sausage, says Peter. Well, it's not in the shops. And I wish it could be. I did 3 the other day. You know, people look at you blankly. You know, do you have the love sausage? They look at you like they're about to call the police. It's terrible. Bar of soap, says Gillian. Works great for the parental... I am not putting soap in my bed. Absolutely not. Do you know, I threw a load of CDs out the other day. My God, it was liberating. I had all these CDs, and because my last CD player broke, I already had a spare one anyway, so I was quite lucky. Ali from Richmond says, yes, Burberry has shut down in Knightsbridge to be replaced by Dior. Good Lord, I mean, they've been there for donkey's years. Are they still showing Knightsbridge open? Because their windows have been not just boarded up, it almost looks like it's listed as a store that's open. Well, I don't know how you get into it. Perhaps there's some new way. Anybody else know? Anybody used to work there? Do tell me, please. I would like to know. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And, very cross from James McVeigh, who's in the Vamps. That's the one who didn't eat in the jungle. The one who went sort of from this thin to... Where's he gone? He disappeared completely. I mean, possibly I could model my body on his. But he says, oi, you. I knew that was a bad start. Lovely listening to your show here in the Seychelles. The Seychelles, honestly. Whereabouts in the Seychelles? I don't know anything about the Seychelles, but don't you offend one of my favourite shows. SAS. That SAS thing. I can't do that. I can't do things... I'm sorry, James, I can't do stuff like that. You know, I think I've got to have certain standards, and anything to do with the SAS. And, of course, actually, I'm in a better position to talk about that than you, strangely enough, and you won't know this. Because my late father, used to run the Special Forces Club, which was a club for secret agents and things like that in Knightsbridge. The Queen Mother used to be the president of it, and that's what my late father did. The Burberry store, says Lee, is relocated from Knightsbridge to Sloane Street. Well, I mean, it's a big store, isn't it? Big store. But, I think it's about time Bernard Cribbins and Nicholas Parsons were made sirs for services to entertainment. They should be way ahead of sports people, says Mo. I know, because all sports people do now is sort of, just sort of turn up as pundits. Steve, Burberry are moving to Hans Crescent. They seem to be moving all over the place. Next door to Harrods, where Zara is currently located, says Eamon and Ealing. All right. And Dr. Legg had a green Austin Princess. That's what died years ago, probably, says Ron. And Google said the heart-shaped sausage became available on the 8th of February. It's called the Love Sausage. Well, it's not. It's absolutely not. Today is the 11th. I've been in shop first thing in the morning. I went to Kew, which is a huge one, and they didn't have it there. So, where is it? And don't give me these sort of excuses that, it'll come out on Valentine's Day, because they had Christmas stuff on sale long before Christmas, and they've got Valentine's Day stuff in at the moment. So there's no excuse on this one. You watch it, this will be the biggest PR disaster they've ever had. Mind you, I was wrong, wasn't I? I did say that Gemma Collins, because I thought the whole thing was just a right old bunch of hooey, would still be in the Dancing on Ice, but she's not. She's gone, thank God, and let's hope she never reappears. And all these people do is wander from sort of show to show. What she'll do now, because it's so exhausting, she'll take a little holiday. Perhaps she'll take that deadbeat Arge with her. What is a love sausage? It's a heart-shaped sausage. You cook it and then you put an egg in the middle of it. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. I read over the weekend, Vienna Zoo is the oldest in the world, is worth a visit. Did you go there? Yes, of course. Coloured roses sold at Brixton Tube Station store. It's dye in the growth or water, says so. It can't be. It can't be dye in the water. You know why? Because they're capillary action roses, so they're sucking up all different colours, so each leaf becomes a different colour, each petal. Of course not. Can't be that. Went to visit the ageing Peas on Merseyside, says tanker driver Phil. On the way home, I drove into heavy snow blowing sideways in the wind. It was so heavy I could hardly see ahead, and the road was rapidly covered. Was there a bobble-hatted bimbo with a camera crew filming my 4x4, struggling over the Pennines? No, but get a few flakes south of Watford and it's all over the TV and you won't hear the end of it. Long live the North-South divide. I'm there. James says, if you could get hold of some love sausage, who would you share it with? Nobody. Me. Share it with me. Me. Steve, for leg cramp, point toes to nose, rotate ankle clockwise. Yes. And then call the ambulance. I suppose that would be a lot easier, wouldn't it, really? So Olivia's the Queen of the BAFTAs. 6:15 this morning. We'll have a chat to Faye, and she will tell us all about the BAFTAs. Who wore what? Who got what? Are they all happy? Or are they not happy? I suspect they are happy. I really think they are. And there was a big party as well. But whether or not the royals went to the party, they haven't managed to up until now. I suppose they're always worried that somebody else is going to be there. The trouble is, you get the feeling, don't you, that Gemma's sort of standing there being a bit supercilious with her nose stuck up in the air, going, because I'm the GC. Whereas in fact, if the loose women fawn over her, which they are prone to doing, I shall be so cross. Other story, they're going big on Jennifer Aniston's birthday party. I mean, she's only 50, for God's sake. It's not like she's reached the dizzying heights of 99. She's only 50. Also, what's this? Football. Defiant Ipswich boss Paul Lambert had no regrets over his red card. Blah, 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 blah. God, pages on football. And celebs go policing. And here they are. Katie Piper, we know. Penny Lancaster from Loose Women. And, what have we got here? And Jamie Lang, who's been on just about every blooming programme that there is. I mean, there can't be many things left for him, can there? And he's also dreadfully dull. But there again, I mean, his little best friend, the other one, is also dreadfully dull. James Martin's Great British Adventure is doing one here. Begins in the Orkney Isles, hitches up with Nick Nairn, and discovers the best vinegar, and he goes to North Ronaldsay, one of the remotes of the Orkneys, and home to Billy Muir, who rears a unique herd of sheep. They outnumber the human people. And then MasterChef, that's got the dreadful Greg Wallace with the fake smile. The one that looks as bad as Mark Wright. For fake smiles, look no further. I have no copy of the Express today and no copy of the Daily Star. Probably breathing a sigh of relief. But we haven't. Also, Meghan, you watch me suffer as my sister spread lies. What a revolting family they are. Seriously. The lease expired, says Mark, on the Burberry store. They've got another store at 14 to 18 Brompton Road, which is next door and still trading. They've also agreed to take a new flagship store opposite the new development on the corner of Brompton Road and Sloane Street. It's opening in a couple of years' time. Good Lord. I think they'll still be around. I can remember, actually, it was Daniela Westbrook that basically killed Burberry. She turned up with a Burberry hat, Burberry skirt, Burberry pram, Burberry everything. Really made it look cheap. Steve, for leg cramp, just kick your snoring husband. It's amazing how it does the trick. Steve and Getting cramped by eating too much salt, says Scott. I don't eat salt. I don't have any salt, unless there's a few items of salt, but I'm not eating anything that's particularly big into salt. Olivia's Queen of the BAFTAs, and then the dresses came out. Lily Collins, very nice. They've all had the professional makeup artists in to have a look. Kate Blanchett, everybody looking very... Some of the things didn't look so great, but most of them are absolutely fine. Also, as a daytime TV show format, it's almost as old as the treasures it features. But the BBC is launching yet another antique show 3 years after the government urged the corporation to stop relying on collectibles programmes. They've taken not a blind bit of notice. The broadcaster has drafted in Paul Martin to front... if ever there was a man that don't touch the contestants. He's got this thing about touching people. Really very, very not nice. But he's been drafted in to front Curiosity. Exactly. I mean, to be honest with you, perhaps he'll buy some decent clothes. He's wearing clothes from the 1960s, very dated. But this has got two teams, value and date items, in the presenter's fictional shop against the clock. 15-part series you've got to suffer with on this one. But, the parallel, surely, would be with Make Me a Dealer, which sees amateur dealers invest their own cash to buy items at auction before they try and sell them for profit. The broadcaster also airs Antiques Roadshow on Sunday evenings. It acts weekday afternoon series Flog It in October. Doesn't stop them showing repeats, though. They might have axed it. A BBC spokesman called Curiosity a unique, new, competitive format set in a studio that puts contestants' knowledge of collectibles to the test. Oh, go away, you silly old tart, honestly. Of course it doesn't. Just be another blooming dreary show hosted by another dreary presenter whose limiting skills at presenting and doing a quiz show are going to be really put to the test. Steve, I got the same deal as you from Iceland, the wok and the rice. Used the wok once and all of the non-stick coating came off. When washing it up, I had to throw it away. But I've got two. Stacey celebrates a birthday today. So many happy returns of the day. And somebody says, I've just tried pointing my toe toward my nose and rotating it. I've slipped out of bed and I think I've broken my leg. Yeah, fantastic. That's what I like to hear, you see. Just take notice of what we say. So much easier. Charlie Girling says, it's on. I've sent Thomas D, the PR. Is he with you now? No, definitely not. Definitely not. Wait a minute, I'll see if I can get a message through to him. Oi, fat boy. Have you got the message through? Charlie's up very at 5:43. You got the message through from Charlie? He's sticking his thumb up, Charlie. Does that help? Okay, you've understood it? It's... Oh, yeah, he's also booked the studio, Charlie. I'm passing message. It's like two-way family favourites, isn't it? I'm just passing on the... Do you know who Charlie is? Have you met Charlie? You met her, have you? All right. Oh, here we go. Wait a minute. The Black Cab Poet has now shared a photo with me as well, which is quite nice. Woo! He says, if you wake up with bad leg cramp, don't get up too quickly. A few years ago, I jumped out of bed with a bad cramp, only for a rush away from my head, resulting in me passing out and falling flat on my face. Actually, if you do get cramp, you go, oh, and you have to turn sideways and you have to rub your leg. It's a plumbing pain, it really is. It only lasts a matter of seconds. It seems like forever and a day. Steve, have a look at the Cadbury Rumba advert. It was on TV earlier, and a person you mentioned today. See if the actor looks familiar. Just the accent isn't the normal one. The Cadbury Rumba advert. I don't even know what Rumba is. What's Rumba? Is that something I've never heard of? And Spicer says, it's either the healing power of the NHS or listening to your show, but this morning I find I can walk again. Oh, I can raise them from the dead, me. I managed to stagger over to where my phone was charging and fire up the LBC app. Thrilled not even to have cramps. Spiking at 100% again, which is all good news. No bidders for the paintings attributed to Adolf Hitler. 3 of them. I think there were 3 watercolours. They think that Hitler painted 2,000 pictures, but they have value. These ones were starting at 16,000, but 63 other paintings attribute to the leader to probe claims that they were fake. So they're not too happy with them at all at the moment. And what was the other one? Oh, yes, the AA say older motorists should take a regular eye test. I don't qualify for that one at all. It's 6. I wonder what time it is in the Seychelles. I wonder if it's sort of time for breakfast or whether we're on to lunch. I never know, actually. People sort of listening to the programme, they go, listening to you, and you think, I wonder what time it is over there. I can now tell you 10 to 10 in the morning. So that's, we've just had, obviously, breakfast. That's obviously what James McVeigh has had. But he likes the SAS programme. Don't stretch yourself. I hope, Steve, says Mark in Bristol, that Syra Khan is on Loose Women when Gemma Collins visits today. They can reminisce over their journeys on non-dancing on ice. I wonder who'll win the battle of the egos of both the clueless non-entities and dreary beyond belief. Oh, she's so boring. And Gemma Collins isn't any better either. He says, I wonder if it'll put an end to this series of Loose Women or completely. I don't think so. They seem to like... I want to know what... You know, there are certain people that I like watching on the panel, and then there's some of them, they're just dreary beyond belief. And I think dreary actually is a very good word. Very good word. Did you see in the papers over the weekend about the Gran, who was at a Dream Boys strip show and got hit in the eye with a pair of trousers? I didn't. The trouble is, they wouldn't be a proper pair of trousers. They'll be Velcro trousers that they sort of lean back and then rip them off. And also, you don't see anything. It's not a strip show. Well, strip show only so much as you see more if somebody's having a shower. But they don't actually show anything. They can't. I don't think we allowed things like that. But anyway, she wants compensation. Well, I'm not surprised you got hit in the eye. I'll be wanting compensation too. I'm heavily pregnant. Not me. Somebody writing in and recommended by doctors to only sleep on my left side for a whole 9 months. And these leg cramps are unbelievable. There you go. And Jane said, would love to tell some bitter ex-LBC presenters when disparaging the Spike to sit on it. I know. The trouble is they don't know about the Spike. They don't have any of that kind of thing going on. In fact, base of 0, which is on a shame, really. Steve, on the chase last week, one woman was left. She beat the chaser in the final round and won £70,000, says Pauline Ealing. Amazing. I like it. They're doing a celebrity version of it. It'll be, again, finding celebrities is very difficult. The only ones you can really find are the Drearies. You know, the people that sort of, they just go out onto the night club scene and they just sort of prop up bars and wear far too much makeup. Spicer says, now off to see if I can make it to the nurse's station to catch a cup of tea. And my fenital patch. I'm in with a good chance for Quality Street Caramel too, as I'll be pleased not to have me using a bedpan and a catheter again. There's obviously a lot of people in hospitals listening to this programme, which actually doesn't bother me. I quite like that idea because here we are. It's Monday morning. It's colder out there than it has been of late, so dress up. Don't think that it's warm. It isn't. It's not like yesterday at all. Why won't Baroness Brady, scourge of sexists, denounce Green? And the government advisor refused to resign as chairman of the tycoon's business empire as claims of sexual harassment, bullying and racism continue to mount against him. I was hearing the other day, and I can't believe the story, that there was a local BBC station with people complaining about bullying on there. Have you heard of this one? People complaining about bullying. Two people suspended for bullying allegations. But not just sort of, one or two. This was like 70 people. I didn't know that BBC Local Radio had 70 people, but there you go. 70 people have complained about it. And it made the local papers, but it hasn't actually made the national papers. I would have thought when that amount of people complain about something, it would be in the public interest, would you not? You're in the business, Steve. What happened to... I don't know, actually. No idea. Not a clue. Probably still around somewhere. Some people do. And have you found that other one? Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? Seriously, I was quite... Somebody told me the other day, I can't remember who told me, and they said there's 2 people have been suspended. 70 people complained about bullying and stuff like that. One person was reduced to tears. Well, this should be in the public domain, shouldn't it? I would have thought so. Birthdays today to Sheryl Crow and Dennis Skinner, the Beast of Bolsover. 87 he is, apparently. But Sheryl Crow has sold 50 million albums... better known for her colourful dating life. Thomas Edison, born in 1847, and Eva Gabor, the actress and comedian, the younger sister of Zsa Zsa Gabor and Magda. There are 20 weddings between them. So anyway, she's not with us. She passed on a little while ago. as indeed did all of them. Also, 50 pharmacies probed over supplying drugs to black market dealers. This one doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Julie Cooper MP, Labour's community health spokesman, says rogue pharmacists need to be brought to book, adding, I take a very dim view of any health professional who risks the safety of the public. I love it when they say things like that, because it makes my heart swells with pride, and I think, that's fine, they're going to sort it all out, and then they do nothing at all. Absolutely nothing. Great shame, isn't it? Listening to you from Hermanus in South Africa. It's almost 0800 hours, says Noel. How lovely. That sounds... I've never heard of Hermanus. Wherever it is, I'm sure it's lovely. I've often wanted to go to South Africa, and then somebody says, why do you want to go to South Africa? I said, I don't know. I just want to go to South Africa. Loads of places I want to go to. Steve, I think they need to bring back CBBC on BBC One from 3 till 6. They haven't really been able to fill anything into that spot since they gave the kids their own channel. I should look forward to coming home from school and watching Grange Hill. It's all changed now, hasn't it? They've discovered that kids watch all these other programmes. They obviously think that they're going to be watching the news on the BBC. But, the CBBC... I think it's been moved, isn't it? So it shouldn't... I mean, I thought it was moved up to Manchester. I might be wrong there. But as far as I'm concerned, it's the television centre. Where is it? News is in London, because you can see them doing the news if you walk past their building. It's always good to stand at the back of it and go, woo, like that. The breakfast programme's in Salford. Best place for it, to be honest with you. Salford. What's Salford famous for? Oh, it's famous for matchstick men, cats and dogs, isn't it? Of course. Ellis Lowry. The silly old woman hit in the eye with the trousers should have been using her opera glasses, says Holly, like any sensible woman would do at that show. And Richard says, were you upset that Dave O'Brien, gets a bigger audience than you? No. We're actually very close. But of course, I'm on at 4 a.m. He's on daytime. No, you never worry about things like that. Why would you worry about that? Never sort of, there's no rivalry between shows. I mean, there are loads of shows I've got a bigger audience there, but I mean, there's no rivalry. We're all working for the same good of it. We're all doing the same things. So when he does well, I congratulate him. When I do well, he congratulates me. I love the way you perhaps you don't think presenters talk to each other. This is LBC. Of course we talk to each other. We're very much nicer people than other... I'm going to sneeze. Give me another one, I can tell. Just always tell, can't you? Well, second thoughts, maybe there isn't. Only 2. I've never just had 2. Never had 2. So the new Blue Planet series is getting a daytime spin-off, focusing on the seas around Britain, fronted by Chris Packham and Gillian Burke, and Countryfile presenter Steve Brown, whoever it is. So it takes 3 presenters. 3 presenters to do it. It's amazing, isn't it? Blue Planet. Perhaps the BBC just love wasting money. Dan McGolpin says, I think the opportunity to look around the sea around the UK is going to really appeal to people. Think again, dear. Why would it? We've seen the sea before. We've had it with all sorts of programmes before. Now we're doing it yet again. God, there's nothing new, is there, really? Nothing new at all. So what were they all wearing at the BAFTAs? You'll find out in about 20 minutes' time. And who got what at the BAFTAs? How many have you heard of? That'll be the interesting thing. Plus, Nigella Lawson, she's doing a cooking tour down under. They obviously all do these because the Hairy Bikers are doing one, as you know. But I know what they're like. I can't imagine what Nigella does. She's gone from a size 16 to a size 12, and she went out to get some healthy tucker. I love her. I think she's great. I think the whole thing is just she's so way and above, detached from everybody else. I love it. That's what I like about her. So what do we get? 15 quid. Dessert. This is Morrison's. Oh, that's what do they call it? I can't remember. It's a dessert, but it's like white stuff and then a bit of fruit on the top of it in a little glass. I can't remember what it's called. So it's white stuff. Panna cotta. They're nice. I can eat 2 of those. They're very nice. Bottle of Prosecco. You get a main course and a side dish, and then for the starter, balls. They're like sort of balls which you cut open or something. This is apparently in case you're having a romantic night in, which sounds exciting, doesn't it? Steve, was Zsa Zsa Gabor the one who made a statement about being a good housekeeper? She'd kept all the houses of her husbands that she'd married. Yes, and she also said, but darling, I also love the taste of wedding cake. And as I say, she was a dreadful actress, absolutely dreadful. She was famous for, darling, she was famous for marrying a lot of people. In fact, I'm not even sure if the last husband's still alive. He was sort of titled And she tried to beat up a cop, didn't she? Which we sort of laughed at, because they all try it in America, and you think, oh, this is going to end badly, very badly. And then she had this husband who was, I think, titled, he was a count or something, I can't remember. But I'm not even sure if he's still alive. That's right, Frederick Prins van Anhalt. He's still alive. He's still going. Good. He's only 75. I thought he was much older than that. He lives in Bel Air, presumably the house. And, God, he comes from the Rhineland. One of 5 children of a criminal police counsellor. Good Lord, I can't believe he's still going. There you go. He must have some stories to tell about Zsa Gabor. It's always interesting, isn't it? Anyway, coming up to the news at 6 o'clock this morning, the BBC News at 10 to be cut shorter to appeal to young people. Tom Watson, Labour's deputy leader and sometime LBC presenter, accuses the party activists of bullying Jewish MP. Olivia is the queen of the BAFTAs, and we couldn't be happier. As we predicted, Prince Philip will still carry on driving on their own property. They've got 50,000 acres to drive around. He doesn't need to go on a company. It's Monday. I know. We all think the same. We'll wake up and go, yeah, I don't. I wake up and go, yeah, Monday. Love Monday. I love Monday. Because there's been so many stories from the papers over the weekend. What are they going to run with at the beginning of the week? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Dreadful. Steve, you said that Daniela Westbrook killed Burberry. Well, the picture was printed all over the place, and it kind of cheapened it. In fact, now we know about her little habits. It cheapened it even further. Gucci might shut up shop this week, as Gemma Collins said she'll take her dance partner there to buy him a bag. I thought, doesn't he have a bag or something? Bit of a worry, isn't it? The idea of going shopping with Gemma Collins. Perhaps she can go after loose women today. It'll be an interview and a half, won't it? Nathan says, I suffer from hay fever at this time of year. Yeah? How does that work? It usually ends after the blossom has gone. You're in a home or something, or in prison. Have you got sort of something being kept quietly in a corner? He says, I must be allergic to tree pollen. What? What, in this cold weather? There isn't any tree pollen. What is going on in your life? Mind you, it's Manchester. And then Sabrina says, after you sneezed, I sneezed. I was putting on mascara at the time. Now I look like a badger. It's quite a good look, actually. Zsa Zsa Gabor's sister Eva was in an American sitcom called Green Acres. She couldn't act either, says Dallas. I don't think any of them could, but it was the fact that they were sort of larger-than-life characters within the movie industry, I think. Steve, how are your Eddie Mayer flowers doing? They finally... Well, I threw them away last week, at the end of last week, and the cleaner took them back out of the bin and put them on the side. So I'm going to try and put them away again. No, they've finished. They have sort of died. They lasted quite well. They did about a couple of weeks, so you can't complain, Finn. And can you ask your listeners if they know the lurcher dog Hector, who was in the papers last week, got a home? I know you're publicly spirited. That's why I ask you. Yes, because I was bigging up lurchers. A lot of people don't like lurchers. I love lurchers. They're sort of cross between a greyhound and something else. Actually, there is nothing that competes with a transatlantic cruise. And if that's not a slick link, nothing is. Because LBC is going to give you and a friend or a loved one or just somebody you've met the chance to win one of travel's most iconic experiences. A 7-night transatlantic cruise with Cunard for 2 people on board the Queen Mary 2. You'll sail from Southampton to New York, or vice versa, if you prefer. We'll fly you out to New York, then you can get the ship back, in a deluxe balcony stateroom. And in all the world of travel, I think there are few journeys rarer or more iconic than the transatlantic crossing to New York on Cunard's flagship Queen Mary 2. It's big. I've seen it. Big. You'll treat yourself to a unique and timeless voyage, sailing aboard the world's only true ocean liner, savouring 7 unforgettable days of indulgence, and you can indulge yourself, and discovery, and you will discover. You need to go, you need to work this ship. You've got 7 days to do it. Unhurried, dignified, and with a wonderful dash of glamour. It's an opportunity for the ladies to dress up, and the gentlemen will just be wearing dinner jackets. I mean, it's a different way of doing things. So it's your chance to uncover an experience as exciting as it first was in 1847. Now, with the finest refinements at sea, you can surrender, I love these lines, to the rhythms of freedom, service and celebration only offered on the transatlantic crossing by Cunard. The prize includes all meals, entertainment and flights either to or from New York, depending on which way you prefer to sail across the ocean. We can offer you can go anywhere you want, as far as I'm concerned. So for your chance to win this truly wonderful transatlantic cruise on the Queen Mary 2. It's huge. I mean, you cannot imagine the size of this thing. It's enormous. All you have to do is get your telephone out. Okay. And you text cruise. That's cruise, C-R-U-I-S-E, capital letters. And you send it to 84850. Okay? The sound effects are free. You've got to do it all yourself around here. And a voluntary donation of just £3 from every text goes straight to the charity Make Some Noise, which is our in-house charity helping to change young lives. You've got until 6 p.m. on the 1st of March to enter. Standard rates apply, network, and you need to be 18 or over. You're playing across all participating radio stations and regions, and all the rules and the details about those date restrictions are at lbc.co.uk. So text cruise, C-R-U-I-S-E, capital letters, and send it to 84850. There you go. That's all you have to do. And £3 goes straight to the charity helping to change young lives. And good luck, because it's a fabulous thing. I mean, when I say all meals, I mean, I'm talking you can eat about 10 times a day. You will come back bigger than you left. Perhaps I should send James McVeigh actually on it. He might sort of actually manage to put on some weight, bless his heart. But it's food, even on the ones that I've been on. Food, you can just keep going, and you don't have to sometimes dress formally. It's nice to dress up occasionally, but well worth it. So all meals, all the entertainment, there'll be everything. And who did I recommend doing a cruise the other day? Oh, Clive Rowe, who is touring very shortly. Really lovely man. Lovely, lovely man. Grace says you were right. I doubt I'll be watching Dancing on Ice now the giant cauliflower's gone. No, you see, that's it. That's it. That was the only person getting coverage. They've tried to steer it away, but the press are not really interested. It's only the GC. Little Julie says, I'm so glad she's out of the Dancing on Ice. Now the competition can really commence, and not all about her. I know, she took away a lot of the glory from the other people who were making an effort. She did no effort whatsoever. She hasn't achieved anything in the time, and she went in at the same level as everybody else at the time. It's, I'm going to do this and all that. It was just blatant lies. There was lies. She couldn't stand up on the ice, so we went through the charade. It was just it's a bit sad when you get a 37-year-old who's really playing 12. And Spicer, best wishes from the Spikers, and hello to new member Owl, says little Julie. Anish, morning from Kerala. Just had a glass of warm lemon juice on the empty stomach. I used to love lemon juice and water. Absolutely. Hot water and lemon juice. Fresh lemon juice. Lovely. Helen says, I think the Gabor sisters did voiceovers in the early Disney films. But they all must speak like this. How many films were Disney turning out that sounded like that? So they all sounded like they all sounded the same. But darling, says Zsa Zsa Gabor, she was like that all the time. She struggled with everything, but she did marry quite a lot. I don't think it's because she liked wedding cake. I think it was the fact that she liked to get the houses. There were so many. But they never die, do they, with loads and loads of money? I think there was enough, but then she had a bit of trouble with that New York police officer who she struck, and they made her pay for that one. It doesn't matter who you are. You cannot behave badly. It doesn't... I used to get really angry with Elizabeth Taylor, because Elizabeth Taylor was notoriously diva-ish, late for everything. A bit like Naomi Campbell. Just rude. Just rude. I mean, I remember reading a feature in Evening Standard. They all set up at a posh hotel in London, waiting for her. She came in. She was like 3 hours late. I'd have packed up and gone home. And then she promptly announced she was just going out to do some shopping. So off she went. They all sort of stood there. I would have packed everything up and just go, I'm sorry, darling, we're not interested in you anymore. If you're that rich. She only comes from Streatham. She's not titled or anything like that. There's no royalty in her. Who's the James McVeigh you mentioned? From the Vamps. And he was on the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. You can't miss him. He was this thin. Seriously. I've got legs thicker than him. Much, much thicker. It's one of those sort of things, isn't it? I was saying to Sam, who does our computers, I was saying, hello. I would say, because he's thin. Seriously, there's nothing of him. Sam is so thin. And I said, people would kill to be the size that you are. And he doesn't say there's anything abnormal, whereas I'm sort of looking at him thinking, what is this magic ingredient that can make you lose money? Steve, we stuffed The French twice in the rugby yesterday. The English women did the honours earlier on in the day. They probably heard the grandchildren dancing on their own, singing ABBA's Waterloo. Says Wendy, on form today. Thank you. On form most days, actually. I don't think there's a day where we're not actually on form. But we will go through the BAFTAs. Because Olivia Colman, as you now know, she reigned supreme. She did there's all sorts of people there, actually. And then there was... there's that woman... Oh, this is Qatar's Emir, Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, and his wife. He could have done better. Also, yesterday, of course, keeping the dragon flying, it was Chinese New Year, and everybody was celebrating down in Trafalgar Square. Managed to find a place to park, not actually in the square, but it was quite amazing, quite amazing. Lots of dragon dances going on and food, and everybody having a nice time. And that's what it's all about. You know, that's the way it goes. And so, once again, another successful event in Trafalgar Square. Also, victory snaps here. This is Sports Direct pulling out of the Patisserie Valerie bid because it was 2 million short. And the company, this was Mike Ashley's Sportsway Group, walked away because he looked after Evans Cycles, Sofa.com, and House of Fraser. But this is a bit of a shame here. They found a £40 million hole uncovered in the finance. It's understood that Ashley made a late bid, which was reportedly worth more than 15 million, but was told the offer was too low. They were looking for another 2 on that, another 2 million. And he said no. So now you know. Right. Let's do a quick time check. We'll go to the BAFTAs in a moment. First of all, though, LBC News Time, 6:15, the latest headlines with Philip Cross. Last night, the Hollywood glamour came to Britain, with actresses choosing dramatic looks for the BAFTA red carpet, and some of them actually went home with an award, with her finger on the pulse. LBC showbiz correspondent Faye Lyons-White, who's got a little bit... I'll tell you now, she's got a little bit of a cough.
I do.
But you look very well, considering how little sleep you must have had.
Thank you very much. You're very kind.
It's okay. I've turned the lighting down for you. We're now down to 20 watts, which is okay, which is good for me as well. So listen, the first thing that they always concentrate on at the BAFTAs, Faye, is what everybody was wearing. Because that's the big thing, isn't it? So they always put people's picture up and they go, so-and-so's wearing... But they don't tell you... I mean, some of them, they actually tell you where the dress came from. And that, I'm assuming, is the plug. So if you're lucky enough to get a Dior dress, or a Chanel one for Margot Robbie, that's good, because then people go, oh, I wonder where she got that from, because you like that one the best.
That is my favourite, Margot Robbie's one. Yeah, she kind of looks a bit like a bird, actually.
Yes.
In it, but lots of feathers, shoulders. Yeah, it's
glam,
lovely.
Isn't it? It
is very glam. With the BAFTAs, Steve.
I know. But sometimes... So who goes to the BAFTAs?
Well, actors and actresses.
Yeah.
Obviously, the filmmakers.
Yeah.
Obviously... her and his Royal Highnesses.
Yes.
You know,
yes,
it's a very royal affair.
But there's no men. It's always the girls' fashion. I mean, is it because the men are just wearing dinner jackets, except for one?
Now, you did have a little word with me off air about this particular one, didn't you?
This is Timothy.
Yes, Timothy Chalamet.
I have to be honest, it was about the campest outfit I've ever seen on a man in my life.
It was the most fabulous blazer.
Oh, I knew you'd love it. I knew you'd love it.
Flamboyant.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, if you are going to walk the red carpet, you are going to want to look amazing. And really, for men, there aren't actually that many choices of things that you can wear. It's kind of, tuxedo, or maybe you might wear a navy tuxedo. But to be able to actually express yourself and wear something a bit different, that's fun, sure.
That was different. Very different. I can't walk... I mean, is he very young?
Yes, he is, in his early 20s.
Oh, is he? Oh, right,
Yeah.
so I'm similar age. And I'm sort of thinking, stop it. My programme, people might not know. They might not have seen me on the internet. They might have gone, he sounds very young on air, must be very young. So everybody went there, some went home, very happy. I think we'd already predicted, hadn't we, who was going to get certain ones.
Yes, we had. I mean, we are really deep into award season now. Obviously, having had the Screen Actor Guild Award, the Golden Globes, the Critics' Choice Award, we know that the favourite is literally the favourite. It was up for 12 awards at the BAFTAs. 12, yes.
12, it's amazing.
And it came with 7. It's not bad.
That's not bad
Lost
at all,
out of
actually.
5.
I got it wrong on Best Actor. I didn't know it was going to go to Bohemian Rhapsody.
Who did you think it was going to go to?
I wanted to go to Stan and Ollie. I wanted to go to Steve, isn't it?
Yes, Steve Coogan.
Yeah, but he didn't. He missed out. But at least he was nominated. I kept saying to him when I talked to him, I said, "You're nominated," and he was going, Yeah, I know. I said, aren't you excited? It's just so exciting to be nominated for that. And it was such a good film anyway, because you asked me if I'd seen any of the films, and the answer is I don't. If I sit in cinemas, I go to sleep.
Even with the loud noises?
Even with loud noises.
You and I went to a movie a couple of years ago together, and
Don't start these rumours.
I think was it one of the Jungle Book movies, and the noise was. I mean, I jumped out of my seat at one point.
It was. I can remember where the screening was as well. I think it was in one of the squares in London.
It was,
and it was very clever, very well done. She jumped out of her seat halfway through, which I thought was good. But normally I'm out for the count.
Are you really?
Yeah, I'm terrible. The lights dim down and the seats are so comfy. Ask Charlie Girling; she'll tell you I'm fatal. She's been with me to more screenings, and each time she's Steve snoring.
Thing is, you turn up, you see the beginning, you probably see the end. Those are quite important pieces. You're done. You can have a little snooze in the middle. I mean, you get up in the middle of the night, so of course you're going to be napping.
But the difficult thing for me is, and I've never quite got it, because whenever I do an actor who's in a film, generally speaking, they want you to see the film before you interview the person. The trouble is, you can't give away anything in the film. So I'm kind of caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. So I never know. I have to say, listen, it's a fab film, but I can't tell anybody anything about it. But you have to go and see it.
I think it's also, though, so you don't get caught out as well. If you're doing the interview and then they say something about the movie and you think, oh my goodness me, I have no idea actually what part you're talking about there. So it kind of does protect you as well.
I've done that before. I've said, excuse me, which actor am I looking at the moment? And we all went one time. There was Mr. M from over there and a load of other... We just took over this little tiny cinema and we're all sitting there and they're all very noisy. And they said, I'm just quiet. I've got me giant sausage and a bucket of Butterkist and I'm quite happy.
And you're sleeping.
And I'm sleeping. I do sleep quickly, I do. So, who got what this year in the BAFTAs?
So, as going back to the favourite, as expected, Olivia Colman won leading actress. I mean, she is brilliant in that. And she's brilliant. I mean, generally, she is just such a phenomenal actress. It's almost kind of a nation sweetheart now, really.
Yes. I think as she gets older, she's going to be sort of the one who's going to replace some of our big ones like Maggie and Dame this and Dame that, because I think she has it. She gets on with it. She's not a classic beauty in any way, shape or form, and I don't mean that disrespectfully to her, but she's got one of those faces that the camera likes. And that I always ask people, do you see yourself as sort of leading man or leading woman or all this kind of thing? And they go, no, I just see myself as the part. And I think she sees that as well.
Well, she's also worked incredibly hard to get here. I mean, do you remember? I mean, I don't know if it was 10 or so years ago. She was in a car advert.
Yes.
And now she's walking the red carpets and winning. Well, she hasn't won an Oscar yet. She is nominated for an Oscar. But she's winning BAFTA awards, Golden Globes. She
it's
really
her
has.
Time.
It is her time.
Yeah,
she's not a younger actress who's just kind of.
How old is she? I don't know how she. Middle 50s, something like that.
Oh no, I don't think she's young. I think she's younger than that.
You think she's? Oh right, okay. Oh, but yes, probably just done her a disservice. I'm so sorry.
Well, I think my point is that she hasn't just suddenly come onto.
No, she's been around.
Yeah, she has been around, and
45.
this is 40. Well, there you go, younger than 50. 45.
Younger than 50.
Yeah.
No, I think this is her time. Mind you, I said that about Eddie Redmayne as well. When Eddie Redmayne started off and he had a couple of hit films, I said this is going to go on a roll. Then he went a bit quiet. And I'm thinking, come on, you need to bounce back again. I want to watch it. I know it's difficult to find the right films and to sort of pick, the right scripts.
Well, he's in the Fantastic Beasts movies, which don't traditionally get nominated for all of these kind of awards. So he has stepped away from that maybe and doing a bit more kind of the fantastical, fun films. I'm sure he'll be back on a red carpet receiving awards soon.
I do hope so. I like him a lot. So, Olivia...
Yes, we've got Olivia. Rachel Weisz, also for the favourite. She won Best Supporting Actress, which is... she was actually up against Emma Stone, who is the third actress in that movie. So the two of them were up against each other.
Oh, how embarrassing. Can you imagine you're up against something? I remember seeing a sketch years ago, I think Rowan Atkinson did it, where they were all sitting there and the camera's on all of them. And they go, and the winner is, and they open the envelope, and he's sitting there with a big smile, and he goes to somebody else, and he goes, damn. Really expressing the disappointment. If you built yourself up, you've been nominated, you want to sit there, you want to hear your name being read out, and when it's not and it's somebody else's, and you have to clap and smile, and I'm really happy.
Surely you have two faces, though. Your winning face, and then your, gracious loser face.
No, but nobody wants to graciously lose, do they?
Rami Malek won leading actor for Bohemian Rhapsody, she mentioned. Mahershala Ali won supporting supporting actor for Green Book. Now, do you remember he was in Moonlight a couple of years ago, which was the film that had all the controversy in the Oscars when La La Land was... Yes, when that was announced, it was going to be... Then he got the wrong one. Yes, he was one of the stars of that, and now he's back again winning... He's won numerous awards for this role, so I think he's got a pretty good chance at the Oscars.
Yes.
Roma won Best Film. Now, that is one of Barack Obama's favourite movies of last year.
Yes. I like that too. And what was the other one that I really liked? I can't remember, actually, which they were sort of saying... Everybody's going, this is the one that's going to do it. I haven't seen the Bohemian Rhapsody. I really haven't seen it. I don't know why I've not seen it. I've seen clips of it, but I haven't seen the blooming thing. But I should see it.
Are you a Queen fan?
Oh, all the time. Constantly. I think if you were saying, is Steve Allen a fan of Queens? Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Yes, that would be right up there at the top.
I think it is very much about the music, that one as well. I think that it's great if you're really into the music. And obviously Rami Malek has done extraordinarily well as well, because he's he as well as someone who has come from maybe... not a huge acting background. He was in a huge series that was very big on online. I say online, on the streaming platforms that we all have on our TVs. But this is terrific for him, so it'll be very interesting to see what happens at the Oscars.
Well, the Oscars are going to be the big thing, because there's so many people who vote in the Oscars. I mean, it runs into thousands, I think. And I always like to watch the Oscars, but I think this year... There's no presenter of the Oscars. This is the first year that they've decided not to have a presenter, whereas I love watching them present. I mean, I don't know what it pays, but it must be a really good gig to get. And you're seen by billions of people around the world. Unless
you do it for free and it's all to do with publicity.
Yeah.
Or you donate your payment fee.
Oh, see, I wouldn't be that sort of person at all. I've watched James Corden doing a couple of things at the Tonys. He's very clever. He's very clever. One of our very few Brits who's actually gone over to America and made it big over there, which I'm very pleased. Listen, thank you so much.
Pleasure.
There's obviously a lot more to talk about. So you're going to pop up with Nick on breakfast, are you? Are you doing breakfast this morning?
I think there's a lot of stuff going on, so we'll see.
But well done, Olivia. Well done, you. You enjoy. She said she was going out to get plastered. Mm-hmm. Did they have a big party afterwards?
Oh, I think there's all sorts of different parties. But yeah, and imagine that there'll be some sore heads in London tonight, this morning.
This morning. They'll all be going, oh, goodness, where am I? Waking up in a London hotel. You're in a Premier Inn. OK, I'm just telling you that. And that also means you didn't win, because otherwise you'd be stopping in a posh hotel. Not that they're not posh, but it's for different things. Our showbiz correspondent, Faye Lyons-White, thank you very much.
Absolute pleasure.
Thank you. Look so well this morning, seriously.
Thank you.
How little sleep did you get last night? What do you normally do?
Well, in terms of not amount of sleep?
Yeah. You do 4 hours, 6 hours?
Oh, my goodness, I try and get a bit more than that. But I have also a young daughter as well, so it depends how she sleeps. Oh. So, I mean, there's a lot of concealer on at the moment. If you wash your hair, it hides a multitude of sins for some reason, makes you feel loads better.
I'm the same. Listen, I wash my hair in the morning, a little bit of concealer, and ta-da! Still as rough looking as I was the other day. Thank you very much indeed.
Pleasure.
Coming up very shortly, at 7 o'clock this morning for breakfast here on LBC, a new tool is being rolled out to help tackle the worsening knife crime epidemic. Nick will bring you the full details on how it'll work. Plus, still get the best reaction to the explosive new biography of Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn, and find out what housing developers are being urged to do when putting up new tower blocks in the wake of the Grenfell disaster. Plus, following reports that they might be introduced, he'll be asking if you think our prisons should really have transgender wings. I don't really know what the thought is on that one, actually. Do you think it should have it? Well, I don't know. It depends how many people it's housing. I mean, how many transgender crims are there? Must be loads, I should imagine. So every time you see somebody dressed as a woman, you go, aha! Transgender wings. I mean, if there's enough people, you might have to have transgender wings. All of that and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 here on LBC. Steve, Olivia Colman has also narrated the fantastic series The Secret Life of the Zoo. Her voice was soothingly mellifluous. Well done to that wonderful woman for her well-deserved BAFTA. Oh, she must be delighted. She must be delighted. It's her time. It's her time. Little Julie says, I'll still be watching Dancing on Ice. I'm rooting for Jane Danson. She fell over the other week, didn't she? Didn't she sort of pass out or something? Philip says, Reece Cinemas. I went to the pictures in 1942 before I was born. My mum was an usherette in the cinema. Exactly. She get all the benefits. I never go to the cinema, Steve, but I did see Bohemian Rhapsody at Sutton last week. It was brilliant, says Julie. which is good. Hot water with lemon first thing in the morning clears you out. Very good cleanser. I used to love it. I used to have it all the time in Austria. Not because it was Austrian, but it's just, I thought, hot water with lemon juice in it. And they used to give you a little pot of squeezed lemon juice. It was delicious. Absolutely delicious. Mike says, crack my ribs yesterday, hurts to breathe. Cough, and for God's sake, don't make me laugh. Any suggestions how to ease the discomfort? Take to your bed and stay there. Don't move. John T says, a friend of mine reckons when Gemma slipped over on the ice in training last week, she rocked herself to sleep trying to get up. Well, but she fell over during training again because she's not been training. She's just wasting time. And so that's why, I mean, she's always had the lowest figures. So they had to get rid of her. But as I say, on Loose Women today, two losers, but they'll tell you about how wonderful it was, probably. New spiker Al, that little Julie refers to, is my new friend Alpaca, the alpaca. I bumped into him at Skipton on Saturday, says tanker driver Phil, sorry. And Heather, my Norwich nurse, says, thank you for keeping me calm and focused this morning. It's my first solo drive in my brand new car. Never driven an automatic. Oh, so simple, so simple, so simple. I've driven manual cars, but all the cars I've had for the past 15, 20 years are... do you know I paid my road fund licence the other day? £555. Seriously, I thought it's like taking out a mortgage. It's just so expensive. But I paid it because it runs out at the end of this month. So I thought might as well have that, and then we'll have the I was trying to get it all in the same time frame, but it doesn't work like that, does it? BB says, re the GC being kicked off the ice dancing. Jason Gardner's comments and a big smile to the winners of the skate-off said it all. Exactly. She's consistently had low figures. And, you know, you have to sort of say enough is enough. And so this time round, everybody wanted her out. I think because we've seen enough of silly little news stories. We've seen enough of sort of the posturing and the, you know, I think I'll quit. The last thing she said in the papers today was, if Brian leaves, then I'm going to quit. And you think, oh, shut up, for goodness sake. You don't know him. He's just another one of these drearies, I'm afraid. Not only did I get some tea and toast, says Spicer, but converted some more overnight NHS staff to your show, having a heated conversation about the GC prancing off ice. And we all say hello to the Facebook Spikers too, and I thank them for their good wishes. Yeah, I mean, everybody's different on Gemma Collins. I'm sorry, the programme is called Dancing on Ice. She could neither dance nor stay upright on the ice. So there you go, end of story. OK, that's it. It's like having a bake-off programme and somebody can't turn the oven on. You can't cook. Out. Get rid of them. You know, she got them loads of coverage and they milked it as much when they did the shaman coming on to stop the, you know, take the bad vibes out of the ice. It was rubbish. Absolute rubbish. We all knew it was rubbish. She knew it was rubbish. I bet you if you planted a microphone in her house, you'd hear conversations like, well, I managed to get away with that one, didn't I? So she hasn't had to do anything. She doesn't do anything because she can't dance. The whole idea is dancing. You know, not plodding around like an elephant. That's not dancing. That's not dancing. It's ridiculous. You've got to follow the format of the show. And she didn't. But there's nobody else on there at all now. James Jordan, bit of a dreary. And another they keep finding pussycat dolls. Do you think there's a hut down the road with about 20 of them crammed into it? And they go, sorry, have you been on television? Oh, come on, you can be... There's another one who I've never heard of before. We'd only ever heard of Nicole Scherzinger. And she disappeared. And now you've got Melody Thornton or something. And you think... I'm sorry, how many were in the Pussycat Dolls? They were just raunchy dancers who couldn't sing. Now they're over here infecting our televisions. We don't want all these Americans over here. I mean, haven't we got some people from Pan's People who could take over? Far more important in televisual terms. Pan's People we loved. Especially Dee Wild. No, I don't want to say that, you know, in any special way. Is there a staff room at Global Studios? I'm in it. What do you mean a staff room? Where we all sit round and stare at each other with sort of a cheese and ham roll or something? No. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I mean, there's a canteen upstairs and there's a place downstairs where you can sit, but there's not a staff room. We're far more upmarket than a staff room. That makes us sound like, you know, all the staff go... We used to do it years ago when I worked in a shop. And they had the staff canteen, which was just a very small room with a thing where they had the rolls in and you can get a cup of tea and you all sat round the walls. I hated it. I absolutely hated it. I was going through that phase because I was 15 at the time of blushing. And blushing was not good. Because then somebody would go, oh, you've gone bright red. You know, oh, God, it makes it even worse. I have to make it... If I thought I was going to go red... I don't know why I did, actually. It's never bothered me since. But especially when I was at school, I used to do the I've gone bright red thing. You could literally cook things on my face. It was so bad. The Times this morning, first for rugby. Oh, no, we're moving away from that one then. Britons take a generous view of filthy rich. We're intensely relaxed about people getting filthy rich as long as they pay their taxes, Peter Mandelson once said. Yes. I don't know, filthy rich. I'm not sure if I'd go with that phrase, filthy rich. No, I think that's sort of... Yes, I think it takes into something else. The drones, incidentally, this is where drones come into their own. They've smashed through the Antarctic ice to reach Henry Shackleton's ship. So it sank to the ocean floor 3,000 metres below, and the Weddell Sea Expedition team will now send out submersibles to search for the missing vessel. You see, if I won a load of money, that's what I'd give money to, something like that, to bring back something that is so fantastic. Because it was 1915 when Shackleton and his team abandoned the Endurance. It was a wooden ship, so the ice, as it closed in around it, crushed it. But they say that there is that it might actually sort of be in quite a number of pieces. The reason being that the timbers would be well preserved because of the lack of organisms that rot wood in a cold sea. So they might be able to bring I mean, I don't think it's going to be as good as the Mary Rose. I don't think you're going to bring up something like the Mary Rose, which, I mean, I still get excited about now. But this is a good one, actually. This is a good one. So I would like to think that they might better get it out or get bits of it out or something. They're never going to reassemble it, but it's quite interesting, isn't it? I don't know what 3,000 metres looks like. I mean, how many feet's that? If that plane, which killed that footballer's in 220 metres of water, what's 3,000? God, that's a long way down, isn't it? Is it 10,000 feet? What, 3,000 metres is 10,000 feet. Is that near a mile down, or is it... I don't really know, actually. I'm not very good with things like that. I never did things when it changed from decimal or into decimal. I was terrible. But nearly 2 miles down. Oh, so it's about the same sort of depth as the Titanic, which is about 2,000 miles down. 2 miles down as well. Good Lord. Well, there you go. Well, let's hope that they manage to do something, or at least photograph it, so we can see because there'd be nothing that would disturb it. I don't think so, because down that low, it would all be fairly calm. It's just up above. The sea would be all, dreadful. Paul says, cure for cramp. Eat a banana every day, potassium in it. Yeah, but don't go too mad on bananas. I've heard people before eat a lot of bananas and it's bad for you. Mustn't have too much potassium. So as GC stropped out of the jungle, fell flat on the ice, think she'll waltz out of Strictly this year. Love to see Craig ripping at a shred, says Martin in Toaster. Chuffed a little mint ball, says Jane, about Bohemian Rhapsody film success. Myself and a small group of workers toiled endlessly supplying the original costumes for that production. Did you really? Good for you. Good for you. Which company are you from? Are you from the one up the road from us here? Where are you making the costumes for that? That's what I'd love to know about. Okay, let's take... Feeling good this morning? I know, nobody does, do they? Because it's Monday, but it is cold today. It is cold. The Titanic is 2.5 miles down, Steve, but there's probably nothing left by now. Oh, no, it's still there. It is being eaten by the organisms eating the steel, and there will become, there will come a time where it will just fold in on itself, because it can't hold itself together. But no, it's still there. I think they've given it a time span of, was it 5 to 10 years? Something like that, because these organisms eat steel. Don't ask me why. All the things you've got to worry about down there. It's pitch black, so they will know when it happens, because they'll be able to sort of see it, and it's being filmed constantly. But it's still there. Only the half of it. For some strange reason, I've never got this one. Only the front bit, the back bit, they've never shown us on the television or anything else in any films. And yet that would be the bit I'd want to see, the back bit of the ship, because it broke in half. But it is 2.5 miles down. Bart says, if you go in All Hallows by the Tower Church beside Tower Bridge, they have a museum in there, and they've got Shackleton's crow's nest. What, they saved the crow's nest? What, the ship's gone under, but somebody went, get the crow's nest. They actually left from St. Catherine's Dock. Oh, so perhaps they've had a couple of them. Jane says, we didn't make the costumes. They're original vintage items collected over many years. We range from the 1930s to the 1980s, based in an obscure warehouses in Walthamstow. Not at all glamorous. Yes, because there is Angels, and I've been to their warehouse. It's like an aircraft carrier hangar. It's enormous. Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of costumes. And they have to spray them every so often. The whole place gets sealed up and they spray, because they don't want moth infestations, do they? But they're very famous. Rose has got a boyfriend called Captain Rob. So he's either a ferry boat skipper, or he flies aeroplanes. But we listen to it every night when we go to bed. La, 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 thank you. Don't really want to know about that. Heavens above, that's way and above, isn't it? Way and above. 8 minutes to 7. So the UK send an aircraft carrier to the Pacific in a show of strength to China. Think they're going to be scared? I shouldn't think so. One aircraft carrier against... and hasn't got any planes on it either. It's always something, isn't there? So here she is, Olivia Colman. Very happy person. Very happy person. And we're happy for her as well. I'm always happy when people win something, because I think that's actually quite nice. And what's that? This is the English National Opera Company, which I've never seen the English National Opera Company. Never expressed any interest in going to see them, but I'm sure they're absolutely marvellous, because I do love ballet and stuff like that. Colleen, let's fly at Rue, front page on The Sun this morning, because he's been on the booze again. I mean, it's making her look more ridiculous by the day. She'll never leave him, he says. I'm always wrong. You watch. Next thing is, you know. So she's threatening to fly home with the kids. In other words, she's not. You know, why would you want to do that? You've got to do all the packing up and everything else. Because he went off on a 10-hour bender, not by himself. He hasn't got any friends. Poor old Wayne Rooney doesn't have anybody, so he hangs around with barmaids and all sorts of people who provide entertainment for people, provided you pay for it. But this one was a 10-hour bender. As you can imagine, he sort of, you know, turns up squiffy beyond belief, I should imagine. And they knock back shots, him and this barmaid, till 2:30 in the morning. You can imagine Colleen not at all happy. Perhaps he's got a problem. Never thought about that. I never thought about that at all. Kate's Night on the Gown, the BAFTA special. And Brits is the greatest show. Hugh Jackman will open next week's Brit Awards with a turn from The Greatest Showman. And Liam Neeson's latest movie has done so well at the US box office, they're thinking about making another one. Didn't last long, did it? Gemma Collins, little tiny bit now. I think we've had enough. You know, it's just silly. Let's just leave her alone. Let her sort of, you know, just do nothing. Pages and pages on the BAFTAs. Queen beats Queen. Olivia, Best Brit Film. But Rami, Best Actor. And then the Frocks. And we still can't work out why Millie McIntosh was there. In fact, we can't work out why Millie McIntosh should be anywhere at all. What have we got here? Crime writer Ian Rankin revealed that cops failed to investigate a theft near his home, even though he filmed the culprit. Honestly. I liked Ian Rankin. I like him. I think he's nice. Thomas Markle is prepared to release more of his daughter's bombshell letters. They really are a disgusting family. She's obviously well off without them. Them and the half-sister. Mind you, the book says that Jezza's chaotic private life shows he's unfit to lead. He used to eat cold beans and didn't go out. His debts were so bad he had to sell his home, but he grew up middle class. Middle class, which is lovely, isn't it? And he married first wife Jane in 1974, 3 months after they first met, while both running to be Labour councillors. And I think it was 1979 that he had the affair with Diane Abbott, of which people talk about constantly now, which I think is hilarious. Steve, Britain sends an aircraft carrier. What a joke. Have you seen the American carriers? Well, listen, we're doing our best. Makes ours look like canoes. I know, it probably does, actually. And you're right. If someone says 2,000 metres, Steve, I don't understand. But if you tell me 5,000 feet, I know it's roughly a mile. So 3,000 metres is a quarter of a mile. Remember, 1,760 yards is a mile. Oh, don't start that one again. I used to do that at school. It was hilarious, very funny. Broadcaster, the Reverend Ruth Scott has revealed she just has a few weeks left to live. She's only 60. She said, "I'm not frightened. I've just had the most fantastic life. I just wish it could have been longer." She's got lymphoma. And she's done a couple of interviews with a friend of mine, actually. And she's been having treatment for 2 years. But now it gets to that stage where it goes no further, I'm afraid. Bernardo's warned that perverts are grooming kids as young as 8 using live streaming apps. The charity said apps like TikTok and Lively were exploiting children with sexual exploitation. I'm so glad I don't understand anything about the internet. I'm more useless than you can ever imagine. People have to do everything for me. I mean, I can actually sign on and I can watch YouTube and stuff like that, but that's about as far as it goes. When people say copy and paste, not a clue. I had a thing a short while ago from my accountant. If you can sign this and then send it back to me. What do you mean sign it? How do I do that? So in the end, I had to send it to a friend of mine who signed on my behalf and then sent it back. And I don't know how to do that. How does that work? You see, and so a friend of mine said, "Oh, you do this," and he did it, and he put my signature on it, and then just emailed it back to my accountant, and I went, "I'll do that the same next time." There's no point in asking again because I've got no idea. It's terrible. The BBC having less news for you. Apparently they don't want you sort of wandering off to something else, and it's like you never left. Mary the Punk and Lofty. After 31 years, they were back in EastEnders. Dr. Leg's dead. No! I'm so sorry. Sorry. Spoiler alert. I should have said, actually, Dr. Leg is dead. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say Dr. Leg is dead, but he's died. And so they're back for the funeral. Isn't that funny? Perhaps they could can we have Peter Dean back, please? I keep campaigning for Pete Dean to go back, and then somebody said, "Oh, I don't think he can." I said, they can always do anything. They can do anything. May rejects Corbyn's customs union offer. And Coleman reigns at the BAFTAs. Best Actress. Well done, you. Well done, you. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. And keeping the dragon flying, Manchester, Liverpool, Birmingham, Edinburgh, Newcastle, Central London, everybody celebrating Chinese New Year. Actually, as I was leaving town, I was thinking, I bet they've got some really lovely food down there, but I can't have it. I would have done, actually. My Marriage Secrets by Gary Barlow, sponsored by an eye-making company now, which is getting a bit tragic. Perhaps he needs the money, I don't know. You know, what is a marriage secret? Somebody said, actually, never go to bed with an argument. You know, if you're having an argument, go to bed and clear up the argument before you actually go to sleep. So you go, "Good night, love you." And then apparently it's all fun, just they smack you in the face. You know, "How dare you talk to next door? She's nothing but a tramp." Greek goddess Kate wows the BAFTAs. It's very nice, but I mean, you'd expect her to be dressing up, wouldn't you? Which is very nice. And the Daily Telegraph, the favourite romps home at the BAFTAs. And the Green faces Met Police inquiry over allegations. This is Sir Philip Green. That's it. I'm back with you tomorrow morning. Before I go, just let you know what's happening on the free podcast on the Little Bit Extra. I'll be talking more about the wise decision taken by the judges and you to finally boot old Gemma off the ice dancing and why we haven't heard of the end of this. You'll also hear about the terrible dress sense being shown off by Britain's favourite drink driver. Yes, Ant McPartlin appears to be just carrying on like nothing's happened. Plus, I'll tell you all about the excellent news for the nation's most talented family. Yes, Harper Beckham has developed a new skill. She could be going for the Winter Olympics gold medal. I mean, seriously. Yes, she turned up on television yesterday, the usual bunch of twaddle from poor old Gemma Collins, the 3-year-old who's managed to morph herself into the body of a 38-year-old now. All a bit embarrassing. The loose women, brown-nosing, the worst I've ever seen. I mean, seriously, not one person mentioned the fact that she's never actually managed to complete anything she's ever done. Never done anything at all. There was never any way that she was going to win the programme. There was never any way. She said, "I only went into it so I could lose weight, so I could have a baby." But then she starts mentioning some injection that they're going to be giving her. I hope not on the NHS. I really hope that we're not paying for that. If she wants to lose weight and have a baby, then you do it the proper way, dear. Not something... Where's this injection coming from? Where is it coming from? Why has nobody investigated that in the papers for today? But she's also having a skin peel. Well, there'll be enough to cover the seats of an army Land Rover, I should imagine, plus my car and a few others besides. Dreadful, really. Also, apparently, we still haven't got the Love sausages in Marks and Spencer. Today, I'm told Love sausages arrive, so I'll be there early. So I should be in there and I will buy a couple of Love sausages. I'm quite looking for... I bet I'm going to be disappointed. Somebody said to me they're going to be in there on Tuesday. And so today is the 12th. I don't know, perhaps the sell-by... I don't know what sell-by date on sausages is. All I know is they've screwed up completely, like Waitrose did some years ago when they got the sort of the Christmas pudding with the melting bit in the middle of it from Mr. Blumenthal, and they didn't... They underestimated, which of course means that whoever underestimated should be fired immediately. They're obviously an idiot. Obviously an idiot. Because if you can't work out that if you do advertising for something, the public are going to want it. In the case of the Love sausage, if Marks and Spencer's run out, they'll be closing more stores because people will just be deserting them. They haven't realised, have they? Why is it that we can see something that they cannot see? It's very embarrassing. Oh, the hit TV show for the kids is going to return 35 years on. Yep, it's 5 to 5. It's Crackerjack. They're going to bring it back with Mark and somebody. Can't remember what their names are now. Also, the US TV host hasn't washed his hands in years. Liar. Liar. Of course you washed your hands. If you've sat in a bath or stood under a shower, your hands have been washed. What are you, dumb or something? How did you get that job? Please, God, tell me you're just sort of doing it because you're desperate for publicity. What does he say? Here we go.
My 2019 resolution is to say things on air that I say off air. I don't think I've washed my hands for 10 years. Really, I don't really wash my hands ever.
Help me!
No, I inoculate myself. It's just not, germs are not a real thing. I can't see them, therefore they're not real.
So you're becoming immune to all of the
Exactly,
bacteria.
I can't get sick.
Why would you want to sit next to him? Dirty boy. Dirty boy. That's Fox News for you. And then the women, oh, I can't believe you said that. I can't believe this. Honestly, the whole thing is just a farce. If he's had a bath or a shower, surely you put soap on your hands and you wash your body. That's how it works. You know, otherwise you can't wash all your bits and pieces, can you? So he's obviously lying. Perhaps he's a bit simple. I mean, the word is stupid in my camp, but there you go. 84850... Steve at LBC. Shell says, I finally watched Chrisley Knows Best. Oh, this is this campy bloke, isn't it? Yes, I mean, yes, this was the one that we got confused about as well. We don't know who he is. He's just some over-effeminate American who has kids and all the rest of it. But I mean, as I say, I've known lots of campy people who turn out to be heterosexual. But in this particular one, Shell says, I don't think it's possible the kids were... Oh, sorry... That's bad news, isn't it? 2 sneezes, and we're not even 10 minutes into the programme. What's going on? Hope I've not picked up anything. Some infection, maybe from yesterday after we finished the programme. I bet you've got germs. You have got germs. Your parents' water's been turned off, hasn't it? We know that. They've turned off the water. You know why? They don't want you anymore. He's going home, bless him, the Scottish one. He managed to get a discount on a flight. I think he's sitting with the rear gunner and looking after the outside toilets. And so he's flying back home to Aberdeen. Unfortunately, the week he's going, and his parents have known about it for ages, they're not there. But they've left a message for him. Feed the dogs. Well, how long before you get there are they leaving? Are they waiting till they think he's landed now and then getting in the car and your mother's gone full pelt down the road? You arrive the Friday at 5 p.m. and they leave on the Friday at 3 p.m. They really hate him. They're trying to do it subtly. They're trying to be sort of good about it. Yeah, it's great. We're going away. Where to? They haven't told him. They're just going away. Dundee. That's right. I mean, really. What did you do as a child that made them hate you so much? I mean, could you not have put your hand up and said, could somebody adopt me? That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? You know. Oh, I think it's quite sweet actually that your parents have actually said we're actually going away, and they want you to feed the dogs to each other. I should imagine, because that's the only way you're going to get around it. I mean, fancy doing that? I mean, what if you say, "I'm really sorry, I've got to work that weekend." You'll have to find somebody else to look after the dogs. What are they going to do? And also, if they're only going to Dundee, it's not that far. Can't they take the dogs with them? Make it a lot easier. Probably just cancel. Well, make them cancel. Go on, make them cancel the trip. So I've got some news. I've been to the doctor. You know, try that one. That always works well for me. I was saying to him ages ago, I said, they don't really like you. In fact, actually, their food bill halved when he left. So they were quite grateful that he wasn't there, weren't they? Did they have names, your parents? Are they, you know, we just call them Ma and Pa. Is it, you know, do you have a name for them? No. He doesn't have a name for them. Do you know their names? Do you know who they are? Mr. and Mrs. Right. They only knows them by their surname. I knew people, I told you, who called their parents by their Christian names. I thought that was the rudest thing ever. I would never, ever call my parents by their Christian names. That just sounds wrong to me. But anyway, bless his heart, he wanted to share that news with us this morning. Like we care. Seriously, I could not care less. Steve says, just to reassure you, I'm listening. Everybody's listening this morning. But just going back to the Chrisley Knows Best programme, the man is the personification, says Shell, of camp. The American programmes are really entertaining. He's really odd. He's really, really odd. It is the oddest programme I've ever seen. I thought he was just some sort of queen who'd appeared on tape, but no, he has a wife and they've got children. And I'm not really sure if he's one of those, you know, a bit sort of Gemma Collins, a bit just peculiar. Chris says, what's the fuss about Marks and Spencer's love sausage? They were in stock on the shelves in Chesterfield. No, they weren't. Liar. Pants on fire. Also, birthdays, President Lincoln, Jenny Faulkner, and Stephen Potter's bar is 59. Is it Jenny Faulkner's birthday? Good Lord. Well, there you go. So, and President Lincoln. One's dead, one isn't. And Lorna says, I was accepted to the Spikers group yesterday. I feel like I've arrived. It's quite funny, isn't it, really? I feel like I finally arrived. I was like that yesterday. When I was sort of doing all my little bits and pieces. And when I actually put my mind to it, if I sort of push myself, I can do it. And so, in fact, I did get off the bus early, and then I walked round the corner to Joe Allen's and paid the bill, because I tried to do it on Sunday morning, but I couldn't do it because I was ready at 7:15 and they didn't open till 8:30, so that didn't happen. But I had the money in an envelope. I'm a good boy. And done my bits. So today I've got to do the VAT. What else I've got to do today? I should be hunting out the sausage. And I was speaking to one of my friends who does a lot of building in this building. He's one of those contractors who comes in. He said, and what's the thing they're always asking me for? He said, make more space. Make more space. And we were laughing yesterday. I said, because I've got so many lights out here, it's like being on a sunbed. And for some reason he said, oh, I can't do sunbeds, or I've never done sunbeds. And I thought, well, I don't do sunbeds either, because if you're if you're diabetic, you can't do sunbeds. And I can't remember what it is, but I remember standing under one and your skin goes all prickly, like sort of, I had to get out. And I was in one of the ones that rotates around your body. And I cannot remember why diabetics and sunbeds do not go together. And Robin, says Warren, has asked if you could mention Calabro. They started their UK tour yesterday. Love Calabro. Good for them. They'll do very well, actually. Very well. And Gloria says hello, says Warren. They raise thousands for the Karen Keating Foundation. Oh, that's nice. And would have loved you to be there. But I said you were otherwise engaged. I did see the pictures. Very nice, Warren. Very nice indeed. And what was the other one that I got as well? Oh, I got one from Will Guyatt, who's up at 4:15 in the morning. Why is he up at 4:15 in the morning? Oh, of course he's got it. Yeah, but there's two of them, isn't there? I mean, hasn't he... He's obviously under the thumb. You know, you need to sort of say, no, I'm sorry. I did like that picture. Did you see the picture of James O'Brien sitting in a window as if he was about to throw himself out? Did you not see that one? Oh, that was very good. That was in the... It was in, I think, the New York Times or something like that. Did you not see it? Oh, seriously. I mean, I think they gave him spray hair as well. It's a good picture, actually. It's very... I don't know why he was there, but it's a good picture. Will Guyatt says, several years back, I'd still be awake from the night before for the 4am Spike. These days, the mornings start earlier, so thankful that many people are as awake as me. Well, I didn't say they were as awake as you. But have you seen the picture of Joe Bryan? It's a good picture, though, isn't it? Is it because... They've sprayed his hair. I know, I didn't want to say that because he doesn't have a lot of hair. And also, they obviously bought him a new jumper because I've never seen that jumper before in my life. Or the trousers, to be honest with you. And obviously, I mean, I think that was probably a series of... Did you see the picture on the news desk of the news desk's Christmas party 2018? There's a picture out there of a few of them, which is quite... Callum's up again. This is 2 mornings running. Are you sure it's him, or do you think it's one of these looky-likeys? I did see the picture of you and Judge Rinder, Warren. Yes, I did. Your new best... What's the matter with you this morning? Listen. Is it... Who? Oh, O'Brien. Yeah. It's a very good picture. I thought it was a very good picture. Didn't you think it was a good picture? I thought it was very good. But I like the... Oh, there we are. Callum's printed it for me. That's a new jump. I bet he got a jumper and a shirt out of it. But it's a very good picture, because he generally doesn't look at all. It generally looks like Stigger the Dump. Bit like Callum. Warren says, what's wrong with a Scottish boy? Parents have deserted him. It's going to be a subject for, well, probably a court case, I should imagine, because he's going back. Every so often he writes to them and goes, I'm coming back home. And they immediately book a holiday, fast as they can. They've never spent so much money. God, he's coming home. Quick, move out. And so his mother then sent him a thing going, oh, that's lovely. Unfortunately, you arrive back at 5. We leave at 3. And can you look after the dogs? So that's why. So we've had that moaning this morning. It's always something, honestly. It's always me, isn't it? It's dreadful, isn't it? Why it can't be about me? I've got no idea. And Richard from Aylesbury, he says, enjoy your love sausage. Thank you very much indeed. It hasn't reached Scotland. I don't think it'll reach Aberdeen. You have to take food out. Do you think your parents have left food for you in the fridge? Marks and Spencer's. This is the... Oh, you don't have Waitrose. Yeah, it's a heart-shaped sausage. Heart-shaped sausage. I'm trying to explain this to him. It's a bit slow. Heart... heart shape sausage, and you fry it both sides. Okay, it's in the shape of a heart, because it's Valentine's Day, and nothing says I love you more on Valentine's Day than a love sausage. But look what I got. Look what I got. From Choc and Choc. I got my breakfast in chocolate. Yeah, interested now, aren't we? This has got 2 mushrooms, toast, bacon, beans, and a fried egg, but it's all chocolate. And all for me. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I can't eat it, but I'm taking it home. I'm taking it home, yeah. And it's nice, and it says here, chocolate for breakfast. And it's lovely. And it had Valentine's note on it, but it didn't say who it's from. It just says, for Valentine's Day, with love. Thank you. Thank you. It's nice. Sorry? You don't think it's Susanna Reid again, do you? It can't be. Not after the other thing. It's very clever. I've never seen anything like this. It's very nice. You're not having it. There you go. You have to go and buy your own Easter eggs. Sitting there. He was such a pain the other day. Oh, God, honestly. It's like working with somebody who's definitely got something the matter with them. Oh, Steve, I put water in the studio. Is there anything else you need in there? I mean, really, we had all of that yesterday. It was like sort of the real Crawley... And he has to come and sit next to you. Shall I print off some more stuff on this thing there? It's a bit... And so you feel like saying, go away. Go away now. Stay far and far away. I did say to go. Well, it finally worked. I was very busy. I was doing interesting things. I was watching Bait Car from America. Have you ever seen Bait Car? It's fabulous. It's a car that the film crew, the programme, have set up. They have control over it. So they leave the car door a little bit open, the key's in the lock, and you get people in certain parts of America, right, most of America, who will get in the car. Now, inside the car is a little camera which is watching us. They're all going, yeah, we got the car. And they put on some music and they do all this kind of stuff. And they let them go down the road and then they shut the engine off. So they're all of a sudden going, what's the matter with it? And he goes, the engine's broken. And then they try to get out and it locks the doors. So they can't get out of the doors either. So they try and kick the windows out. The next thing is, get out of the car with your hands up. And they're face down on the floor because they're thieves. One of them, he lied. He said, I was just moving the car. No, you weren't, you tow rag. You were thieving it. And the other one, my favourite one, you know backpacks? This is the backpack leant against a lamppost on the corner of a street. Unfortunately, it's got metal rope attached to it, whatever, hawser or something like that. But they can't see that. So what they do is they walk past, then they pick up the bag, then they put it in their shoulders, and then some bloke appears who's with the film crew going, stop, thief, and they run. But unfortunately, the moment it gets to the length of the hawser that is attached to the bag, it pulls them to the ground. Oh, my God, what a bunch of thieves. What a bunch of thieves. Really good stuff. Steve, I'm addicted to that YouTube video of that big choir in America doing Africa by... They do that to start with, and then they do... And it sounds like rain. Sort of. And that's down to me as well. Who's that, you? Yeah, it's good. It's so good. And they also do... Baba... Nobody cares about you. Baba Yato Yato. They've got... And someone... Hentole. This woman, she's so good on it. It's really good. Anyway, nice to be company this morning. Tuesday morning in London town. Not as... It is as cold, actually. It is as cold. Jeremy Thorpe was married with children too, says Pablo. Yeah. Yeah, but this one in America is as camp as the Queen. I mean, seriously, you look at him, and as most people have pointed out, you're sure they're his children. Yep, apparently so. What the purpose of the programme is, I've got no idea. But I watched, the Pioneer woman, she does the cooking. They had a family bereavement. Her mother-in-law died. She'd had cancer for a couple of years. And they went through the whole thing with us. They tarted up. They've got their own little cemetery. They really, I love them. The family, the kids are growing up like there's like no tomorrow. See, Steve, I've seen a picture of the O'Brien chap staring into a mirror with him staring back. Is he over here stalking with you, Faze? He is actually, yes. He went through a phase of stalking and it was becoming a little bit uncomfortable. I didn't want to make a big deal about it because he's at that age. And so I just sort of go along with it, go, yeah. Ulrika says the image of unwashed Fox News host Pete Hegseth created the desperate urge in me to clean my screen. Yeah. I mean, the trouble is, Gary, he has to have washed his hands if he's had a bath or a shower. And I don't know anybody who does not have a bath or a shower. And I did it this morning. You cover your hands with sort of soap and then you rub it over your body. And paying close attention to your knees. And because nobody ever bothers with their knees, do they? You only do down to the bits. You don't do your knees. Does anybody do their knees? Nobody does knees. I don't know why. For some reason, men not women, have an inability to do their legs. Whereas this morning, I was down, I tell you, and I did my legs, because I suddenly realised nobody does legs anymore. Anyway, better tell you the time, because I'm so past the ad break now, I'm going to get into such trouble. So I'll tell you, it's 22 minutes. It's a heart-shaped sausage with bacon wrapped round it, having seen them yesterday. You've seen the pictures in the papers. They're not in the shops till today. Goodness sake, honestly. Maybe the poor Scottish one could sue his parents for being born popularly, says Amanda. Yeah, they did that the other day. Somebody in India wanted to sue his parents for he didn't ask to be born. I mean, people like that, they're mad, aren't they, really? Ask Scottish Boy to take you some Rowies back for you. A sorry? I know how to pronounce it. I'm part Scottish. Rowies, back for you. A northeast Scotland delicacy. Nice warmed with a wee bit of cheese, says Brian. Sounds ghastly. What are they? They're hot. Like that. Nothing worse. He's laying claim to everything that's Scottish today. Gary's listening to me whilst eating delicious, extra mature cheese and onion on toast. Onion on toast? I'm not sure about that. And Jem says Marks are doing a Valentine's card with a chocolate heart, a square of what looks like gold leaf. You can eat gold leaf. I went to an Indian restaurant in Beaconsfield once, and they did the curry with gold leaf over the top of it. But it's so thin. Do you know that an inch of gold you can hammer out to be the size of a football pitch? There you go. Have you heard of a Blackstone cage? Yes, Stephen London, thank you. And Mike in Finchley, he says, I complained to somebody of various symptoms and was recommended to get screened for diabetes. I'm very nervous. What does having diabetes even mean? Can I even eat my heart-shaped sausage? I think you can, actually. You'll know if you're diabetic. I'll tell you now. Very easy. First of all, I mean, the most common one is you wee for the country. I mean, a lot. Not just once a night, but you could be 4 or 5 times a night, every hour. You could wake up. That's generally the most thing. You can go and get in fact, the best thing to do, just go to the doctor. They'll do a simple blood test and they'll let you know immediately, that somebody's diabetic. It's as simple as that. And then you embark up. Well, it depends how bad you are. Really, it depends. If you're just mild, it might just be tablet. If it's not, it could be injections, which you do yourself. I know, sounds horrible, doesn't it? But and then sometimes it gets to the fact you're doing tablets and injections at the same time. Mark says, it's rumoured you launched Mr. O'Brien's career. I think he picked up a lot of advice from me. I mean, I kind of got him into because he was doing Light Ent. And I said to him, you should sort of talk politics, because you had a good education. And he said, do you think that'll work? I said, yeah, absolutely. I should leave the Light Ent to me, because I do Light Ent, and you should do the other bit. And so that's the way it worked out. Up until then, it was, we were sort of cross-pollinating. Wasn't as good as it had been. Oh, Gemma Collins turned up yesterday. She turned up on Loose Women and droned on in her usual nasy little 3-year-old voice about, she only went on there to lose weight so she could have baby and all this kind of stuff. It's just, I think she makes it up on the spur of the moment. And then people go, oh, Gemma Collins is here. And you go, seriously, there's something the matter with her. She's not normal. She's never managed to complete any programmes. She's been a disaster at absolutely everything because she is a disaster at absolutely everything. I've got a lovely bit to read you from one of the TV critics today, Ali Ross, which kind of says it all, really. Kind of says it all. Also, The Sun have stolen 10 cars in moments using gadgets that are totally legal. And also some bloke who had a gadget on the front of his car which upset police radar. And the police pulled him over. He's a bit thick. That's all I could tell you. In fact, he's very, very thick. And they pointed out politely to him. They said, terribly sorry, but this gadget that you fitted on the front of your car is illegal. And he says, is it? He knew what it was, of course. He knew exactly what it was. And so they fined him, I think about £1,500. Oh, the other bit I forgot to mention, they've sent him to prison for 3 months. There you go. That'll teach him. Perhaps he'll lose some weight there. Also, the model rail fan and his wife, who sat on a burglar, he was hanging about trying to nick his train set. That didn't go down very well, so his wife and this man sat on him. He said, I've fought off lots of people. He said, this one was no different, as far as I'm concerned. Wayne Rooney's facing a lonely Valentine's Day. No, he won't. He'll just go out and have a few drinks and pick up somebody in a... Hello, darling. I don't know how he sounds, actually. I've never heard his voice. But Colleen has gone off on a holiday. That's all she does. She goes off on holiday. Have you noticed the last time he faffed around, she went off on holiday again? So that's all they do. Apparently, she's forgiven him. Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet. How stupid. How stupid. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. You need to see the YouTube footage of people stealing push bikes that are chained up and the front wheels come off. I love the bait car. Then when they sit there, go, I think this is a bait car. You're so stupid, aren't you? And they all go to prison, which is great. Still to come, Gemma loses appeal. Apparently, we had the love sausage in the Swindon store since last Friday. Well, you must be the only ones in the entire world, because nobody else has got it yet. Steve, you can pay your Joe Allen's bill online. I don't want to. I don't want to pay it online. Mind your own business. I want to pay it the way I want to pay it. Have you seen the bait bike, says Lee, that they chain to a fence at the top of the hill? Inevitably, when the thief takes it, he cycles off as fast as he can downhill until it reaches the end of the cable, which throws him 30 foot into the air. Yes, I would have thought there was actually a very good case for suing on that one, actually. But no, they're very good. But the bait cars are brilliant. It's so good because these people get in the car, they can't believe their luck that they've actually managed to nick a 4x4 until the thing starts slowing down. And they say, see, what I wanted was the ones in South Africa where you push a little button and it locks all the doors and the windows and then pumps poisonous gas in, which is always very funny, isn't it? Because you get a lot of that car hijacking. Anyway, Ali Ross writing television in the Sun today. He's one of the better ones. And he writes as follows, because Gemma, the attention-seeking, talentless one, is in all the television programmes, but she's been told to take 6 months off. Thank God for that. Cricketer Ryan Sidebottom might not go on to win Dancing on Ice, but questions will surely be asked if he's not now in the running for Sports Personality of the Year. A special recognition award at the next BAFTAs might also be an option, as well as after knocking out Gemma Collins, who 6 weeks into the contest had outstayed her welcome by about 6 weeks. No real surprise, given she's prepared for this week's contest by going for a skin peel, which must have had them cancelling all holiday leave at the beauty spa. You saw the results for yourself, though. She could barely hand jive in the stationary position without keeling over. Jason Gardner might have taken genuine pleasure putting the final boot in, but there was almost no decision to be made once it was over. Dancing on Ice now returns to normal. Gemma goes back to the day job, and if Kingdom of Leather doesn't put in a bid for her skin peel, then the spirit of entrepreneurship is dead in this country. I mean, there's at least 20 sofas in that carcass. Absolutely. Because I'm losing weight to have a baby. I mean, seriously, honestly. It's almost like a trophy, isn't it? You know, with little Arge, who apparently has put his name down for Strictly Dancing on whatever. For what reason? Because he's shoved Colombian up his nose? I hope not. I hope not. The BBC would be doing themselves a disservice, but there again, they presumably, all they're looking for is try and get an audience. He wants to do Dancing on Ice. What for? Who cares? What, because he doesn't have a job and he's talentless? And he thinks he's a singer? Useless boy. Useless boy. That's the trouble with these programmes. They make people famous. There used to be a radio presenter once, and he used to put people on the radio and sort of turn them into sort of semi-celebrities. Total disaster. Most of them had serious problems in the emotional department. Very serious problems. What else we got? Oh, look, here's Will Smith's. He's doing the remake of Aladdin. Oh, why would you want to do a remake of Aladdin? It's not very good, is it? And Sarah Ferguson, oh, here we go. What's she come up with? It'll be something rivetingly dull. Has attacked online critics of Meghan and Kate and described social media as a sewer. Oh, shut up and go away. Go away. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. It doesn't matter. She didn't explicitly mention the Duchess of Sussex and Cambridge, but by referencing how she and Diana often face comparisons. Oh, God, you really are clinging on to something from God knows how many years ago, aren't you? Sarah's stance is seen as backing for Kate and Meghan. Oh, God, you might as well give up now, then, if she's backing you. Prince Andrew's former wife, 60, claimed bullying, sexism and racism are common online where anything goes. Well, don't read it, then. Can't help but sort of point you in the right direction. She says it reminds me of how people tried to portray Diana and me as rivals. Didn't like you at all, dear. We know that. You fell out for ages. You tried to sort of toady your way back into her affections. The difference is that the public loved Diana and they don't care about you. And that's as good as it gets, I'm afraid. Her comments come after it's emerged that the palace staff at Kensington spend hours each week moderating online abuse aimed at Kate and Meghan. But you're always going to get that. Always going to get that. You can probably find it for just about everybody. In fact, I would think for everybody. It's as simple as that. I can't think of anything else. She comes up with stuff, and you sometimes wonder why she just doesn't keep it shut. Have you noticed, though, the daughters have disappeared? What a brilliant idea. What a brilliant idea. Perhaps the rest of the family can go. Ant was a happy old bean. That's not my friend Ant. This is Ant McPartlin. He's working on the show's auditions. No, he's not. All they have to do is stand in the wings. Simon Cowell runs the program. He calls them on and they stand there and go, why, aye, that's good, isn't it? That's standing up. That's not running the auditions at all. Not running them. Apparently he's doing it with Dex. And it's funny, actually, because he has a Starbucks coffee. And Starbucks write your name on the side of it. So they've given a close-up in the Sun this morning. It's got Ant. That's sweet. Do you think somebody said, sorry, your name is what? Ant. Ant? Yeah, it's short for Anthony, but he doesn't like to be called Anthony, so it sounds a bit poncy, doesn't it, really? 22 minutes to 5. Also, Sala, the tragic ace, Emiliano Sala, was killed by head and upper body injuries, not drowning. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. I mean, it's not particularly pleasant, is it, whichever way you look at it. And here's a besotted businessman. This is a consultant, Marcel Kuta. He moved a Bulgarian, Manuela Radeva, into his flat soon after they hooked up on Tinder. He told the court he was blinded by attraction, and he transferred £182,000 to her. I mean, it's beginning to sound a bit tacky already, but her Tinder profile said she was a single investment banker looking for love. But actually, she's a liar. And he took her to court. She wasn't single at all. He sued her for the money, claiming he'd given it to her to invest on his behalf. She claimed to have been a professional financier working for Citibank, and it turns out she was no such thing at all. It's quite clear. His lawyer said the money was an investment. The judge ordered her to give it back. That'll teach you, dear. £180,000, honestly. But he also rejected a claim, the judge, that she should return a £36,000 euro loan to Mr. Kuta. There you go. It's all good. At the moment you get money involved, people go crawl up the walls. 84850. And highly recommended, says Dan in Havering, All About Eve, starring Gillian Anderson, now showing at the Noel Coward Theatre. It's fabulous. Yes. I tell you who I've got coming in, Kelsey Grammer. We're just negotiating times and everything else. Why do you want the Valentine's sausage, says Abby? Because I want to eat it. What do you think? Sort of make it into a sort of a daisy chain or something. I'm eating it. What do you think it is? Or you don't have a partner. What do you know? You don't know anything at all. What a nosy old bag you are. Ooh, what are you having a sausage for? You're not even in a relationship. You don't know that. You've got no idea. Do you get Valentine's cards? A lot more than you, so that'll be 2, won't it? Yeah, it's a free country. You can eat... What are you saying? You can't eat a Valentine's sausage? Pervert. Something to match. It's not normal. Anybody can have it. In a relationship or out. I mean, you, of course, would be sitting there staring at the walls, I should imagine, come Valentine's night. Me? Woo! Out on the town. Guess what they're bringing back after 35 years? It's Crackerback. I used to love Crackerjack. Ed Stewart, the Crankies, Stu Francis, they've all done it. They're bringing it back, actually, with Sam and Mark. I didn't even know they were still around, Sam and Mark, but they are. And they're going to be bringing it back. It's going to be in the traditional Friday slot. The BBC say the format has been revamped. Oh, for that read, they've killed it stone dead. Why would you want to change something? Why would you want to change it? You know, it's going to feature the classic double or drop. That's where they pile the kids up with all these games and they laugh. But, of course, you know, they're getting on a bit now. You used to get a cabbage if you were wrong. But I liked it. Peter Glaze. Remember Peter Glaze? Anne says, whilst I agree with most of what you say, read Gemma, the GC Collins, she's very watchable. Do you? Which particular bit? What, the fact she can't actually dance, the fact she has to be pushed onto the ice, the fact she can only sort of wave her hands about a little bit, and the fact it's just low. She's never managed to complete anything. She says, I just tape it fast forward to Gemma, watched her, then deleted the programme. I don't think that's how it's meant to work, is it, dear? You're supposed to watch the whole programme. Well, I watched a little bit the other day, Cotton Eye Joe from Strictly Come Dancing. That was quite exciting. Quite exciting. But Gemma can't talk. Yeah, because I had, baby. And should we hear her on... This is what she did on Loose Women, where the Loose Women brown-nosed her. It was very embarrassing, honestly. I was half expecting the producer, whoever it is at the moment, to sort of come on and go, can somebody ask her some decent questions, as opposed to sitting there with an inane grin? I mean, Andrea McLean, I mean, seriously, she's elevated since the weather, hasn't she? And apparently she got a spot on QVC. I think. But anyway, this is what Gemma... So they go, and we've got Gemma Collins here. And Gemma sort of waddles onto the set and then sort of plumps herself down. I mean, to be honest with her, how her arse fitted into the chairs, because they're quite small. And she was sitting there and went, "Oh, it's so great to have you here." I thought, yeah, if you upset her, I'm never coming on this programme again. But this is what she said yesterday.
Everyone was like, "When are you going to have a baby?" And obviously, I did have a few problems and did feel kind of not fully whole, like as a woman, because it was like, "Oh my God, I can't have children. People are going to look down on
You
me."
were told you had very little chance. weren't
Yes. Then I got 2 other second opinions, and everything is going to be okay. They just said, "Look, I need to lose weight." They will put me on a drug called Clomid, and we will start the process. And that is something I'll be looking to do at the end of the year.
Oh, it's so exciting, isn't it? Because I got like 2 other things, and they said, "We're going to put you on this drug, you know, because like I can't lose the weight because I'm just a fat blob." And I did say a short while ago that I was prepared to go around nightclubs to try and find somebody who'd have sex with me. That's what she said on television. So she wanted a baby, and you think, what for? What for? You can't look after yourself, dear. Why in God's name you think you can look after a baby? And Argie's about as useless as a chocolate teapot. No point at all. No point, Anne. But that's what she was like yesterday, because I said this. And then, of course, the old shaman rubbish. That was the biggest part of the latest one. You'll die laughing when you hear the latest one. Apparently, the reason she fell over on the ice is because there was a ghost of a dead airman. Yeah, seriously. I couldn't believe that she was that stupid. But apparently she is that stupid, which is incredible. That's why, of course, she's been desperately unlucky in the having boyfriend. So the only one she's managed to find is an overweight tank who's prepared to fall on top of her. And that's about as good as it gets for poor Gemma Collins. You know, and now she said, wait for this one, I really, really fancy Liam Neeson. Great timing, dear. Great timing. That is so brilliant. Well, you toddle off with him, because frankly, you're about as dim as it is possible to... You did get an education, didn't you? I'm not too sure where you were educated. I'm sure the school was very good. Probably approved, I shouldn't wonder. So there it is. She's not very watchable at all, Anne. She tells lies. And the dead airman coming back. It's a shame, actually, because the shaman came in, bagged a drum, and then lit a candle. And apparently that means that all these spirits have come out of the ice. There aren't any spirits in the ice, of course. It is just frozen water. Don't want to have to explain this to obviously the dimmest shaman in the entire world. The ice contains demons. Of course it does, darling. And you contain the word fraudulent. Why are you coming up with this rubbish? There's no demons there. Oh, I think fired, George. Fired through basically being just naff. I think that's what it is. I don't think there was any other reason. Totally useless. Totally useless. And from here as well. And from here. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We take all your texts and emails on the programme now. And we'll go through the papers. And there's some more revelations from Gemma the Hutt. Yes, she's come up with some more staggering things. Plus, we'll be looking at Annette Crosby's career. She's 85 today. Best known for One Foot in the Grave and loads of other stuff. And roses are dead for Rue. I don't think but apparently Colleen's forgiven him because she hasn't got anybody else, has she? I mean, nobody's ever going to go, Colleen, poor. You know, they don't do that. Same as they don't do that for Victoria Beckham. Victoria Beckham, sexless. Totally sexless. Brooklyn, sexless. Father, too sure, actually, not the brightest. Also, Michelle Obama was the unexpected star of the Grammys on Sunday night. Why? Because she's got a book out. She's actually got a book out. And the racist model, Danielle Lloyd, we all remember her picking on Shilpa Shetty. You think we've forgotten it, Danielle? We've not. She wants to strip for Playboy again. Ooh, gonna be sick. Sorry. Don't want to see that. Thank you very much indeed. Why don't you just go and find a job? They laughingly refer to you as a model. Now, you know you're not a model. I know you're not a model. And Lenny Henry has joked that black people are now hiding from Liam Neeson. Not Gemma Collins. I know she's not black, but she's not hiding. In fact, she's quite keen on the bloke. Do you think, says James, that Gemma Collins will now get the message that her stunts on every show that she's on, she cries off? Do the producers see her? Surely they must know by now. Well, they do. They do. I mean, because she is a total failure. She's never done any sort of proper stuff, no matter what little Ard... He doesn't know what planet he's on. And they don't realise. It's an easy way for them to make money, but please God, it'll finish very, very shortly. Jan Hunt used to be on Crackerjack. Do you know if she's still with us, says Julie? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And also, I still remember the Ed Stewpot telephone number to hear all the news from Crackerjack. I won't repeat it, because it might be somebody's number this morning, just in case, John. Jan Hunt's 81. She's never. Is she? She's never 81. She's no more than 55. Jan Hunt. Good Lord above. Well, there you go. She might be listening, actually. Dan in Lingfield, GC is really thick. So she got 2 other second opinions. What it means is a second and a third. It's amazing how she makes a living out of being stupid. Well, of course, look at them. Work for Jade Goody. Work for Joey Essex. If you play dumb, then people put you on there, so we all laugh at her. Nobody's interested in what she says. She talks absolute garbage. But now she called in a mystic, a shaman. I mean, it's a load of old toffee in it, really. And the reason is that this shaman, who's called Firehorse, I mean, seriously, doesn't get more bad than this, believes that Gemma struggled on the show because of, wait for this, bad energy due to the rink being on the former RAF Bobington base used by British and US pilots in the Second World War. The mystic, a.k.a. Sue Holmes from Worcestershire, believes Gemma was picking up on the airman's terror. Oh, go away, you rubbish. Absolute pile of rubbish. Honestly, you people make me sick. She said, as a professional space-clearing consultant... what? She says, first of all, I come and I sense the energies of the place. It's a piece of ice. It's a piece of ice, dear. Have you tried ice cubes? Try that one. It'll be a bit defeatist for you. She said, I asked people about the history, what you didn't know. Oh, God, I thought you'd have known that. It's like whenever these people, you know, the old one who used to stand on stage, always coming into me now, darling, I feel this message, that the message is from either Ian, nothing, Ron, nothing on that one. Why don't you just ask them what their name is? But she says, it had been a base during the war, an RAF base, there would have been a lot of fear. What are you, crappers or something? What a stupid word. That was the most ridiculous word. I was trying to say crackers, and it didn't come out at all like that. So there would have been a lot of fear on an RAF base. I spent most of my formative years, darling, living on an RAF base. There was no fear. Thank you very much indeed. It's the RAF. The only fear is in somebody like you being exposed. Anyway, Sue did a ceremony focusing on the spot where Gemma fell as the earth energy was not doing her any favours. She brought in a table. She lit candles. I've done that. And placed other objects to represent the elements to create... It's just rubbish. Absolute rubbish. And if you're mad enough to believe this, then I think Gemma Collins deserves all the rubbish she gets. She then used a drum for vibrations, handing Gemma a rattle filled with crystals to help her cleanse her own negative experience. No, the only negative is Gemma Collins. Sue said there were 2 lines of disharmony. No, there weren't. It's a piece of ice. Have you been to Antarctica? There's a load of it out there. You could have a field day. We could leave you there for years. She said they actually crossed in the very place where the fall happened. And of course, what does she do? She fell again. So obviously what you're doing is rubbish. Why'd you tell lies? Not very good, is it, really? Shouldn't be doing that. A shaman. Yeah, it's a shame you're doing anything at all. Why are they bringing back, says Dennis, Crackerjack? Especially if they're reformatting it. Crackerjack was Leslie Crowther and Peter Glaze. That just cannot be repeated. It was brilliant. If they're going to try and bring a game show like that back, give it a different name, or like the politicians, don't they have the brains to do it? Rant over. Have a good one, Stephen. Producers? Oh, producer. Just have one producer on the show. You have a hindrance, but, you know, some days he's not a hindrance. Some days he can't hear anything. Rachel says, fun memories of Crackerjack. The return of it could be interesting. Well, it is, actually, if they're going to change it. And... Anne says, I still think that most people watch Dancing on Ice to see Gemma. Now she's gone, I don't think they'll get the audience. It's boring. Well, it is for you, isn't it? Then who cares what you think? You're just one person. You don't change anything. So it's not Widdy, is it? Do you think it's Widdy? Somebody called her old on the Vine programme the other day on television, and she looked. I felt like saying, you're just a little fat bird who's old, who's a finished politician who has to do pantomime. I mean, that's how bad it gets for poor old Widdy. Isn't she funny? No, she's not. James Hyatt says, I say bring back Pipkins, Steve, with the fabulous one and only Hartley hair, which is lovely. And Kel is suffering with pleurisy. So thank you for keeping me company. Kim says, who have you sent a Valentine card to? I don't need to send Valentine cards. I am, like, focused in. I've got my own shaman. And apparently the person I'm sending a Valentine's card to will know that they're going to get it. It's as simple as that. That's the way it works, because I'm way ahead of it. Final nail in our tolerance box is if you were to tell us that this GC or whatever is worth $1 million or more, says Jim. Well, I don't know. It depends whether she's paid her tax. I mean, they say 2.7 million, but to be honest with you, it's like, I mean, Arge is probably down to his last threepenny bit. That's it. Driving around in my ambulance car, says Alex in Surrey, keeping me entertained. An ambulance car? So it's not an ambulance, it's an ambulance car. Is that like one of those extended things? I quite like those, actually. There was police all over the place near the Scout headquarters in Kensington, pulling over a load of... They looked like boy racers, but there was about 6 police cars there with flashing blue lights and everything. It was quite amazing, quite amazing. Nick Knowles' pants fetched £2,000, which is good. You know the ones he wore in I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here? Richard Madeley sparks fury. You sometimes wonder... Sometimes Richard Madeley is very good. Other times you think, have you got a brain? He was sparking fury by quizzing the missing pilot David Ibbetson's loved ones. I mean, seriously. Perhaps he sees himself as a sort of a serious journalist as opposed to he's just a bit of a joke. Is it because I's black? Remember that one? Where he dressed up as Ali G. Very embarrassing. Also, the deaf girl who was snubbed, she says, for 1,000 jobs because she's deaf. I don't know why that would be. It depends what sort of jobs they were. We shall find out on the programme this morning. Simon Cowell claims Ant looks the happiest we've seen him in a long while. Yes, he's probably got over the shock of coughing up £86,000 because he could have killed somebody. Also, another drink driver, Kirsty Gallagher, on how her life fell apart after the marriage did. People always got an excuse, haven't they? Loads of people have marriages that split up, relationships that split up. They don't turn to drink and get in the car out driving at 10 o'clock in the morning, thank you very much indeed. Also, if you're a Hungarian woman, go home. They've got a great deal for you. If you have 4 or more children... This does not appeal to anybody in the TOWIE programme or any of the Geordie Shore people. If you have 4 or more children, you will be exempt from income tax forever. Well, that seems... Why can't I get pregnant? Why didn't my parents have a girl? Because if they'd had a girl, I could be getting a deal on that one, and we'd lived in Hungary. I've had goulash before. Does that count? I love goulash. Do you know, something about goulash I love. They used to do it in Marks and Spencer's. Now, of course, it's the Love Sausage. Imagine there. I did try and find it, but it's definitely not appeared yet. And celebs go dating. Yes, guess... Sorry, Kerry Coke-Tola is on it. And, of course, she got drunk, because that's what she does. And now she said, I don't drink anymore. Well, you've heard it today. Tomorrow it'll be something different. Who cares? Because she's not going on a dating programme to find somebody. Who on earth would want to put up with her? She hasn't hung on to anybody. It's like poor old Jordan. Nobody is remotely interested in Jordan sexually. She's just, because she's sort of easy and she gets drunk. And then she goes round, took the kids late back to Peter Andre. 4 hours late, should have been there at 12, took them back at 4. Why? She had a boozy night the night before. Embarrassing, isn't it, really? Did you notice the famous mirrored grand piano owned by Liberace making an appearance on the Grammys? His influence lives on. Was it really? Oh, dear. They must have taken it out of storage then. Thank you, John. From sunny Cape Town, I remember Leslie Crowther was co-presenter of Crackerjack. We were once on holiday with him, a very nice week indeed. Lovely to hear you, says Raymond. This far away from... It's funny, isn't it, when you're far away from home and you can still hear the programme. And that's why. And the reason is because people download the LBC app. OK? lbc.co.uk. Very easy to do. Very easy to do. And it means when you go away on holiday or you're doing something else, then you can listen to the station. You don't need to worry about going away and having to sort of tune into local radio, 'cause it's not that exciting. Also, other birthdays today. Charles Darwin, Simon McCorkindale, the boxer Prince Nathim, Jenny McAlpine, Fizz in Coronation Street. Thank you. And there must be other people listening. JP, the Trolley Dolly, says, nice to be able to listen from here before bedtime for a change. It's funny, actually. What time did I go to bed yesterday? About 5:30, actually. I was just going to go to bed and the phone rang. So that was a quick sort of 10-minute phone call about different... My bank manager's not very well at the moment. She's sort of suffering. And I climbed into bed because I've now got this new DVD player. God, it's fab. It's really good. The screen is quite big. And I can't remember when I bought it, but I must have had it sitting in the box. I've never taken it out before until the other day. About 2 years, but it comes with everything. A remote control... Thrown that away. It picks up television, threw that away. It's got a gaming thing, threw that away. I wasn't interested in that, they all went. I just wanted the DVD player, I don't want anything else. But you heard the story the other day, I tried to get one in John Lewis, and they sort of, the bloke didn't even turn round to face me. No, we don't do them anymore. I thought, well, perhaps you're a bit bored with being in retail. If you sing off-key, quite a few people singing off-key, I should imagine, that's obviously down to your parents. So... La 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 la, gonna sit in the night. Sing because you don't pitch, do you? Very well, I've noticed. You're not a very good pitcher. No, of course I've heard you sing. You've sung to me. You've sung. What do you mean, not really? What, do you have to bring in an orchestra and another 200 people? Have to warm up? No, natural singers, mate, just go straight in. It's lovely. Sorry, I'm just momentarily cleansing my body with a new drink, which has got activated charcoal, and it's under 50 calories, and it's cold-pressed raspberry, although the main ingredient is water, but it's got cold-pressed raspberry, and I've become addicted to them. It's a very expensive thing to drink. It's about $1.85, but it's very good. It says it's going to cleanse your body. Mind you, I don't think there's enough liquid in the world to cleanse my body, but... There you go. I sometimes sit on the bus and have these. I must look like some tramp. I sit there and people sort of avoid me. Because sometimes I sing to myself, you know, because I'm a singer and a musician and a presenter and a model at the same time. Brian says, what do you want to buy love sausage for? To eat? I know, have you heard of food before? My God, they're all out this morning, aren't they? Goodness sake, honestly. What do you think you want to buy it for? You want to eat it? It's a heart-shaped sausage with bacon wrapped round it. What do you think I'm going to do? Hang it on the wall? Oh, God, there's some very odd people, aren't there? Very odd people. Ministers have been urged to act. 500 cash points a month disappear from the high streets. Do you think there's some sort of home for them or something? 500 a month! I mean, you'd think by now that they would be, you know, obsolete. But they're still out there. I love a cash point. I love a good cash point. I'm very excited. In fact, I used a cash point this morning. I'm always very wary using in the early hours of the morning. I look around to make sure if there's any cars parked near it, there's nobody in them, because sometimes people can tap into things, and I'm determined that nobody will ever get my thing. The Sun have done this big story on the front page of how they can steal cars in moments using a gadget that's totally legal. Because you can't nick my car. I've got to be physically there for somebody to nick my car, because it only works with the key. I've got to have the key on me, but I don't have to have it physically in the car. So they went out there. How long to get into, I mean, you might have one of these cars. How long to get into a Ford Focus with a totally legal device? 6 seconds. How long to get into a Skoda? I mean, seriously, 10 seconds. How long to get into a Nissan I don't know how you pronounce half these things. Anyway, 10 seconds. A Jaguar F-Type R, 11 seconds. A Mazda Sport, 12 seconds. Renault Megane, 13 seconds. Range Rover Velar, 16 seconds. Hyundai Tucson, 19 seconds. And a Golf GTD, I think it is, 42 seconds. So they've actually pinched them. Very easy. All you do is, the thief tries the door handle, which emits a signal. The transmitter bounces the signal to a second device. The device number 2 beams the signal to the owner's key fob inside. Inside what? Is it inside the car? So these people who leave their key fobs in the car, how stupid would that be? And then the key unlocks the car, letting the thief open and start it. You see, mine, if you don't have the key on you, you can't start the car. The car will not start. It's as simple as that. So they're never going to be nicking my car. But, of course, if you're driving a Ford Focus, a Skoda, a Nissan, a Jaguar, a Mazda, a Renault, a Range Rover, Hyundai and a Golf, not such good news for you. They can get him in seconds. On the other hand, they just basically smash the window. But it's very interesting, isn't it, that sort of the thief tries the door handle, which emits the signal. So is the key in the car? Because mine comes up on the dashboard. It says, you know, key not available, and so the car will not start. You've got to have if I was standing there, then the car would probably start. But the moment somebody drove away in it, the car would stop because it's not recognising the key. Very easy, isn't it? Car firm slammed over this huge security flaw. And you can buy this thing here. I don't know how much it is. Wait a minute, let's have a fine. And the scanners work on all the kind of cars. It's a scanner. It's a scanner, but it doesn't say... It's legal to buy the scanners, which cost between... Wait for this bit. How much do you think? It's even more hilarious when you read this bit, because that's why these cars are not being nicked. It's between 10 and 25,000. I mean, go and buy a car. Go and buy a car. The Sun is not revealing the gadget's specific details for security reasons. Well, there you go. And so they discovered a Moscow-based company selling scanner kits and got in touch, asking if they could buy one. They did a programme yesterday. Oh, it was really good. It was benefit fraudsters, people who are cheating the system, which is basically cheating you and me out of money. And they had various people. One was selling dodgy medicines from a council flat, so I'm hoping the council kick him out, because these sort of people, they don't deserve it. And he was on benefits, and he proudly declared he was on benefit. He didn't realise the person he was talking to had a hidden little camera on them. But my favourite one was a little supermarket thing up in Nottinghamshire, where the bent owner was employing people who were on benefits, telling them how to fiddle it, but his little sideline in the shop was selling dodgy medicine and dodgy fags. And after he'd exposed himself as being a crim, because that's what he was, and where do you think the hidden cigarettes were and the medicine? In the basement. But the trap door into the basement was hidden. They rolled a fridge over the top of it. He was as bent as they come, so hopefully the police will be paying him a visit, which was good. Kevin the Milkman says, how long to get into a Skoda? Depends whether it's a manual or electric can opener. Exit stage left. Thank you. Don't come back. Apparently, the staff in M&S will get the idea you're having a romantic evening in, says James, if you buy a love sausage. Well, why would they think that? Well, they nosy people or something. What, they look in my thing and go, oh, dear, he's a diabetic. You know, oh, he's having a cosy night in. What, because I bought sausages before. Nobody's ever said anything to me about night in, eh? With the old sausages. So, because it's, I'm buying it because it's very interesting to actually buy a heart-shaped sausage. I've never seen a heart-shaped sausage. And God knows I've eaten enough sausages in my time. Somebody says the key is in the owner's house. Well, how do you know whose house it is? What, you spent £10,000, fool? Between 10 and 25,000? I mean, you wouldn't make that in 10 years. I love the way that... Oh, yeah, I know exactly what they're talking about here. See, we don't know anything, do you, really? I spent over an hour, says Johnny G, choosing a really mushy Valentine's card. I just hope on Thursday Teddy really appreciates it. I've just got one that says Happy Valentine's, you know. Do yourself a favour. You're meeting nobody. Rachel says you always have a healthy attitude towards food. I know. What are you going to do with a sausage? Come round here, I'll show you. And somebody says the key may be in your house, but within reach of the signal. I've read up on the device. Not a good idea. It's between 10 and 25,000. Why don't you just smash the window? And hot wire. Simple as that, isn't it, really? But what they mean is, says Ian, is the key is inside the house but can still operate the car remotely. Well, mine doesn't. Can't do it with my car at all. It's got to be in the car for it to work. And so, you know, it's a very nice idea, but luckily nobody's nicking Bentleys at the moment because they're a bit sought after. And most people who've got Bentleys, of course, have got trackers inside, so that would be another pointless exercise, wouldn't it? I mean, the sort of cars being nicked are the sort of cars you don't really care about on the road. But the device between 10 and 25,000, you're having a laugh. You could hang the sausage out with the hanging baskets. No hanging baskets at the moment. Too cold out there. And this morning, definitely tinned custard or carton custard. It's the same. It's exactly the same. It doesn't taste any different whether it's in a carton. I've had Marks and Spencer's, Waitrose. I've had Iceland's Ambrosia. So it makes no difference. My mother used to make it. You know, happy days. The only thing I don't like is skin. But have you noticed? When the tin or the carton, you put the custard, it never gets a skin on it. Probably because of chemicals, I should imagine. But always Ambrosia. Whilst I appreciate this is not BBC Local Radio, says Donny, I'm sure you'll agree this is an important issue worthy of discussion. BBC Radio Chesterfield, Radio Shropshire. Oh, we got a great idea this morning, and the Vicar's back with us again. And this morning, what custard do you like? Call us now. Oh, we can make this one last a few hours, can't we? The Vicar's been given an extra show as well. They're going to be re-recording it and playing it out overnight, where they've got zero audience. Steve, I had the lovely sausage the other day. Riveting. I mean, you can't tell somebody whether you've had food. You know, and unfortunately, it only works when I do it. You know, if I'm going to have the sausage, because I've had sausages before with bacon wrapped around there, but of course the bacon is fatty. Well, that's not so good. I think it'll just look quite nice. I'm all in favour of trying something different. It's only a sausage. I could have other sausages, and not wild about cooking in fat. I might just use... I've got some spray. You spray into the frying pan, and then it sort of works quite well. Sorry, we just have a little... Still cleansing my body. Still trying. I wonder if raspberry juice is any good for you. I don't know. I keep having all these bits that they say, oh, this is good for you. And charcoal's supposed to be very good for you. So it makes your tongue go black. I don't know why, but I don't know how much charcoal there is. Wait a minute. Lemon juice. Activated charcoal, 0.2%. Hardly going to make any difference, is it really? Only available in Waitrose, this one. So filtered water, 79%. Yes, they may make charcoal toothpaste. Because apparently charcoal's supposed to be very good for you. What, charcoal? It's good for you. It's cleansing my body. What do you mean, what's it doing for me? Can't you see? It's cleansing my body. Well, it's... Just look at me. Do I not have a radiant glow about me? Cleansing your body. Radiation glow. It's called WOW. Activated charcoal, under 50 calories, cold-pressed raspberry. Body, hello? Looking good? Body feeling fine? Fit? That's all my boss wants to hear. And so if I drink this in the morning, that's good. That's got nothing to do with hair. Huh. Well, when you go home, I hope your house is still standing. Your parents might not be there. Perhaps the house has gone. With a bit of luck. What have we got? We got 1:15, actually. What do we do at 1:15 every day? Well, at 1:15 this time, Chewie thinks that maybe they pinch the device, then they pinch the car. I don't think you can pinch these things. I don't think they're that easy to pinch. Charcoal, says Lee, is very good for you. You never see a barbecue missing a day at work. It is true, actually. No, I heard charcoal was very good for you. Carl says an exorcist would have trouble cleansing your body. It is true, actually, but I'm thinking about a shaman. To call in, light a candle and bang a drum. Oh, look, we've got rid of all those evil spirits. Yeah, whatever. Honestly. Perhaps I'm too cynical. Craig says, if it takes 10 seconds to steal a car, they could steal dozens in a single night. They'd make their money back on the scanner in days, and it's profit all the way. I don't think they can, actually. I don't think they actually can. I don't think it works like that. I know it's a transmitter. They come to your car when you're at a shop. They transmit a request from your car to the receiver, I think. The second thief near you. Your key receives a transmitted signal from your car and sends an open cipher. Then it's No, I don't believe it. I remember a friend of mine once said, because he'd read it on the internet, and he said, listen, if I leave my car thing at the shop, I'm going to take my phone down to where the car is. No, you take my phone down, turn the phone on, I'll phone you, and then I will transmit the signal into the telephone and it will open the car. I said, it was so stupid. And he said, no, I read it on the internet. So I said, well, how would that go into the telephone? It's transmitting a wave. It's not like a noise, beep, 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 or something like that. It's not doing that. Anyway, we stood there and he said, is it not opened the car yet? I said, of course it hasn't. Why would you think it would? But as I say, mine, you've got to be physically in the car with it. So I've got a key, and it never leaves my pocket. I never leave it at home or anything like that. It doesn't make any difference, because it's got to be in the car for the car to work. And when I say in the car, you're transmitting to nothing. So in other words, unless you physically got the key, it won't open the car. And because they're all security matched, there's no way. That's why they haven't done any top-ended cars. The manufacturers would sue. Definitely. The love sausage is to give to your partner in the morning. Fry the sausage until cooked, then insert the uncooked egg in the middle until cooked, says Gavin. I'm just eating a sausage. Honestly, you're as paranoid over this as sort of poor old Jordan is about, whether her husbands or boyfriends have cheated on her. Like, of course, she's never cheated. To avoid thieves taking your car, you can get an RF jam... Don't do that. What did I say last week? What did I say about... Remember that?
You can't hear me if I knock.
Of course I can hear you.
You can't.
I'm not deaf. I can hear very well. I've got perfect... Did you say something?
What?
I've got perfect hearing.
What?
All you have to do is knock.
What?
Before you come in. Small wonder your parents hate you, honestly. Join the rest of the company in the world. I hate him. Anyway, so it says here, Biggs says, to avoid thieves taking your car, you can get an RF jamming pouch or Faraday box to keep the key in whilst indoors, which blocks any signal and prevents the car being opened or started using the scanner. But you've got to be physically in my car. You couldn't, scan it or do anything else like that. It's got to be in the car for it to match up with all the bits and pieces. So it's not going to work. Not for me. Grace says, I got a love sausage at South Woodford yesterday. Fantastic. Paul says, the thieves stand outside your house and scan your key fob and then create a copy key fob of their own. Using the new key fob, they unlock the car and drive off. No, they don't. I wish it was so simple. That's like, let's just make it out of plasticine or make it out of 3D paper. It doesn't work. Police recommend the use of a substantial steering lock. No. Heavens above, crook locks went out with the Ark. You can put your foot on it. And it's there to stop people say, oh, for goodness sake, really, honestly. And police say keep all key fobs in a single blocking case. Even Bentleys are. Never heard of them being nicked, Paul. Never heard of them being nicked. Safe as houses. I'd put money on it. I'd put serious money. Somebody sent me a thing the other day. Why do I always get these things here? And it was... What was it? Oh, it was the middle lane thing. Please stop this person who was driving all by himself, is lonesome, without anything. They followed him for 3 miles and then they nicked him. Which is okay, actually, which is okay. And I thought, because he was crawling along, he was doing about 40 miles an hour, of course they nicked him. I do 70 miles an hour. Somebody said here, this is a Bentley stolen from a hotel car park as the owners look on. Wait a minute, a professional car theft ring. It's got a keyless entry. It's suspected the key to someone used it to rent a car. Still looking. Yeah, it's not too far away. Not too far away. It's a black Bentley Continental with a cream interior. Oh, lovely. Sounds nice. It's got a licence plate which may have been changed. I would think so, actually. I would think so by now. But not my one. Not my one. Otherwise, how would you know which house belongs to which car? You wouldn't know these sort of things, would you? How about sending your not-so-loved ones a freeze-dried bat, Steve? There's thousands of the poor little creatures dying in the 50-degree heat. We haven't got 50-degree heat, have we? Bats are very small, actually. I like a little pipistrelle. I like a pipistrelle. And they're all protected, aren't they? Which is great. Steve, my uncle has a similar car to you, and his was stolen from outside the house 2 weeks ago. The key was in the kitchen, and I had one of those scanners, and they managed to get the car on the driveway and drive off. So I don't know what they're using, but rather annoyed. Did you know they're very expensive cars? Well, listen, they could sit there forever and a day trying to get my one to start. They'll never manage it, because they don't know where the key is. And you can only do that if I'm using it. Because I don't need to put the key in the lock or push a button on my key fob. Not like many of those dreadful cars out there nowadays. I just need to touch the handle of the door and the door will open for me. Because I've got the key on my person. Okay? So that's how it works. Years ago, when I accidentally, says Gary, took too much of the medication I was on, I had to drink bottles of activated charcoal at A&E. But worked out... Yes, I mean, I don't think it's supposed to... It's only a little bit of charcoal in this. It's 0.2%, which I think is... very small amount, actually. Oh, the good news yesterday from this morning, Campo de Gino was ill. He's obviously building up his part a bit. He sort of shouts and screams. He's a bit queenie, but and a bit naff when you saw him on that great thing with Gordon Ramsay and Fred, who was the maitre d', who's just eked out a career, I should imagine. And you're wrong, Steve. They copy your car keys... the signal, and kid the car that the key's present. Well, you can't. I mean, what do you mean copy it? I don't touch anything on my key. Nothing. Hasn't everybody got to be in the car before they drive away? Says Stewie. No. It's just the person who's got the key. If you don't have the key with you or anything like, what are they latching onto? Nothing. Can't start the car or do anything. It's got to be in there. Keeping you going though, isn't it? And Michael says you're not reading it properly. The device costs about 60 quid. No. You're missing the whole point. You don't understand what you're talking about. You do not understand what you're talking about. It doesn't cost 60 quid. This is between 10 and 25,000. It's a scanner. It's a scanner. I have to do it a bit slowly for you because you're not understanding it. It was on TV about a month ago. I couldn't care less if it was on the moon. I'm telling you, this one that they're doing here in the sun is between £10,000 and £25,000. That's why we've said it's so ludicrous. And also, just to nick a few cars, hardly worth bothering. Let's face it, you've got the insurance money. They can nick it as far as they want. It's only for the fools who don't have it, you know. Bentley used the same parts bin from the VW Group. This does not include the key technology. No, it's completely different if you're having a... Mind you, I tried to get a master key the other day from our sort of agents. £24.50. That's only for the door, the outside door. Steve, look on Amazon. I've got a Faraday bag. What is the matter with you this morning? God, it's like there's not a hangover from somebody else's programme, and it stops the signal. I mean, I'm not really interested. Listen, I've been driving cars for 40 years. Nobody's ever nicked one. Nothing. But obviously today... is there anything any more romantic than a heart-shaped sausage? Says Pat. I don't know, I'm just eating it because it's a sausage with bacon wrapped round it. The retailer's just announced they're selling Love sausage in stores from tomorrow, Feb the 8th. M&S suggests you serve the sausage with 2 fried eggs in the middle and surrounded with rose petals. Well, you just get some of those edible petals, don't you, which come from something. No, I'm just eating it. It's a sausage with bacon wrapped round it. I might do it with some potatoes, lightly cooked, with no oil, with a bit of luck. But no, I mean, I don't know why I suppose it's the play on words, isn't it? Sausage, ooh, nudge, nudge, missus, and all that kind of stuff. But it's a heart-shaped sausage, and it's just something different. They're all offering flowers, they're offering meals. I bought some smoked salmon the other day, which was in a heart-shaped package. It's all very nice, but it's just designed to part you from your money. It's not for any other reason. And so it's just a bit of fun. It's like, oh, look, we've got a heart-shaped sausage. You know, that's it. There is no end joke. You don't have to be sharing it with somebody. So here we go. Mark says, this is how it works. First thief's transmitter pings the car's locking system, impersonating the key. I don't have a button on it. There's nothing on it. Locking system responds, sending signal, which the key's meant to pick up and respond to. First thief's transmitter forwards signal to other thief near house. Oh, it's a 2-man operation, this one. His transmitter sends it on in turn to the key fob and then relays back the correct response from the key fob to the first thief's transmitter and the car's locking system, opening the car and starting the ignition. Yeah, Jackanory. Oh, look, Crackerjack. Here we go again. Let's bring on somebody else. Let's drive in the middle lane. Shall we? That always gets people going. As I say, 40 years driving, plus... Never had a car nicked, never had to worry about anything at all. And I've had some naff cars, believe you me. Another one, yeah, I'm loving it about the car keys, says Cher. I know, I'm loving it too. Keeps it going. Listen, the more texts I get in, the more it bumps everything up a little bit. Steve, the key cover's made of the same material that you put your credit card in. It stops us. I'm not interested. I don't care. Howard says, I understand charcoal drinks are for people suffering from wind. No. If you're suffering from wind, you buy a kite. Graham from Hanworth says, I found your love sausage in M&S Teddington. Not my love sausage. It's a general love sausage. You know, you could give it... I was going to bring them in and give them to the boys at work as like a little Valentine's treat. And then I thought, not wasting money. Definitely. All scanners work with keyless entry with the exception of Mercedes. The key signal is disabled while the keys are stationary. I couldn't care less. I'm serious. I couldn't care less. Oh, my goodness me, honestly. I just wonder how many cars will be nicked around London this morning. Probably quite a few. In fact, there was a car, wasn't there, a short while ago in Knightsbridge. Over the weekend, the thieves jacked it up and took the wheels. Because wheels are worth a bit of money. They're worth about, $350 each. So you're looking at say about $1,400 for a set of wheels on a posh car. And that's not just, a Mercedes or a Bentley. It can be on all sorts of things. Range Rovers, anything like that. Oh, God. Blimey. Dreadful cup of tea. Never mind. It'll be fine. I haven't. I just had a little dribble. I didn't have a proper spillage. Just a little... Have you got any... I've got some tissue in here, but I can't reach it at the moment. Oi. Tissue. God, it's hopeless this morning. He really is. He's not on the ball at all, is he? He's not thinking properly. Right. LBC News Time. It's already very funny, says Andrew. All this over a keyless car. Oh, I tell you, everybody's a know-all, aren't they? We've got a computer. We've read it on the internet. It's like, well, people go to the moon. No, they never did. It was done in an aircraft hangar. Yeah, of course. Loch Ness Monster. Yeah, really exists. Lives in a cave underneath. Yeah, it must be about 5 million years old by now. Diana, murdered. That was a conspiracy. God, dear, honestly. And I can see tomorrow's headlines. Steve Allen's Bentley stolen after he sets car thieves a challenge. Yeah, try it. Please, do try it. Because A, you can't get anywhere near it. Simple as that. We've got 16 cameras at home. Risk it if you want. But 16 cameras and records. Scott in Bournemouth says, hogging the middle... Oh, shut up. Shut up. You really are. You must be somebody very old in Bournemouth. Do you wander down to go and have a bit of fish and chips on a Thursday evening and sit there watching the tide coming in? Another one here. So, hogging the middle lane is bad driving. Not 70 miles an hour, sweet pea. It funnels the traffic and forces drivers in the left lane to cut across 2 lanes to overtake. God, you really are. Is your driving that bad down in Bournemouth? Blimey. Also, Steve, hope you're well. Car keys, topic headline this morning. School spring half-term next week. Any ideas on entertainment? Shove them out to the museums. They're all free. They're all free. It's the best education you'll ever get. You can shove them down to Kent. Well, I mean, obviously, if you live in Scotland, not much use to you, but you can get on a train. We still have vehicles, and you can go there, can't you? You can get on a train, come down from the Highlands, and you can come down to London, go to Kensington, and they can do 1, 2, 3, 4 museums within 100 yards, easy. Really fantastic. Really fantastic. So that's it. I mean, you could spend all day. And then if you come into Trafalgar Square, you've got the Portrait Gallery, the National Gallery. There's so much which is available for free. So much. And an education. If you've got a bit more money, I always suggest a nice trip down the Thames on one of the boats there. If you've got one of those Freedom Passes, you get a discount as well. Always worth having. Nice cup of tea on the boat. Go down there. Look at a bit of London history. Because I promise you, when you've seen London from the river, you see it in a completely different perspective. Do the London Eye if you've got enough money, and you could take out a mortgage. You can do that. You can go and look at all these naff living statues. People who stand there. Oh, rubbish. They really are, honestly. I don't know where they come from, but I hope they go back very, very shortly. Steve, 2 chaps discussing cultural misappropriation behind me on the bus. One of the 2 says that if Idris Elba gets the 007 role, that would be the greatest act of cultural misappropriation ever. I was campaigning for him to get it. I thought he'd be brilliant. I wrapped bacon around the Cumberland sausages I had as part of my Christmas dinner instead of having the traditional pigs in blankets. It's the same thing. It's bacon wrapped around a sausage. Doesn't matter whether it's Cumberland or otherwise. But thumbs up to M&S for reading my tweet and copying my idea. I think they do you think they came up with the heart shape? The heart shape? I don't know. I mean, I don't know whether or not Scottish Boy will be sort of spending money on Valentine's Day. I suspect probably not. No, you won't. Will it be something cheap? Yeah, something very cheap. But that little ring from Poundland? No. It'll be what? A Haribo ring? What's a Haribo ring? What's that? Oh, the jellies. Oh, God. Will you not be buying flowers? Or something like that? No. That's a bit naff, isn't it, really? Yeah. Will you be doing a card? Yeah. What for? He knows he's going to get it anyway. Don't worry about it. Everyone a gag. Steve, why are you wasting money buying a love sausage? How many times do I have to prove this? It's a heart-shaped sausage with bacon wrapped around it. I can eat what I like. As far as I know, there are no restrictions on buying food in this country. Steve, what these scumbags do with this... Oh, here we go again. With the scanner is walk around the car, picking up the signal from the handles and have a separate scanner, which... No, they don't. No, I wish they did. I wish it was so much easier than that. The only signal from the door handle comes through the device I've got on me. Simple as that. And Donnie says, have you thought any more about the car swap? You can take my Suzuki Splash to Twickenham. Do you know, I'd be laughed off at traffic lights. Seriously, taking a car like that. Also, the death of John Haynes, the creator of the famous Haynes Manual, founder of the Haynes Publishing Group, PLC, and the Haynes International Motor Museum. He was 80. He died Friday just gone after a short illness. And that's quite nice. Quite nice. Everybody talking about... He's in all the papers today, actually. And thoughts and prayers go to Annette, his brother David, sister Mary, sons Jay and Chris, and their families as well. So it's in all the papers today. And don't write and ask me what it is, the manual, because I don't know either. Listening to you for... I can't read that one from Tom. Of course I can't read that one. That's just too rude for words, isn't it? Sort of thing that Gemma would be writing about. Poor soul, honestly. I bet Arj... Has anybody asked Arj, after Gemma came up with the classic line of, I really like Liam Payne. Not Liam Payne, Liam Neeson. And I began to think, actually, do you think we should ask Arj? He'd probably go, I don't know. Because I don't think he would know, actually. Morning from Kerala. Do you own a Bentley? Seriously? No, Anish, of course not. It's just a running joke on the programme. Michael says, listening to you from Bangkok, Thailand, sweltering heat. There's no fun in sitting in sweltering heat. There really isn't. But he said, what should I do? Read my book or listen to Steve Allen? I've gone with the latter. You get more entertainment out of a radio programme. And also, Michael, if somebody's talking to you personally, then that makes all... Oh, it's my tummy rumbling. That makes all the difference. I can't read a book on holiday or in the heat. It's too hot. So I don't mind listening to music. But I certainly wouldn't be doing books. I do that occasionally. I have actually gone out before, and I bought a book to take on holiday to specifically read, and I never get round to it. So in other words, it just takes up space. Paperbacks were better, but then somebody said paperbacks are really naff, and I went, why are paperbacks naff? I thought they were quite nice actually. Ant's a happy chappy, according to the Daily Star front page. Grammy fashion, down the pan, and Gemma Collins, otherwise known as that thick 38-year-old. I mean, by God, I tell you, you know when they are. What was that programme which had little children on it? It said, "Are you brighter than a 10-year-old?" or something like that. In her case, I should imagine a 2-year-old could be brighter than her. And she says that Liam Neeson is the man she idolises. God, so similar to Arge. So similar to Arge. And Jesus makes the papers today. And they've said that he was a shoeless Greek philosopher who grew a beard and renounced women and booze. I mean, how they know this, I've got no idea. It's an Amazon documentary. The show claims the real Son of God was not even Jewish, and the whole thing was a big mix-up. Do you know, sometimes you read things, don't you, in the newspapers, and you think, I think I'll actually sort of give up now. I think I'll give up now. It's all gone mad. Colleen Rooney showing you what her very expensive ring looks like. And still he went off with somebody else for 10.5 hours. He's making you look like a right chump, dear. You know, she appears to be making a statement. Yeah, the statement is, I'm going to stay with it. I forgive him. Why? I've got no idea. But it's your life, isn't it, dear? You know, you've made your bed. Jill says, I'm multitasking. I'm reading my book as well as listening to you, says Jill. And Bob says, love sausage. What part of the word don't you understand? Love? I think sausage describes you, Bob, doesn't it, really? You're a little sausage. You're fairly ancient, I realise that, but that's it. So I think the love sausage, I've made that up. Don't want to explain. We had somebody the other day from wherever it was, didn't understand the aphrodisiac, and I had to point out to this poor old soul that in fact it's a line from a movie. Anish says, who are the LBC presenters who own the most expensive cars? Me. I don't think anybody else has got what I've got. I don't think so. I don't think so. I could be wrong on that one. I think James O'Brien's got a Cinquecento. I think Matt Stadland's got a bicycle. And Darren, he's got a Primera. A Primera? No, I don't know anybody who's got a Primera. And Nick, what's Nick's got? I think he's got a Mercedes, hasn't he? I think he has a Mercedes. Not as good as mine. It's and I'm trying to think. Nick Abbott doesn't drive, I don't think. Does he drive? He would have an old car. Nick Abbott would definitely have an old car. And who else? Who else would have a car? I'm trying to think actually of. No, I don't think anybody has got a car like mine. I don't know why. I mean, the trouble is, we aren't the sort of place that does the one-upmanship on cars. If you were at school, or you'd left school and you were and you had a job, then you would do the one-upmanship. We're way past that. We're way past it. Talk about car keys, says Ben, who's a plaster from Rickmansworth. I mean, I'm hoping you mean a plaster, as opposed to something you put over a wound. I'm only guessing, though. He says, I've heard... It reminds me of a customer I was doing a job for in St Margaret's, just over the footbridge from the train station. He had his brand-new Land Rover Discovery Sport stolen from outside his house. However, police found it in I think you mean police. Found it on a trading estate in Feltham and returned it the next day. On the next morning, he awoke to find it had been stolen again. They obviously came back. He never saw it again, so the same car stolen twice. Good Lord. Very clever doing plastering. I'm always very filled with admiration for anybody who can do plastering. I've looked at it, I thought, I could never do plastering. I've seen it being done, and it's very clever. Dom and Don, Kingston bound, listening to you at Leicester Square, and listening from Medellin. Is it Medellin in Colombia? Medellin. Oh, it's Pablo Escobar. Oh, it's Drug City, isn't it? Drug City was. Originally from London, this one says, I can honestly say it's safer to walk around the streets of Bogota or Medellin compared to most boroughs of London. Oh, you're not being... Our borough's very good. Our borough's very good indeed. So it's nice that you're in Medellin. Makes it sound a bit exotic, doesn't it, really? The Cozy Nostra. Steve, I'm listening on your car radio. Ha, ha, ha. You can't be. It's not in the car. Oh, blimey, honestly. These people, I tell you. Ron says, went up to Dunstable for a free tour of an Amazon fulfilment centre. What in God's name is an Amazon fulfilment centre? It's a warehouse. Oh, right, it's a warehouse. He said it was the most fascinating hour. We spent the automation from the time the order arrives to dispatch, virtually untouched by a human hand. And can be booked online for free. Must get a life, Ron. You must try and get out a little bit more. Try a seaside resort or something like that. Your idea of fun is going to the distribution centre where they pack your things and it's all automatic and it's little cars whizzing about all over the place. You know, it's not something for a grown man, is it? It's for school children where they go, listen, this is how fast we can process an order. It comes in, goes to the rec department, and it prints off a label. They then get the thing. Sorry? Yeah, everybody's out of work at the end of it. But I mean, that's the sort of thing Scottish boy would do. And then he'd brag about it afterwards. Yeah, I went to the automation centre. You would, wouldn't you? You'd say, I've been to the automation. You'd probably like to do that, wouldn't you, as a trip? You would. See, he just said it sounds like a fun day out. That's what I'm dealing with. Seriously, I mean, as I say, and you wonder why his parents have left him. Morning, everybody, 11 minutes to 6. Nice to have your company. Apparently Morrison's are doing a heart-shaped steak, says Bethany. Are you going to buy that too? No, I've got a pair of scissors, Bethany. I can actually cut a steak. It's 20 quid for two. Way out your price bracket, I should imagine. Steve, plastering's easy, says Stu. I get plastered every weekend. Oh, well, you're in keeping with a few other people. And Mark says, morning, Steve, I had my car nicked when I took the family swimming. Right. Do you know they did a thing on the television the other day, looking at that amphibious craft that we have in London? It's called the Duck Tour, and they've got a few of these things, and they go in next to the MI6 building. You know, this is where all our... Is it finished? No. Well, yeah, they had one that sank, didn't they? But, you know, I quite like the idea, but they always used to wait till it was filled up. So if you were there first, you had to wait till they'd filled up. They weren't going to take it anyway. Yeah, a lot of... Yes... I don't mind doing that, actually. I don't mind going on a... You think the duck's finished? Oh. It definitely used to go in by MI6, and people used to say, oh, this is our secret agent building. So secret. They used it in films, actually, which is good. Steve says, Carl, going to the Amazon warehouse sounds more exciting than a museum in the Lake District. It's a pencil museum. A museum for pencils. Imagine. Well, I don't know. They have in Amsterdam a sex museum. I mean, what does that contain? I mean, the whole of Amsterdam's a sex museum. Why would you need a museum about sex? It's all very odd. I must be too old for this kind of thing. Josie says, I've just found my key fob. It's been missing for 3 days. I was pulling my hair out. Even was checking in the fridge. No idea how much these electronic things are to replace. I don't think you can just go to Timpson's. I think not. Little Dave says, I'm not bad with plastering. I'm an expert with broken arms and legs. And Anish says, if you write a book, do you think it will be a bestseller? I wouldn't... I don't have any interest in that kind of thing. I don't think I have, actually. If somebody sort of commissioned me to do something, I'd have to think about it quite carefully. Chris says, I'm waking. I think you mentioned 4 museums in South Ken. The 3 that we know are the Natural History, the Science, V&A. I'm sorry, have you not seen the Geology Museum, which is in between the Science Museum and the Natural History Museum? I'm always right. Never ever question it. I don't make mistakes on things like that. And they said, the only one I can think of is the Museum of Instruments. No, it's the Geology Museum. See, now you've gone, oh, honestly, I was wrong. Letter of apology, please, with an addendum from your mum and dad. And Pete and Diane, back from the annual jaunt home to Aberdeen. They went to Aberdeen. I just bought your parents' house. No snow left there, but a little in Braemar, where we had food and drinks at the newly refurbished Fife Arms Hotel. You can stay overnight for £200 to £800. It's got to be a nice hotel, though, hasn't it? Do we not think so? I mean, 200. I mean, the London hotel prices are ridiculous. But 200 at the Fife Arms Hotel. Do you have a picture of the Fife Arms Hotel? Show me what £200 is going to get me. Although, actually, if I'm going to pick one... There was a thing the other day. They showed you a hotel. It was in Country Life, and it was lovely. And you can book the Royal Suite, £4,700 a night. Oh, that's the Fife Arms Hotel in Britain. It looks quite nice, doesn't it? Looks a bit of old Scotland. Look, and you can park right in front, which is lovely. What do their bedrooms look like? I think we need to see it. I don't want a sort of, first-class hotel. Looks lovely. Well, that's a bit posh, isn't it? I'm not surprised that's £200. They do a Highland escape. Woohoo! Look at... hate the chandelier. Sorry. Didn't like the chandelier at all, but I like the hotel. I like the bedrooms. Oh, I bet that's very romantic at Christmas. I bet that's really lovely, actually. And you can stay with us. They've got the Royal Suites. Oh, I love it. It's like a 4-poster, but not. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? I'm not sure that bed's big enough for me. But, so, nature and poetry rooms, or a croft room. I think that's where you sleep outside. or something like that. It's lovely, isn't it? And then the artist studio, it's a one-off accommodation. That's quite pleasant, isn't it? Isn't that cute? We like that. I think that's lovely. I could do painting all over the bloody walls. The field day. I like the hotel. It's very nice, isn't it? It doesn't tell you how much it is, though, does it? Can you find me a nice one? How much is that? I want to stay in... Show me that one. I want to stay in a Victoriana suite, because I'm big into Victoriana. And it's lovely. You can explore the room. Oh, look, you get the Highlanders and everything coming up there. That's lovely, but how much? That's the problem. We can't find the price. Arrival 12th of June. Depart 14th. Okay. They're going to ask us. Oh, there you go. Here we go. So, wait a minute. So, that Royal Suite is from £713. The best flexible rate is... for my Victoriana one, is £496.34 per night. I think that's quite a lot of money, don't you? So, in other words, if I was staying for 4 nights, I've said goodbye to the best part of £2,000. Actually, when you think... I mean, I don't know. People save up for these sort of things. But it's a pretty room. In fact, somebody's beautifully photographed them, I have to tell you. But even the artist studio, £252 a night, £324 for Scottish culture. Sorry. The Royal Suite, what? The Royal Suite is £713.25. See, that's big, isn't it? I mean, that's big. I love a well-made bed. But the Victoriana Suite looks my favourite. I like rich damasks and things like that, and that's really nice. And also, it's got a freestanding bathtub. Oh, I always fall out of those. Seriously, have you seen the freestanding bathtubs? I mean, I'm a nightmare. And knowing my track record for falling over things, I would just be a disaster. It looks very pretty, though. Very pretty indeed. So there you go. You can stay overnight, says Peter and Diane, for between £200 and £800. But it's very pretty, isn't it? I wonder what the food's like. Do you think they've got heart-shaped steaks? Oh, I bet they have some really good... Oh, they might have... what do they call it? Stags and things like that. I'm sitting on a beach in Australia, says Ulrika. It's reasonably cool, 19 degrees, and very windy. Don't talk to us about wind. We had it the other day. The ocean's full of kite surfers. A colourful kite looks like butterflies against the background of a choppy sea. Very beautiful. I couldn't do that. I'd be falling off left, right and centre. I'm totally useless on stuff like that. I have no ability to stand up on a surfboard. I could probably canoe if I kind of, put my mind to it. James says, what do you think of Will Smith as the genie? I don't know. I don't have a thought on it, actually. Well, the only thought I had was, why are they making Aladdin again? What, are you talking about what colour he is? Is that what you're getting at? Because I couldn't care less. We have Aladdin playing here in London, and they have a black genie. In fact, he's really good. But it wouldn't make any difference to him. I'm surprised he's done it, actually. But Robbie Williams wanted to be the voice, didn't he? And so that's why he made the film. I saw Katie Price in a nail parlour in Bluewater yesterday. She looked like she had the right hump, says Will. Well, she always looks like that. She's just got one of those faces. And Bosco says, my new Q7 stolen. Keys with me. Police gave up the search 24 hours, all on CCTV. My Aviva insurance went from £1,500 to £9,700. You must be very young and a child, I should imagine. I've never heard of £9,700. What, because your car was nicked? No. And £1,700? What do you do for a living? My God, I mean, I'm a radio presenter, and even I don't pay £1,700 for my car. Yep, the ducks are off. They need the access for the development of the new super sewer. Wow. And Dennis in Banbury says, if you want to know anything about London, ask an Irishman. You're not wrong, actually. You're not wrong. And Chris says, I honestly wasn't trying to be critical. This is not sounding like an apology. I told you, an apology. The museum is there. The Geology Museum, it's the quick way to get into the Natural History Museum. And he said the geology is now part of the natural... No, separate entrance. Completely separate entrance. OK? Just send the letter of apology. Otherwise, I have solicitors. They're very good. £133 million tonight. If I win, I'm going to treat my friend Paul, who listens to you on his way to work now. Treat him with what? He's not got that again, has he? Oh, it's a shame. Yeah, you could have a drink, couldn't you? I said, if I win 133... It's 133 million. I bought the tickets. Gavin says you're obsessed with sausages. No, just the Marks and Spencer sausages. You're obviously not following the programme, are you? Gavin's slightly peculiar. I remember the Haynes manual. It was very commonly owned by boys who had their first cars. It was like an idiot's guide to fixing your own car, says Holly. Oh, well, it's certainly... You still buy them, do you? What is it? It's like a manual for your car. Oh, why would you want to do that? Oh, right. Shows you how to do certain things. Well, exactly. What's the point of that? I wouldn't have anything like that. Anything that told me... You know, all I want to know is... I mean, it took me about 4 weeks to open the bonnet on this thing. Somebody had to show me where it was. And then on one of them, you have to push down the front if you want to lift the bonnet at the front. And then the boot I managed, but it was the bonnet at the front. I had no idea how it worked. Oh, right. His is on the other side because it's German. Don't mention the war. Sorry. And so that's how it worked. But my one, I had to ask them in the car wash place as to how to open it. They knew, of course, immediately. Steve, if you hide, says Anise, a cheap mobile phone like an old model of a Nokia anywhere in your phone in silent mode, if it gets nicked by somebody, please can track it using the phone signal. I think you can... To be honest with you, all my phones are insured. I've never lost a phone yet. I know people... My godson, terrible. He breaks them like they're going out of fashion. You know why? He puts them in his back pocket and then sits down. I've said to him, don't put them in your back pocket. Honestly, what can you do about it? You can't do anything at all. You just have to sort of smile and kind of get through. So the news at 6 o'clock is coming up very shortly. The prankster who rapped the police at the turnout over a cuppa theft. I hate pranksters. I hate that bloke. Who's the one who pretends to be Wiki? He does the Lee Nelson bloke. Oh, God, how... irritating. Simon Brodkin. Nothing says I love you more than a heart-shaped sausage, and that's what Marks and Spencer's are offering for Valentine's Day. I think everybody else has just given up because it's all flowers. Flowers, 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 and the prices vary. I think you can get 100 flowers, 100 roses in one of the supermarkets, 25 quid. I mean, but of course, you know, now that people know about it, they're going to go, oh, Joe, that cheap are you? 25 quid. Peter in Croydon says I stayed in a very minimalistic hotel, 30 quid a night plus breakfast, door extra. Actually, that reminds me, when they did the updating of the Richmond Theatre, they had all the dressing rooms done, and the one thing they were missing was doors. And they had to sort of do that, because I remember talking to somebody who was very weird. Listening to you from Tripoli in Libya, Mr. Abu Zaid, hope that's how you pronounce it, and... Little Dave says, I don't believe you hog the middle lane. There's no hogging of the middle lane. I'm doing 70 miles an hour. 70 miles an hour. Most probably you hog all three. Probably. No, I don't move out of the middle one. I stay there because there's nowhere to go on the inside. They're all pootling along at 20 miles an hour. Linda says, if you win the lottery tonight... Oh, dear Lord. You can treat your listeners to a trip to Bromley to see Peter Andre in Greece. What is that? They're just going to sit him in a tub and pour grease over him, are they? Don't tell me Grease the musical. It's a Grease lightning. Oh, Grease. He's playing Teen Angel. Oh, God, not even the lead. Oh, my God, that's a bit of an embarrassment, is it? We've got pictures of... Who else is in the show? What other well-known celebrities are in the same show as Peter Andre? He's playing Teen Angel. What does Teen Angel... Oh, he's doing the Churchill Theatre. That's a nice theatre, isn't it? I quite like that. Oh, Psychic Sally's back again. Oh, he's here, darling. He's here with me. And An Evening with Brian Blessed. That'll be good. They've got some good stuff here, haven't they? Also, the Pink Floyd Experience. Very good. Rumours of Fleetwood Mac. Hormonal Housewives. So, Grease the Musical. Here we go. This is for October. Good heavens above. And look, here's Peter Andre. I mean, he must be the oldest teen angel in the business. And so, very special guest star, Peter Andre. In other words, there's nobody in it. Nobody in it at all, apart from Peter Andre. So they say, reignite your passion. What, Peter Andre? What does the Teen Angel sing? Does the Teen Angel sing any songs that we've heard of? I love the way they sort of put it for... So they've obviously contacted his agent and said, listen, does Pete want to do Grease? Yeah, I think so. And so they've sort of dressed him up. And... So it's going to open in Leeds. Oh, it's the same one. And so Pete's done it, trying to look mean and moody. And slightly camp, but there you go. They've given him a set of wings. He's the Teen Angel. But we don't know what songs he sings. We're not sure about that. Oh, wait a minute. He's appearing at certain performances. In other words, Pete's quite ancient now and can't do anything. And so Leeds, Southend, Sunderland, Birmingham, Leicester, Dublin, Oxford and Bromley. And... oh, that's right. The Grease movie starred Frankie Avalon as Teen Angel, the dreamy guardian angel who helps Frenchie during the crisis singing Beauty School Dropout. And that's it. Peter Andre's, that's it. The one song. Hardly worth bothering, is it, dear? But anyway. Grease celebrates 40th anniversary this year. 40th. Honestly, we've had all anniversaries. We had Winnie the Pooh. Do you remember? We had Winnie the Pooh. which we love. We're big fans of Winnie the Pooh. Steve, one of my favourite museums is the House of Marbles in Bovey Tracy in Devon. It has an on-site factory which makes puzzles and all sorts of marbles. How lovely. Actually, when you think, I often wondered how they made marbles. I'm not, please don't write in and tell me because I'm not remotely bothered now, but I remember looking at them and thinking, how do they get that bit in the middle? Some of them were so pretty, it looked like, do you know those little sweets you used to get, a little biscuit base, little tiny thing with a swirl of fondant which was rock hard, and you'd bite that off? What were they called? Please don't write in with your favourite biscuits or anything like that, but I can't remember. So it's a little tiny base, little tiny round base, and then like sort of a squirt of this fondant on the top, which is rock hard. It's not soft. And you used to get them in a packet, little packets. And us kids used to bite off the fondant, and then you'd eat the biscuit separately. I think I'm facing the wrong way. And you know what they are, don't you? And they come in different colours. And there's a name. There's a name for them. It's a little round biscuit thing, probably no more than the size of a penny. And then a little squirt of fondant on the top, which is hard, and you can bite them off. I mean, if you prefer, you could have eaten the whole thing. Please don't write in with your favourite biscuit. This is not BBC Local Radio. And I can't remember what it was, but I liked them. Because as kids, you used to get a little... Oh, I can see them. And I'm trying to read the packet name. What does it say on the packet? Somebody will know. 84850 steve@lbc.co. Angel or Star? What are you on this morning? Angel or... No, nothing like that. No, they're called... Oh, called what? No, they're not called Magic Gems. No, they're not. No. Ice Gems. Ice Gems. There you go. I knew that. Ice Gems. Magic Gems, honestly. I suppose in Scotland they'd have to be. Aye, we've got Magic Gems. Ice Gems. Fondant... No, a fondant fancy is soft. I know what fondant fancy is. I've had fondant fancies before. It's got the little bit at the top. I was naughty yesterday. I had a donut. From Greggs in Twickenham, but it's one of those long ones with the cream down the middle and things, so you get it all over your face and everything else. And it was lovely. Yes, can you stop texting, please? Got the vicar from Radio Shropshire and everything writing in with, I did a whole phone-in on this, 2 years ago. We're not giving away Ice Gems. I just couldn't remember what it was. Carolyn in Hull says, my friend paid for me to go and see Psychic Sally. I've never laughed so much. Tears rolling down my face, and it's meant to be serious. I know. Oh, wait a minute. He's here, darling. He's here. I can't believe she's still touring. Seriously. Mind you, hopefully not with her husband. Nasty little piece of work. I don't think anybody, says Martin, would ever bother trying to steal my car. It's so old, even the insurance company will only cover me for third-party fire and Viking attacks. Such an old line, but such a good one, Martin. And, Steve, nothing wrong in crying over a film. I do too. Oh, I cry all the time. I cried this morning. Oh, God, I'm so grateful. Yeah, the producer doesn't come up to a bit later. And I was watching Festival of Remembrance. Gets me every time. I cannot fail to be moved by the armed forces, and it just blows my socks off. Steve, you must watch Jane Eyre. No, it's a girl's film. Girly film. It's not a boys' film, Jane Eyre. Doesn't interest me. Saw it on Saturday night, black and white, 1944 version. Orson Welles and Joan Fontaine. Weepy with a happy ending. One memorable weepy for me with Gladiator. I don't know if you were corrected, but polar bears live in the Arctic. It's penguins in Antarctica. My son had to travel... We haven't mentioned polar bears this morning. What are you about? I haven't done polar bears. That was yesterday. That's in Russia, we said. We didn't do that. My son had to travel to Svalbard in Norway for the first time a couple of years ago for a conference, and he mentioned he was to have 2 lockers, one for his personal possessions and the other for a... And then it's disappeared. At the start, says Holly, of Die Another Day, they were racing round the frozen Glacier Bay, which had been frozen... I don't even speak now. Frozen... Oh, for goodness sake, speak properly. Frozen specifically for the scene by blocking off the seawater, allowing it to freeze. We drove into Glacier Bay in an amphibious open-top vehicle to look at the beautiful blue icebergs. Despite wearing our life vests, another boat followed us round. In case you fell in, you would freeze and die within 20 seconds. Yes, that's yes, it's not good, is it? Great news, says Philip, that Crackerjack is coming back. Maybe LBC could bring Jellybone back with Clive Bull and the Pete Murray and Steve Jones Saturday Night Rock and Roll Show. I don't remember that one. I remember Pete Murray, obviously, because Pete is, bless his heart, still very much with us, and lovely Steve Jones as well. In fact, the last time I saw Steve Jones, he was walking through Richmond. That was a long time ago, a few years back. And Sid Burke, late of LBC and Rice and Peas. He was a lovely man, he really was. Yesterday, Steve, I had to go up in a lift. As I got in at the ground floor, a very buxom female with a low-cut top showing massive cleavage ran towards it as the door were closing. She just made it. Being a red-blooded male, my gaze was drawn towards the obvious. She said to me, could you press one? I don't remember anything, but I woke up in the ambulance. You know, honestly, I don't know what sort of audience I'm attracting recently. We're getting a lower class of person. I'm going to need to check your bank accounts. Donnie says, why is it with fondant fancies you get more chocolate ones in the box in comparison to the lemon and strawberry ones? In fact, I did write to Mr. Kipling when I was about 10 years old. I'm still waiting. Well, you must have got the wrong address because Mr. Kipling replies. A friend of mine used to write to all the different companies, Cadbury's, KFC. He wrote to KFC pretending to be a scout mistress. And he was looking for the recipe so they could recreate it, but he didn't get it. But they sent him back. A voucher to get some free KFC. And they took somebody behind the scenes at KFC the other day, showing them how they sort of cook things. It's just deep fried. That's all it is. What have we got? We've got 13 minutes past 6. Danielle Lloyd, very racist, especially to Shilpa Shetty. We haven't forgotten that one. Said she'd love to strip for Playboy again, but not until she hits 50. First time she appeared, cost her the Miss Great Britain title. She's not learnt anything. She says, it was a scary experience. They asked me again when I'm 50 and I felt good about myself, why not? But I wondered what would my dad think. I think we've got a rough idea, actually. But she's won 4 celebrity versions, Total Wipeout, Weakest Link and Come Dine With Me. She said, I'm so competitive, and she'd like to be considered for Strictly Come Dancing. Nothing worse than the stench of desperation, dear. Really. What with you and Arj? Thank you, no. Thank you, no. Very much indeed. Here they are. This is the Polar Bears, and they're all up there. About 20. It's the same picture in the Daily Star today that we did, 2 days ago. But they want to move them. They've got a dog here standing its ground, but you don't want to argue with a polar bear. It's as simple as that. Sarah Ferguson in all the papers today. I've got no idea why. Apart from she's branded social media a sewer line. As she backed a campaign encouraging people to be kinder online. God, honestly, you just wish she'd disappear, don't you, really? She said it's time to confront head-on the fact that much of social media has become a sewer. Well, it depends which channels you're hooking into, dear. Most of it's very informative and educational. But I don't think you could call it a sewer. Although the good news is, we haven't heard from her for a while, and the 2 dreary daughters we hadn't heard of. One got married a short while ago, and the other one's disappeared. I wonder if they're hard at work, working. I'd like to think not. Talking about flowers, Marks and Spencer's are not discounting flowers anymore. Apparently if they're not sold, they get thrown away, says Debbie. Not last year, they didn't. I was buying flowers there. They wouldn't throw something away. Food they throw away. Because there's a couple of families who come round and rescue sandwiches from the bin. But no flowers. They don't discount them. They just sell them the following day. The biscuits are little gems, not ice gems. No, they're iced gems. They're ice gems. They're not little gems. A little gem is something different. Little gem is something you meet on Friday night, I think, in Hyde Park. It's not really. Right, 6:15 is the time. The biscuits are called iced gems, says Gemma. Yes, because little gem is a lettuce. A little gem is a lettuce. No, ice gems now resembles the hairstyle the kids walk around with. I don't think there is a popular hairstyle at the moment. I don't think so. Shaved around the sides with a blob of hair on the top, says Jamie in Kent. It was always, every time we used to watch Joey Essex when he was fashionable, he used to have these stupid haircuts. Really stupid. Do you remember I've told you before, we don't do special sweets. The flying saucer ones are rice paper, incidentally. Yeah, you can still buy them in Costco, a big jar of them. In fact, you can buy them anywhere. Anne from Glasgow says, have a heart-shaped egg with your heart-shaped sausage by cracking an egg into the heart-shaped cake cutter. Well, actually, no, you just need to put it in the middle of the sausage. And it will form the same shape. Don't ask me. Tanker driver Phil says, have you or your listeners had to walk 500 miles? Were you or your listeners advised to walk 500 more? You could be due compensation. What's that? What, the bottom one? Oh, is there a punchline? You could be due compensation. Call the Proclaimers. Oh, for goodness sake, honestly. Bad news. And do you know they're still singing that song? They still sing it. Oh, I'm not allowed to sing. Did you see the Chase yesterday? Says Jan in Lincolnshire. There was a question about which donut company sells apple and cinnamon donuts. Krispy Kreme. I bet you know the answer. I do. Oh, here we go. Just to let you know, sitting in any lane other than the inside lane is Oh, go away. Go away, please. We've done that. I'm doing 70 miles an hour. I'm not going to go in and sit behind somebody doing 50 miles an hour. I'm going to stay where I am doing 70. Martin in Bermondsey says you should watch Goodnight Mr. Tom. I cry every time. I never got into Goodnight Mr. Tom. I saw it. I thought he looked great, but it never kind of did it, really. Mike in Kings Langley, very rude. There's a new career opportunity for Gemma Collins just outside Watford. They're looking for a new roundabout on the A41. Goodness sake, honestly. I mean, the trouble is she is a joke figure. And that's it. It's embarrassing. But the good news is she's going to disappear for 6 months. Her doctor said that with her knees, which have given up, she has to take 6 months off. Best news I've ever heard. There is a God. Grace says, I haven't had a donut for months, and how sad that is. I have a big cheesecake in the freezer. Now you've tempted me to take it out and enjoy it. Wasn't as tasty as the drizzle cake. No, the drizzle cake was the best. And Roger in Oslo has only just discovered the Irish comedian Dave Allen, who's brilliantly funny. So now I've got 2 Allens I enjoy listening to. Yes, he used to finish up. What was his closing line? What was the closing line of Dave Allen? Say, good night, and may your God go with you. He always used to, he had a little finger. He had a finger, half a finger missing. Always should sit there with a drink. He was very good. I met him once. He went to dinner at a friend of mine's place, and I remember thinking, God, I mean, I'm not so enamoured with celebrities, or I wasn't years. I'm probably worse now actually than I ever used to be. And we were all sitting at the same dinner table. I remember thinking, God, it's Dave Allen. Dave Allen. I've seen him on the television. He's very, very popular. What else we got? We've got this deaf girl. I need to find the story, actually, of this deaf girl who's been turned down for 1,000 jobs. I mean, to be honest with you, that seems like a record number of jobs that somebody's been turned down for. She says it's because she's deaf, but they haven't asked anybody else. I don't know. Why would being deaf preclude you from actually having a job? But this particular girl, she's getting a bit fed up at the moment because it's gone on for such a long time. And when you get to... I had a friend of mine who's in radio. He's very successful in radio now. Very successful. And he tried for every radio station under the sun and they all turned him down. I bet he probably feels at the moment like this poor girl who's been turned down for 1,000 jobs. It seems an excessive amount of jobs to go for. But she just can't seem to make it work. Why would the fact she's deaf stop her having a job? I wouldn't have thought that there was anything. I shall find the story and bring it up to you in a minute. You can't find it. I can't find which paper she was in, but she was in a lot of the papers. It's just that I couldn't find the story. I'm more intrigued by Michelle Obama and how you found it, and how here she is. Here is this young lady here. Her name is Kelly Wilson. She's being snubbed, she says, by would-be employers because of her disability. Every job application she's made since the summer of 2017 has resulted in a series of rejections. She's been deaf since the age of 4, with the cause of her hearing loss never having been established. She's tried for pub, housekeeping and pot washing jobs, and she says, I've lost out due to my deafness. So she's now contemplating cochlear implants, knowing that they might not even work. She said, I'm being discriminated against and treated unfairly. I have to be honest. I mean, some of the jobs she says she's gone for, I think they're a bit beneath her. Housekeeping and stuff like that. So she lives with her parents in North Yorkshire. She's single. She said, I can lip read really well. I'm currently being assessed for a cochlear implant. I explain why I cannot, and offer email or Skype or text relay. Would-be employers said they're happy with her CV, then ask for a phone interview. Either I don't get any response or I'm told they don't have the facility to chat using my suggested methods. That's a bit of a shame. She says recruiters don't understand her disability. We don't. People don't understand people's disability. They really don't. And she said, I can do the jobs I apply for. I'm asking employers to give me a chance and treat me like other people. I bet you anything, after this article today, she'll be inundated with jobs. People will want her. She seems like a really nice person. And she says people with disabilities are more than capable of being extraordinary if only somebody would give us the opportunity. She says, you know, give me the chance to shine. She's single, got no ties, but the problem, she says, is a lack of awareness. I bet you anything she gets a job after this, and tomorrow, with a bit of luck. She's got 10 years' experience in the courts, prison and probation service. She's been denied job offers from Tesco, Sainsbury's, Next, Pets at Home, Premier Inn, Days Inn, Toby Carvery, Iceland, Aldi, Lidl, Argos. She spent 5 hours a day on applications. Her longest stretch of employment was between 2004 and 2009, when she worked as an assistant at Her Majesty's Prison Wakefield in West Yorkshire. I mean, it's a real shame. I think she'll get something. There you are. I shall put my life on the line and say definitely. As somebody said here from Scope, James Taylor, Head of Policy and Public Affairs, he said it's extremely disheartening to hear yet another story highlighting how widespread misguided attitudes towards disabled workers really is. Dan in Essex says, you say Gemma Collins is a figure. Would that be a figure of 8? So cruel, so cruel, so cruel. And Steve, my older brother Alistair, a military man, introduced me to your show some years ago, and I've been a fan ever since. Sadly, on Saturday, I fell off a wall. You're not Humpty Dumpty, are you, by any chance? But frankly, the nurses have been amazing. This is at Watford General. But the way some people talk to medical staff, the way some people talk to people. Anne says, hope the sausage stays in the pan. Well, I'm hoping it stays in the pan as well. I hope so. 40 years ago, says John, a friend of mine took out a bank loan and bought a beautiful Ford Cortina 1600E. The same night he bought it, he had it stolen. He'd left the logbook in the glove box and hadn't got round to insure it. Spent the next 3 years paying for a car he never had. Oh, I know. Oh, I can imagine that feeling. Tanker driver Phil says, I remember when plastic surgery was a taboo subject. Mentioned Botox today, nobody raises an eyebrow. Thank you. They get worse, don't they? Pontefract cakes, says Bev. Yes, that's licorice. Licorice. And Tiny Mush. I'm told you I'm not doing sweets. I love little gem lettuce placed in stock in a covered dish and cooked in the oven. I'm not a lettuce person, actually. I've seen little gems, obviously, because Paul's got the shop, but I'm not. I've never bought one. Never bought a lettuce in my life. What would I do with it? Dave Allen, he's the comedian with half a finger. No, I'm the comedian with 9.5 fingers, says Andy in Purfleet. Protesters heading for the BBC to keep up the over 75s TV fee. And Crackerjack is back. Because they all started on there, the Crankies, Jan Michel, Stu Francis, Michael Aspel, Ed Stewpot. It was great. It was a good thing. They're bringing it back, but they're going to change it, which means it's not really going to be Crackerjack at all. Have they got any ideas of what to offer children nowadays? And what age is that supposed to appeal to? I've really got no idea. But, a pun in a million. I'll give you one just before we go into the news. This is from Joseph Murphy, who's a filmmaker based in London. He says, I tried doing comedy to Peter Pan and the Lost Boys, but my jokes never land. Okay, get that one? And Richard Wolford, an event manager living in London, he says, I bought my girlfriend some slinky underwear. Now she keeps falling down the stairs. You have to remember what things are. Steve Thompson is Steve the Juggler from Stirling, Scotland, now in Northamptonshire. He moved. He says, can anybody remind me how to use WD-40? I'm a bit rusty. Managed to swallow the entire DVD box set of James Bond. Then I got the living daylights kicked out of me. These are puns. You can make of them what you will. Gemma Collins says, David says her body is a temple. Unfortunately, it's the Temple of Doom. Yes, or as I prefer to call it, watching on Loose Women, 2 failures on the same panel. 5 to 7, Nick Ferrari's with you for breakfast at 7 this morning on LBC. And this morning, the Labour Party has revealed the scale of its anti-Semitism problem with the past few months. Nick will find out what else it needs to do to tackle the issue. Needs to get the leader, I suppose, to say something about it. He didn't seem to have said anything at all. Also bring you up to speed on Britain's slowing economy and how our horse racing scene will return this week after the equine flu crisis. Plus, after new states showed just how bad traffic jams have got and how much time they're costing us, Nick will ask how we can stop Britain's roads grinding to a halt. Want to be like me, 70 miles an hour. That's all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 here on LBC. What else do we have in the paper? Oh, they've got a picture of... this is Russell Crowe. In the papers today, Daily Mirror, page 9, unrecognisable. unrecognisable. He's playing the disgraced late Fox News boss Roger Ailes in an upcoming TV series, The Loudest Voice in the Room. Of course, you've got that other Fox News reader at the moment who's talking about the fact he's never washed his hands, which, of course, is a blatant lie. Because if he's had a bath or a shower, and I'm assuming he must have done, he's used his hands to wash himself. So that's washing your hands. Philip says, Crackerjack, bring back Mike Reed's children's quiz Runabout and get Nick Ferrari to host it. I don't think he'd take the salary drop, to be honest with you. And Gary says, was there a model of cheap, very small two-door cars around in the early 80s that made a chuggy sound like a petrol lawnmower? A previous neighbour has one. I don't think there was anything wrong with it. A model of a cheap, very small Well, there was a Messerschmitt or a Bond Bug where the whole front of the car lifted up. They were little three-wheelers. They were very popular, actually. You don't see them so often now. I wonder why. I mean, I don't think there's anything the matter with them. I just thought it was sort of a little bit embarrassing if you only had one. My father had one, but that was many, many years ago. More than £13,000 has been raised in 3 days to help Man United legend Mickey Thomas as he battles stomach cancer. Do you know, these footballers never made any money at all. When you look, I was reading in the paper today that there's some footballer, they've just signed him for £400,000 a week, and they're raising here £13,000 to help somebody have chemo and radiotherapy. He said, I aim to beat this in 90 minutes with no extra time and penalties. Debbie Savage, who set up the fundraising page, says he shouldn't be worrying about money during this tough time. Not when you hear of people earning that much money. Somebody said the other day, there's all these people who give money. I mean, could the Beckhams not spare 50,000 or something? Do they not give to charity? I mean, the 400 grand a week player must have the best agent in the world. His name, by the way, is Aaron Ramsey. Very average. £400,000 a week. And this man, they're having to raise 13... It makes me sick. It really does, honestly. You know, and there's all these people who've been good. We had a man who gave 100 million. Was it to Cambridge University? £100 million. And then somebody says, I wonder how much the Beckhams give to charity. And which charities do they support? We haven't ever heard that, have we? They support UNICEF. Isn't he an ambassador or something? Well, that's why they've got to support it. But, you know, how much money do they give? Elton John used to have his balls every year and his white tie, but, well, I don't think we've had one for ages. And he used to give half his John Lewis money to it. Was that to his own charity? Yeah. Then he kept the other bit. Where does charity begin? Come on, at home. That's where it begins. Or failing that, Twickenham High Street. We've got more charity shops. You can stay. We've got more of those than anything else. You know, and the prices are reflected. Smart bed tips selfish sleepers back to their side for uninterrupted nights. This is a smart bed. It rolls you around. Well, I don't think I'd like that idea. That'd give you some very sleepless nights, I think. It's got pressure centres. It's the lane centering bed. It's a bid to help sleep-deprived partners push to the edge of the bed at night. Oh, there's nothing worse is you try and drag the blooming duvet cover back off somebody. But sleep expert Neil Stanley says humans are most vulnerable when sleeping, so we're programmed to wake when something or someone touches us unexpectedly. Chance of me advising. Just worked out, actually. If you go to Aldi, who are doing 100 red roses for 25 quid, you can get a dozen roses, £2. I mean, surely everybody can afford to give flowers. I mean, if they're selling them to you for £2, what are they paying for them? They must be peanuts, unless they're working on a very, very small profit margin. But £2 for a dozen roses. They look different from the other roses. I'm assuming they must be, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Pat says Gary Lineker gave £1,000 to the fund to search for the missing pilot, where the top French footballer, Kylian Mbappe, gave 27,000. Yeah, but wait a minute. Gary Lineker, Pat, earns about 1.7 plus, so probably about £2.5 million every year, whereas Kylian Mbappe earns, £60,000 a day. £60,000 a day. He's not even given a day's money. £60,000 a day. And the Beckhams have given how much? Because normally they tell you everything they do. So remember, if they did give to these charities, then they would normally be releasing that as a press release, I would have thought. Steve, the Messerschmitt was a bubble car from the 60s with no reverse gear. Yes, exactly. You pushed it round. I know, we had one. I mean, you couldn't get anybody in it apart from a father, but you lifted up the whole thing. And the whole front came out. A little three-wheeler. It was lovely, actually. Steve, I've got to up my game this year. Last year I booked my favourite table for the two of us. It ended in tears, because the wife's rubbish at snooker. Da-da-da-da. I think we had that one the other day, actually. And Jack in Kennington says, I know you rarely discuss politics on your programme, but there is a general election coming up in Thailand on March the 24th. One prospective MP in the district of Khon Kaen is a 23-year-old gym instructor. Should get a few votes. He's very young, isn't he? Very young. I can't pronounce anything from Thailand. The names are so long at the end, but he's a gym instructor. Mind you, he could do quite well. It depends. He likes topless photos. But mind you, if I had a body like that, I'd be showing people my topless photo. It's worth thinking about, isn't it, I suppose, really? The lady for the jobs is in every single page today. I'm confidently predicting that she will have a job on offer. I mean, she's qualified at NVQ level 2 in business administration. I mean, somebody somewhere's got to think that she's a good deal, which I hope. And do you remember the two comedians on Crackerjack, of course? Don McLean, with all the teeth, and Peter Glaze. McLean went on to present Good Morning Sunday in the 1990s before being replaced by Aled Jones. That's Chris. Well, there you go. Still waiting for the apology letter, by the way, about the museum. My Canadian pen friend, Steve, is ecstatic at the moment. No, not with the impending first meeting, but because they're getting a roundabout. Apparently, it'll be one of 3 in the whole of Canada. Don't they have roundabouts? Actually, I'll tell you what I get annoyed about here. Traffic lights at 2 o'clock in the morning. What's the point of that? There's nobody out. And you sit there in Knightsbridge waiting. Can't we have the European system flashing orange? If it's safe, cross over. I don't want to sit at a traffic light with nothing going on. It's ridiculous. Daily Mirror this morning. Gemma Collins, desperate, loser in everything, including her little shop as well. Brought in some spirit healer, in inverted commas, to stop the ice fall. She still crashed out, and she still fell over twice. So, obviously another pile of old rubbish, isn't it? Finally, the Mirror say a Tory tells the truth about universal credit and how it's forced thousands to use food banks, as Amber Rudd admits. Daily Star today, Ant's a happy chappy. Of course, he goes out, he's looking like a sort of a reject from the Russian Crimea, really. Also, the Jesus riddle, he's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty Greek boy. That's what they're saying. They're saying he also did all sorts of things. He renounced women, he renounced drink, and everything. Where they get this from, I've got no idea. The Sun, they say Theresa May is preparing to resign as Prime Minister this summer. Well, that'll be interesting. Also, Wayne Rooney, he's been forgiven by the wife, Colleen. She's decided to forgive him. That's what they say. And you think to yourself, how many more times? He goes off with he goes on a bender. He did a 10-hour bender. Perhaps he's just not very good with drink. Perhaps he needs help, I suppose. Also, stealing 10 cars in moments using gadgets, totally legal. The Sun have stolen 10 cars. Owner said, we're astounded. I suppose you'd have to be, wouldn't you, really? And, Steve, my mate paid 10 grand for a fully restored Messerschmitt last year. God, you can pick them up much cheaper than that. Much, much cheaper. Much, much cheaper. Apparently it does have a reverse gear. Mine used to turn the engine off and start in reverse. I don't remember there being a reverse gear in R1. I remember pushing it round. I remember that distinctly. So it didn't. Mind you, I had a car which only had 3 gears. A Ford Popular. First, second, third, and reverse. Dee says, I worked with a deaf housekeeper for a couple of years at a Premier Inn, and she got on okay. I know, I don't understand why. Is it because people are saying, oh, if we can't have a conversation with you, we don't think that you're right? Somebody will give her a job, promise you. She'll have a job and she'll go thank you to everybody, which is right. 12 steps to becoming a national treasure, front of the Daily Telegraph this morning. And this is Olivia Coleman. Plus, Baroness Brady yesterday refused to resign as chairman of Sir Philip Green's holding company, says she had a duty remain for the sake of the 20,000 employees, including her daughter, Sophia, who works for Topshop. Then we come down to the real reason. Plus, duty of care must carry criminal sanctions. The NSPCC have written a blueprint for a new law to keep children safe on social media. Well, good luck, as they say. The High Court judge has expressed remorse. This is Mrs. Justice Parker, who sits in the family division, dozed off briefly during a case in London. An investigation took place after lawyers involved lodged formal complaints. The Judicial Conduct Investigations Office said she had been given formal advice but avoided further punishment because she nodded off only momentarily. Well, there you go. But obviously, was she concentrating? Probably not. She's the second longest-serving judge in the family division, having been appointed in 2008. And Labour has received nearly 700 complaints of anti-Semitism in the past 9 months, but has expelled how many party activists? 12. Somebody's having a laugh somewhere, aren't they? Nick will be talking about that after the news this morning on LBC. Also, chants of death to Theresa May rang out on the streets of Tehran the other day as hundreds of thousands of people celebrated the 40th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution. Slightly odd, but there you go. The contraceptive pill, Times this morning, can harm women's ability to read emotion. And the Daily Mail, everything you thought about great sex is wrong. Unfortunately, I never thought about great sex, so it doesn't make any difference whether it's right or wrong. I'm sort of happy in my naivety. Also, the nurse let down by the NHS that she loved, a dying nurse, Julie O'Connor, who worked for the NHS for 13 years, was mistakenly told, God knows how many times, she didn't have cervical cancer. In this heartbreaking video, the 49-year-old's propped up in bed and is only able to whisper. She says, it's disgusting and I've been suffering the way I have and I continue to suffer. That's dreadful, really. It cost her life. Mother of 2 dies of cervical cancer. She's given the all clear 6 times. That's it this morning. Sad note to finish on. Before I go, let you know it's coming up on the free podcast on A Little Bit Extra. We'll hear a little bit of the GC blurting out at the gawping loose women the other day. If you saw it, I'm sure you'll agree the way they pandered was a bit naff. We'll also find out just how much attention drink drivers seem to be getting in this country now. They're everywhere. Plus, I'll give you the fly-in-the-wall glimpse into the life at Shea Beckham, featuring some of your favourite characters. Imagine if this was a real family. Oh, my. Also, the yob. Do you remember the tent assault on the homeless person? I think he either ripped the tent away or he urinated. He did something to it. Anyway, he's gone to prison, which is good news, for 14 weeks. And Gemma Collins, well, her agent, lets it be known that it's £13,000 for appearances for an hour. Yeah, well, let us know which clubs have been stupid enough to spend that sort of money, and we'll give it loads of coverage. We've yet to find anybody actually paying the fee. What does she do? She come on stage and juggle or something? She's got a ping-pong act. I mean, what does she do? What does this poor woman do? I suppose she comes on and fails, because that's what she's done in every other programme she's ever been on. So perhaps next time she appears in a club, you can all stand there and go, boring, and try that one, see how she enjoys it. She won't get 13 grand an hour. You can probably get her for 1,000, I should imagine, if that. Mind you, it's getting bad enough for poor old Jordan. Did an appearance the other day, nobody turned up. It was a meet and greet. What do you want to meet and greet her for? What, you touch hands with a failure? I think not. Also, what was the other one I like? Oh, poor old Colleen Rooney. I suddenly realised why she won't chuck Wayne. Because their house has just been finished in this country. Their £20 million house. She's not giving that up. Of course she's not. She'll stay with him and he'll cheat time and time again and go out and do what he wants to do, because basically she's a doormat. Also, non-celebrity Kate Wright, another member of that dreary family, slams her toxic friends who are jealous of her relationship with Rio Ferdinand. Who'd be jealous of that? And the latest place to find love, the gymnasium. If you want to find a little bit of rumpy-pumpy, it's stick your little spandex shorts on, nip down the gymnasium, do some action on the bars and a few things like that, and then you're in straight away. And a driver filmed hogging the middle lane of the motorway for 3 miles has been shamed on social media. It wasn't me. Teddy was driving at the time. Well, that's what I said to the police anyway. Yes, so because they said there was no other cars on the motorway. Must be in some part of the country where they don't have cars. Because, frankly, every motorway I've ever been on, the left-hand lane is full of people, 30, 40 miles an hour people. So you'll find me in the middle lane, bombing down the road at 70 miles an hour. Mainly because I'm not going to go in and out. It wears tyres out, and I'm not going to mess around with that one. If necessary, I shall take it as far as it can go. And we found a couple who are as in love today as they were when they wed 75 years ago. I don't know whether there's still as much action when you've sort of been married that amount of time. But, I mean, look, they look gorgeous together. They look absolutely gorgeous, which is very sweet, isn't it? Courtney Act wants to become an X Factor judge. She can't do any worse. She really can't. And Big Breakfast Dan Walker, the man with zero personality, his big challenge is sharing a tent with Ed Balls. Honestly, these people they're so desperate to be famous, aren't they? The lure of fame, the stench of desperation, it permeates the entire BBC breakfast show. I don't think there's one person who hasn't been on a reality show. Has the Weather Woman done something yet? Has Carol What's-Her-Face done something? She just goes on location. She hasn't actually done anything, mainly because nobody's interested in asking her. And they go, no, let's leave her stuck in a field, which I think is okay. I can't believe it's 1,000 calories for a scone with jam, butter and cream. Nobody puts butter on a scone. I mean, you really don't put butter on a scone. No, you don't. You cut the thing in half, you put the jam on, and then you put the cream on, then you put the top on, or failing that, you just scoop up the... You don't put butter on it. You don't. It's 1,000 calories. 1,000 calories for one scone. I got sent a thing by Marks and Spencer. I got sent the love sausage. Yeah, it's quite big actually. And in terms of love sausages, this one's quite impressive. And I'm generally the sort of person who sort of goes, oh, it's too small. And then, but this one actually, it's quite impressive, quite thick. But it's got something. What do they cover the bacon in? It's something, I don't know. But they said it serves two people. Two people with small appetites, I suspect. I could manage more than that by myself. Also, George Clooney on why he fears for Meghan. He says the press... I mean, really, why do people get involved with it? There's no point. And the African birds of prey that thrive here after an egg smuggler is jailed. He was in the Rhodesian SAS. You remember Rhodesia? You might not. It was a long, long time ago. Also, once it was a middle... I can't believe I was I hearing overnight with Darren... Did we do an awful lot of time on circumcision? Was I listening to on the radio? Circumcision? Heavens above, honestly, I've never heard anything like it. Accidental circumcision? Oh, right. I was going to say, accidental circumcision, somebody's about to eat an... Oh, the knife slipped. They do make a lot of noise when little kids get circumcised. I've seen these things before. It's quite frightening, isn't it? Was everybody cross... Oh, right. Oh, well, that's given us a clue to everybody next door. But, obviously nobody's been through it. But I don't think you remember, do you? It's done sort of very early in your life. Very early. It has to be. Somebody says, do you take custard with your humble pie? I don't eat humble pie. I've never eaten humble pie in my life. Never, ever, ever eaten humble pie. Why would I? Always right. Always right. Always perfect. Always got the biggest audience. Always good. So, no humble pie. Why would I be eating humble pie? Oh, you talk about driving down the motorway with humble pie. Oh, yeah. That's about the best bit, actually. Another one here, it says, from Shane, in Australia, they use the same personalities on TV shows. You get sick of looking at them. Is it the same in America? It was yesterday. Here's Loose Women, and here's Eamon Holmes' wife. Oh, here's the fat boy. On he comes again. They tried to make him casual, appealing to the sort of the middle-aged people. And so there was only 4 of them because they had Stacey Solomon and her dreary boyfriend, who we think broke wind on the programme, Joe Swash. What hair is he wearing at the moment? Is it from a horse, or is it from the inside of a very old sofa? Certainly looks very bizarre, and he's sort of a strange sort of colour. But what he does for a living, God alone knows. Certainly can't speak properly. 84850... Steve at lbc.co.uk. Neil's in Rotherham, visited Wentworth Woodhouse at the weekend. At home recovering now from throat surgery. Can't sleep. Bonus. Get to listen to the programme from the very start. It's always good, actually. Always good. Mike from Finchley, he said, I had the diabetes test at the GP and was given the all clear. So there you go. But, I mean, as I said, the clue to being diabetic is, do you wee a lot? If you don't wee a lot, you're not diabetic. There's a very good chance, 99% chance, that you wouldn't be diabetic. If you're weeing for the country, you're diabetic. Okay, it's as simple as that. Papers this morning again for the umpteenth day. We don't have a Daily Express. Yesterday we didn't have the Daily Express or the Daily Star. Today we've got the Daily Star, but don't have the Daily Express. Perhaps they're sort of saving money at the Daily Express. Also, here she is, Love Island's Zara McDermott, whoever she is. Don't know, but bad hair, dear. Very bad, very dry. Need to get some advice on that one. She's split from her TV fella. She's 22. What are you, a 5-year-old or something? I mean, could you split with somebody? Does that make it difficult for you to cope with life, dear? Good God, I tell you, you're in for a bit of a rude awakening later on, because after this little hiatus dies out, because nobody's really knowing who you are now, it's only because you're willing to get your boobs out and all the rest of it that they're putting you in the papers. They're not putting you in because you're bright or intelligent. And if your claim to fame is that you've been on Love Island, that's a bit sad. But she went out with Adam Collard. who's the same age as her. They're both mentally the same age, both about 6 years old. Once he's had his way with her, that's it. He then moves on to the next one. That's what boys do. She's like, well, you better learn, haven't you? Because it's going to be like that for the rest of your life. But apparently, judging by her lingerie, she's back to her floral and hearty bust. It's a bit tragic, isn't it, dear, that you don't have anything to do apart from get your boobs out. That's a bit sad, isn't it? Also, Boozy Rooney in the Last Chance saloon. No, he's not. I love the way the papers do this. Dan Wootner said it's the last... She won't leave him. They come from those sort of families, Dan. Perhaps you don't understand. He wouldn't leave her. He could cheat as many times as it... What has he done it now? 6 times? 7 times? It's always going to be like that. It's never going to change. Never going to change at all. So, you obviously don't know anything about their family backgrounds. Also, she's got a £20 million house to move into. They're not going to be splitting up anytime soon. It's an arrangement. Billy says the BBC weather lady was a contestant on Strictly Come Dancing. We don't remember that, actually. We don't remember that. They all do it, though, don't they? I think everybody barring the studio director's been on the programme. Oh, lovely. And so, I don't know why, actually. It's this insatiable urge that they have to be sort of accepted for anything other than the job which they're paid to do. I mean, she's a weather woman. She just stands there and says it's going to be hot, sunny, wet, dry, snow, storms, and that's it. And she stands in a field, or they'll build her a box. Is it just the one from the Sport? Danny Nugent? Sally... Who's she? Sally Nugent. She does... No, Sport is that little Mike bloke. Is he one day a week? Well, that's outrageous. I mean, he was their best asset. He was the best... He did everything. He was such a show-off. He did everything. They go, and where is Mike this morning? And Mike could be down... Oh, I'm training with the Crystal Palace Harriers or something like that. And so we'd have a little picture of him doing something. I remember thinking, it's like an incestuous sex club, that programme. I don't know why. It's just all a bit bizarre. I mean, how many days do these people do? I mean, do they just do, like, sort of 2 a week sometimes, or 1 a week? Dan Walker seems to do 3, but he's bland. God knows he's bland. He doesn't offer anything. At least Eamon Holmes, you can laugh at the size of him. With Dan, you can't laugh at the size of him because he's just a normal, bland-looking person. Naga Manchetti... That's... I know. But Naga Manchetti, I mean, she's had a go at trying to make it in the celebrity world. She does 2 days a week, and even she didn't do anything after Strictly. It kind of collapsed. But then the girl on the One show, they pump her onto everything. She can't take her. You know why? Bland. Boring. I think the public have seen through all these people before. Who else has been on? There must have been somebody. Is the director, assistant director, chief cameraman? They must have been on the programmes. Or at Aduba, yeah. We don't know what he does now. We're not sure about that one. I'm sure it's absolutely wonderful. Jane Moore, writing in her column today, talks about the greatest party that never happened on television. It's Netflix. And also she talks about parents in America say regular viewing of children's TV show Peppa Pig is causing their kids to start speaking in a British accent. What's the matter with that? What's the matter with that? A British accent is fine, isn't it? I would have thought so. And... what's this one here? Jennifer Aniston celebrating her 50th birthday. But, I mean, I don't think 50 is such a big deal nowadays. I really don't. Mike says, in regards to before, I do wee too much, but I was told to stop drinking too much before bed. Yeah, you shouldn't drink before bed. That's not the best thing to do, is it? But if you're diabetic, you'll be on the hour. On the hour without fail. Plus, Camilla spreading her wings with a trip to Liverpool. Can you stand in front of these wings, dear? So they did, and they got the picture. It's all a bit too obvious, isn't it, really? And believe it or not, Matt Goss might have a girlfriend. I know, we're all a bit surprised as well. But he's been secretly pursuing Coronation Street's Kate Ford, who plays Tracy Barlow. Kate Ford. She's Tracy Barlow. Okay. Anyway, they've exchanged direct messages after he started liking her sexy selfies. I thought he was gay. I mean, seriously, I had no idea he was heterosexual. Comes as a big shock to everybody. But apparently, pals have said she reminds him of Mel Sykes. She's not that old. Oh, dear. A source explained, Matt has made no secret that he's an eligible bachelor. He's mad as a fruitcake. That's it, yeah. But she's not the same age as Melanie Sykes. Melanie Sykes is 103. This one's 42. And Matt, I mean, Kate, let me advise you now, avoid him like the plague. He's mad. Seriously, watch the documentary and then decide. Mind you, this is the girl who fancied John Barrowman. She was in a play with him in was it this one? I think it was. Oh no, it was somebody else. But anyway, this one here, she was horrid in Coronation Street. I mean, really an evil character, very evil, which I quite liked actually. But she's been married. She has a son. I mean, now she's not married, but you don't want to hang around. I mean, you can't run your fingers through his hair. You know that. Because if you do, you'll be taking it off and you have to stick it back on the head again. It'll be a bit embarrassing, really. And you'll have to put up with, when will I, can we do this again? When will I be famous? Yeah. Bros love you. And we love Bros as well, don't we? We could just embrace them. We could just hug them to death. We really could. But anyway, apparently the thought of going on a date makes me want to run for the hills, she says. She's not keen on the... I mean, he'd be the last person you want to go out with. Seriously, he is so mad. Watch the documentary and then make a decision. Put it this way, see how many roses turn up. But this is a leaked story, obviously, from the Matt camp, and I mean that advisedly. That's the sort of... Otherwise, who cares? Who cares? Oh, my tea this morning is absolutely gorgeous. And somebody asked me yesterday, are you being paid by Marks and Spencer's? I didn't really know what to say, actually. I don't think so, as far as I know. And then they sort of said, you obviously like Gemma Collins, you keep mentioning it. And I was going to write back, but then I thought I really can't be bothered. When somebody's terminally stupid, you can't do anything about it. And it's a case of... if somebody's in the papers on a daily basis, then you have to mention them. That's what we do. We reflect the papers. We reflect the news stories. But this person was a bit dim and didn't quite know. I don't think they had a name, actually. I couldn't remember who they were. But we're still getting 100 red roses. Deluxe. Deluxe used to mean something years ago. 25 quid from Lidl. 100 roses. I think it's quite nice. I wonder how many of the heads will drop off before you get them home. But I did get sent, actually, the other day, the love sausage. I posted a picture yesterday of the love sausage, and then I got sent one as well from Marks and Spencer's, because I'm the only one talking about it. And I went in there yesterday. Unfortunately, in Twickenham yesterday, we had a power cut, and so they didn't get their love sausages in, but it's quite big, quite thick. And so they'll probably be in there today, because I was going to buy love sausages for the team, but I thought, I'll make it look a bit too obvious, so I just thought perhaps I'd decorate it. Not for you. You're not in the team. I said the team. Oh, dear, honestly. Why do you think it's all about you? Is he doing the not eating meat thing? Oh, I'm not eating meat. Well, you managed to shove down a Big Mac, didn't you? What was that? Was that not meat? Not meat? What was it? Yeah, it was this big, was it? Yeah, there's a surprise. There's a surprise. You did. You ate a burger. You ate a burger. Thank you. I can tell when you're lying. Your lips are moving. You did eat it. You bought it. You bought it. You're a liar. You're a liar. Don't lie to Uncle Stephen. He knows. Psychic Steve rivals Psychic Sally. I'm the one who knows about it. Well, I've just realised, actually. Where's my hot thing? Oh, I've lost it. Never mind. I wonder if it's gone in the wash. That'll be a bit embarrassing, won't it? I've another shirt I'll have to throw away. Anyway. So it's Wednesday. Anybody win the lottery last night? Probably not. Don't think so. I bought some tickets. Don't look so smug when you say you didn't win it. I might have won it. Might have to toady up to me and be nice, if I've got money, I might make you an honorary member of the team. Certainly not a full... No, I said might. Lee says you've got the singing voice like a choir of angels chewing gravel. I've got perfect pitch. I don't want to sort of make a big deal about it, but I sing like a chorus of nuns. I'm, Ave, Salve Maria. Steve, loving the show as always. Grant's in Bracknell, poor soul, we've all got a cross to bear. Louise Minchin is the blandest of all the BBC breakfast presenters. Oh, I like her. I like Louise Minchin. She's nice. We all agree. We all like her. When we're not backing down on that one. We like the idea that she's sort of... She's nice. She seems like a genuine person. He said, but she works 3 days a week, gets paid $200,000 a year. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. I mean, I don't know why people think that's sort of a funny amount of to have. And obviously, my friend Callum, Callum, who works for one of our sister stations. He either wakes up at this time of the morning or he's learned how to send messages at a certain time. So in other words, can you do something and then time it to be sent at a certain time? Can you? No, we don't think so. Anyway, he has a picture of me and Matt Goss together, which of course would not be possible. He would be holding the head of Steve Allen, I should imagine. And Callum says, I thought you were good pals. Yeah. There's no answer to him at all. He sends one of these every day. The other day I was with a group of girls, but my face was superimposed on a girl with long hair. I look quite good, actually. Although he's got this... it's an obsession. That's what it is. I shall probably end up getting something romantic for Valentine's Day. He's actually one of our producers here in the building, which is quite sweet, isn't it, really? Did I win on the lottery? Yes. Just says you won a prize. 3 times it says you won a prize, which is good enough for me. Why are you calling people dim, says Emily. Why are you calling people from Towie? They sound like 3-year-olds. I'm from Essex, we all sound like that. Don't be so stupid, of course you don't. Stop trying to jump in on the bandwagon, it's nothing to do with you. Mind your own business. Keep your beaky nose out. Nothing to do with you. You don't all talk like that. And then somebody says, if you were born in a certain place, that's how people talk. No, you didn't... God, blimey, I tell you, but there must be some hospital that's just thrown out or something. But no, this was the story about Peppa Pig in America, where the kids are watching Peppa Pig. They're learning to speak now with a British accent, which is fine. He says, are you prejudiced of people's accents? I couldn't really care less, actually. It didn't bother me in the slightest. Doesn't mean they're uneducated if born in Essex or East London. Have you seen Towie? Have you seen EastEnders? There's not an O-level amongst them. Oh, blimey, honestly. Dan Walker, very religious man, won't work on a Sunday, says Tony. Yes, we know he's committed Christian. I don't think that did him any favours telling people. You don't need to know that. Why would you need to know somebody's religion? You listen to LBC, you don't think, oh... You know, you don't think Nick Ferrari, Muslim. You don't think anything like that. You don't think James O'Brien, Buddhist. You don't think anything. It makes no difference. Why you'd want to tell people, I can't imagine, but people do. Hannah says, I was with a client who works in wholesale fashion. She deals with some of the Towie lot who've had shops in Brentwood. Apparently Lydia Dim is quite sweet, but Jessica Wright is an upper self diva. Oh, the trouble, she's a bit old now, isn't she, Jessica Wright? I mean, she went out with Diags, I think. That's the one with the bad skin. And he's still in it. But they've kicked out, is it 6 people from Towie? One of them, I can't remember what his name is now. But anyway, I thought he was fairly well known, but apparently he's quite dreary on the programme, so they've not bothered. It's very grumpy, being 52. Adults are at their most miserable when they hit 52, and particularly if they smoke, drink, and work in the local market. Oh, my goodness. Oh, we were having a discussion. My friend John was trying to contact me yesterday. Do you know we were talking about whether you can get somebody's car open if it's keyless? And I said, you couldn't do it to me. And he said I was going to write in and say, no, they couldn't do it to you because I'm up very high, so you couldn't stand outside my front door. Also, my keys are never sitting on a table in the hall, which some people's are, in which case then you can do that. Mine aren't. You'd have to get through steel and concrete and everything else. Wouldn't happen. Never, ever happen in a million years. So, again, we are pleased to be right yet again. Bill Gates says he doesn't deserve to be that rich. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He's worked for it. He's very, very clever. I don't begrudge anybody money at all. If you work for it, good for you. If you work for it, good for you. What was the other one? Oh, yes, Robbie Williams celebrates turning 45. What do you buy the man whose ego has got everything? I've got no idea. And down the waterfall, long as it may take me, and like wake me when you come to call, you won't forsake me, la 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 la. I'm angels instead, and through it all you offer me protection and affection, whether I'm right or wrong. And down the waterfall, that was my line, wherever it may take me. I know. Thank you all very much indeed for coming. This has been the best night of my night. I love you. Thank you. And that was it. And then he buggered off. It was a good video, though. I quite liked it. I liked the DVD. See, perhaps BBC breakfast presenters want to keep their fingers in other pies. As if you noticed, when ITV Breakfast had a shake-up a few years ago, a few of the staff have ended up on QVC. Have they? Actually, you're right, I have seen a couple of people on QVC. I quite like them on QVC. They don't tell a load of old porkies, though. Some of the rubbish they come up with. I mean, you would believe every single bit of makeup that they ever is the best makeup you've ever had in your entire life. This is going to change everything, your life, your skin, and all the rest of it. And they've got an old woman who does the makeup. She's been there for years. So she obviously knows about all these things. But some of it, they go, and this is really, it's a bargain. But the funniest ones are on Living. where they just sort of they just flog any old tat. But I love it. I love watching it. It's great. Zog says, I'm a time traveller. Unfortunately, according to my record, you'll never win the lotto jackpot. Got news for you, babyface. Happy days are here again. Oh, another song. Got to be so careful. Mustn't sing. LBC News Time. This morning, being Wednesday, the 13th of February, it's 4:30. The latest. Put your coats away. Apparently, it's going to hit 15 degrees. Woo! Then we get back into the cold and the ice. And then Lee says, what do you think about the wages being paid to an Arsenal footballer called Aaron Ramsey, who'll move to Juventus in Turin in the summer? He'll be paid $400,000 a week, $58,000 a day. I couldn't care less. Why would you worry about that? If the club can afford to pay that, that's what it's... If somebody said to you, oh, Steve Allen earns £5,000 a show on LBC, and people would be writing and go, for that rubbish, £5,000, he should be paid 10, pounds. And that's obviously what I'd be worth. I wouldn't expect people to then start discussing it. Why would people worry about it? He might not be worth that much, but his agent must be going, his agent must be absolutely brilliant, because that's what he's negotiated for him. £400,000 a week, £58,000 a day. The tax will be enormous, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. That's what somebody's worth. That's why, when they say on the BBC, and I've never quite understood why we're obsessed with what people earn on the BBC, what, somebody who advertises naff crisps earns, for reading out sport auto cue and stuff like that. It doesn't make any difference. It's whatever somebody can get. That's why you have an agent. You have an agent who will negotiate the best fee. And, if I had an agent, which I haven't, I have had in the past, but I didn't actually see the point of having an agent. If they went to my boss and said, right, Steve's contract's up, and we'd like to negotiate a fee, so because of his audience figures, we're looking for a substantial increase, either my boss will say, yes, I can offer this much money, or no, I can't. And you either take it or you don't take it. So it's fairly straight. If somebody's daft enough to offer £400,000... What would Beckham have been earning at the height of his footballing fame? Not that much, would it be? Nowhere near that much. But, of course, we still hang on to the fact he's a bit of a legend or an icon or something like that. Spiker Stephen Croydon says your dulcet tones have set off my Alexa. And says, thanks for nothing, says Neil. I'm 52 this year, as if I wasn't depressed enough. 52. Start looking at catalogues. It's easier. Start wandering around cemeteries. That's a nice spot. It's just mad, isn't it, really? You never worry about 52. You got what? 492 grand a week. Beckham, when he was... Yeah. How long did he do that for? 492... 5 years. Right, Los Angeles Galaxy. Of course, actually, nobody remembers those years at all. We all forgot about it. He was over in America, and as far as I'm concerned, he could stay there. That's right, they want a statue, don't they, to put up of him. What for? My God, honestly, as if his ego wasn't bad enough as it is. Dreadful. Steve, I've just got up ready for work, says Rob. Have a fantastic day. Always have a good day when I bounce out of bed. I went out yesterday shopping. What did I buy? I bought a little heater, actually, from John Lewis. It's actually really nice. I don't know how it's powered, apart from electricity, but I don't know what's inside it. But I sort of bought it. I thought, that's like, you just want instant heat, just a quick burst like that, and that survived for me, so I'm very happy. Donald, where is your choosers? Other British accents with which the American weens are speaking as a result of hearing Peppa Pig. Scottish ones or Welsh ones, in which case the weens will be all right. Yes. I've suffered, says Mary, for being judged for sounding posh, just born with a slight impediment and sent for speech training. Well, how do you think I felt? When I was 9 years old, when I was 11 years old, I went from a prep school, a preparatory school, where everybody talks like... I can't even begin to do the accent because I can't remember. It was when I was 11 years old. And everybody came out of school, and I went to a secondary modern school in Yorkshire. You can imagine, can't you? My God, the ribbing I got. But nobody bullied young Stephen, let me tell you. Not that they wanted to walk home unaided. I'm not saying I was a violent person. I wasn't, actually. I was very good at talking, because I'd come from a preparatory school where children had conversations with adults on an adult level. You can always spot kids who've been to a good school. And so when you hear somebody on TOWIE, you know that the education's been feeble because they've not taken it all in because they want to go and do, hair and makeup. That's just the boys. And find the only gay in the village. I mean, I can't imagine. It must be quite depressing for Bobby Cole-Norris. I mean, nobody in their right mind wants to be seen out with him. I mean, it's kind of like it's a marker, isn't it? It's terrible. Also, Gemma Collins can't dance for toffee, says Garrett. Well, we know that. We know that. We know she can't do anything. She can't run a business. She's another failure in life. But people become famous through being failures. We seem to like failures, but she's never going to get 13 grand for appearing in a nightclub for an hour. What are they going to ask her? She can't answer any questions. She doesn't have the faintest idea. It'll be full. The first one she does, the press will be there to see what she says, and it'll be foul-mouthed. I bet you bottom dollar. Every other word under the sun. I remember when she went out with Arj years ago, when he finished with her, because he suddenly realised that people were laughing at him. Now, of course, he's the same size as she was, and people are laughing at him. So they're two lame ducks together, I'm afraid. Now you've got the love sausage that's meant for two. What are you going to do with it once you put the egg in it, says Daisy. Well, this may come as a bit of a surprise to you, Daisy, and I don't want to ruin your day. Eat it. Eat it. I know, shocking, isn't it? It's big. It's big, but I was going to get one for each of the team, even the piscatorial one, I wasn't going to get him one at all, actually. I've decided. No chance. Why would you waste money? Because all he'd do is he would re-wrap it and re-gift it to somebody, and then pretend that he'd paid for it. Because I know him. I know what he's like. To be honest with you, the only thing that we've never seen on him is the wallet open. I've never seen the wallet open. No, don't go just producing it now, because now I've sort of led you into it. Of course you don't carry money around, no, because you've learned how to generate money without having to carry a wallet around. I'm assuming when you do open the wallet, there's a cloud of dust and a few moths that fly up into the air. Would there be much money in there? No, I shouldn't think so. None at all. God, you're like Darren, aren't you? Darren hasn't got any money in his wallet. Am I the only rich person around here? How embarrassing. The only person. I thrive on money. Looking at it. I mean, I was always a big fan of Monopoly. Big fan. I used to love Monopoly. I used to love buying the cheap houses and then raking in the rents. I never went for Mayfair and Piccadilly and stuff like that. I was always the old Kent Road. Why? Because that's just the way it works. Just the way it works. Gordon Banks, who died the other day. Do you know what he was on? This is what makes me sick. A man as famous as that, 100 quid a week when he was playing football. 100 quid a week. Tragic, isn't it, really? He had to sell his World Cup medal because he didn't have any money. And there's all these filthy rich footballers. They could have put their hands in their pockets and helped him out. That would have been nice, wouldn't it? He didn't seem to have any sort of... He lost an eye, I think, at one point. I felt sorry for him. £100 a week. It's not right, is it? Not right at all. Here's Sir Philip Green facing fresh sexual harassment claims. Apparently, he smacked the bottom of a woman working at a health resort. Is that not okay? I have to ask, what can you do now? Can you put your arm round somebody? Do you think that's okay, or is that not okay? As long as they're okay with it. Okay, we're going to try this out later. And holding hands. Is that okay? You can't hold hands. So, okay. Kissing somebody? Oh, that's out as well, is it? Blimey, it doesn't leave you a lot left, does it, really? So you can't hug, really, unless it's done in a butch, manly kind of a way. Because it's funny, whenever I see people, like, and so that's out. That's out. I mustn't do that anymore. Snogging colleagues, is it? Oh, well, let's go home now, shall we? I'll just wait for the call from HR. Actually, I don't think I've ever snogged a colleague. It sounds a bit odd, doesn't it, saying snogging a colleague? It's like, when you first start kissing, and you tell the people at school, you go just get kissing. They went, did you do tongues? It was like, yeah. What do you do with it? I don't know. You just put your tongue in somebody else's mouth and move it around a bit. It's a bit like, oh, it's horrid. Horrid. We don't like things like that. I bet they all do it around here. This place is a seething hotbed. I'm telling you, there's so much testosterone in this place. I'm lucky I managed to get through a shift. Seriously, I mean, some days I go home drained, mentally and physically. Val says spiking is in my blood. It should be. What else would you be doing at 4 a.m. in the morning? Come on, be truthful. You wouldn't be sort of waking up. You'd be like my friend Callum. I think he's worked out how to send this, because he can't be up at this time of the morning. It's just not physically possible. Not physically possible. I think because he sends one every day at about this time. I think he's worked out I think he's quite clever. You think he's up? Well, I don't think so, because every time I ask him a question, I don't get any response to him. So, and he's obviously got, he's sort of like sending me pictures of me for some reason, which aren't me, actually. Well, part of it's me. I went to school with Arj, saw him a few years ago, and all he could do was talk about was himself. Didn't even ask me how I was doing. Awful at school, awful now. Well, he's just a waste of space. It's as I think Russell Howard says in his latest show, these are people for whom their dream is to be on a reality show. They've got no talent at all, and nobody prepares them for the fact that you've been on television a few times, and if you're a girl, you're portrayed as a bit of an old tart. You know, especially if you've been on Love Island. That is, you know, it saves you advertising in phone boxes. It's that kind of mentality. That's what people think. If you go on Love Island, of course, unless you've got one of those bodies that you can die for, and I don't work with anybody with a body like that, you're not going to be getting on Love Island. Seriously, you've got to have the buff body, you've got to have all the things, and you've got to be heterosexual. Which is a shame, really, actually, because I know more Muscle Marys than anybody else. Steve, when you win the lottery, will you share it with all of us? No. No. After all, it's better to give than to receive, says Jane. I don't think so, actually. No. I might be making a few little sort of handouts to people. Not huge amounts of money. There's no point in spoiling people, is there? You know, if I won 131 million, why would I want to give somebody £1 million? That would ruin them. Although my friend John reckons £1 million is all he would ever want. He said he'd just buy a house and then he'd just carry on working. That'd be it. You know, he'd pay cash for the house. I said, £1 million doesn't go very far in this day and age. It really doesn't. You know, you look around, like, all right, if you watch the television programmes, there's loads of places that you can get for 300,000-400,000, which look absolutely lovely, but they're in the middle of nowhere. Middle of nowhere. You want a flat in the middle of Manchester, you've got to be paying £400,000-500,000, which is roughly the same as you're going to be getting in London. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Do you know what the best medicine is now for everything? Sleep. Sleep is the best medicine. If ever you get to that stage where you come home from work and you're tired and you think, oh, I haven't got the sleep, lie down, have a little sleep. Have a little doze in front of the television. You'll feel better for it, I promise you. Don't ever think that you're not going to sleep at night. I have no trouble with that bit. No trouble. John the Cabbie says footballer Aaron Ramsey commands a wage of £400k a week because his Arsenal contract expires in the summer. There was no transfer fee to buy him. So basically, Juventus are giving him some of what they would normally have had to pay their old team to buy him. It's still £400,000 a week. A week? Can you imagine you could buy a house a week? I shouldn't imagine they think about it. Because, I mean, I'm going to look at the way poor old Wayne Rooney's gone off the rails. You know, give him a couple of sherbets and he's climbing into cars with all sorts of strange women. And Colleen sits at home. Of course, the only embarrassment is that we know about it. I shouldn't imagine it makes the slightest difference. Claire says, so annoying. I've got an email to say I won a prize on the lottery, but I can't open the online account as they're doing some system processing. It'll be £2.60. And also, they always do this at this time of the morning. You wait till, I think it's about 5:30, 5:45, you know, you'll be able to access your account. You'll be so disappointed. So disappointed. I used to get excited. You say, oh, congratulations, you won a prize. And you go, wow, what is that? £3.62. Don't bother wasting my time. Just pay it straight into the account. I won £50 the other week. I mean, you know, you get excited, don't you? £50. Whew, blimey. Nowadays, you go, I'm really not that bothered. Seriously, 50 quid. They had one of those can't pay, we're going to take it away programmes the other day, and it was an elderly couple. And she said, well, we haven't got the money. What they'd done is one of these companies had approached them for falling over somewhere, and you can get money. So they got the money out of it, but they didn't pay the fees to the company, so they came chasing after them. And she said, we haven't got anything. Take whatever you want. She said, we haven't got anything at all. They were an old cut, so they had to admit defeat. Steve, I'm 52 and I still wear tight shaded jeans and white trainers. How long can I continue to wear them for? About 15 minutes, I think. Can't wear things like that. It's like round here. Nobody wears trainers on my show. No, people wear shoes, don't they? Shoes and things like that, yeah. Nobody wears trainers. I mean, how old do you think we are? That's for younger people or people who are delusional, I think. Re-kissing a colleague, says Joe. I worked at the Department for Work and Pensions a long time ago. I went out and ended up snogging a guy I worked with. Imagine my surprise when he turned up about 20 years later delivering the post. Good job we both laughed when we recognised each other. Yes. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, God, he's stalking. You know, ha, ha, ha. Oh, he's back. Mick the mechanic from Whitstable, waiting patiently and barking to perform safety inspections on goods vehicles. I work hard every day, but not on 400k a week. And I thought that GC is a total waste of food. Yes, I mean, she is. Totally. I can't sleep, so I've decided to put up a blind, Steve, and switch on the radio. Blinds. I dreamt about blinds the other day. Putting them up. I don't know why, very odd. Waiting for the first bus to Morden Tube Station from Carshalton. Love listening to your show. Keeps me going before an early shift and after a night shift. And Dom says, I picked up 2 heart-shaped sausages from the BP petrol station, the Marks & Spencer's 24-hour garage. You can have one for breakfast. What, a whole one? They're quite big. I mean, there's a lot of sausage. The guy who plays Lofty, is it Lofty? Yeah, in EastEnders, Tom Watts, wants to return back to it. Yeah, why not? And he says, I love acting. I had a really good time. It's harder work now. Put him back in EastEnders. Go on, make the nation happy. Of course, they won't do it. It'll be some stuck-up producer somewhere going, we can't have that. That was 30 years ago. And you go, yeah, when it was a good programme and it actually commanded a decent audience. Now it's just a pile of old rubbish. Do you remember when you were at school, you learnt all these myths about history? We were always told that different things happened in history, like Harold being shot in the eye. Do you remember? Well, he wasn't. You know, that's what people said. Accounts from the time report that the Anglo-Saxon ruler was actually butchered by Norman knights. The Bayeux tapestry, created years later, it's neither a tapestry nor was made in Bayeux, okay? It was made here, and it's an embroidery. But he was shot in the peep, but many historians believe it's not him, okay? Marie Antoinette, the Queen of France, who was executed. They had a habit of executing people. The guillotine rumbled on. Apparently she replied, let them eat cake, when told that her starving subjects had no bread. There's no evidence to suggest that at all. Also, the other myth, Diana said of Paul Burrell, he's my rock. There is no evidence to suggest in the course of history that she ever said any such thing, but it's a myth and a lie that he's perpetuated. If you can find out where she said it and play it to me, please, I'd love to hear it. Also, apparently one of those people, there are people out there who think that Catherine the Great died after a horse she was trying to have sex with fell on her. What? It's actually an urban myth. The truth is she died from a stroke age at 67. Thomas Edison didn't invent the light bulb. What Edison did was to come up with a new commercially successful version in 1879. And now you know. Also, Christopher Columbus is credited with discovering the Americas in 1492. You know, in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue, blah, blah, blah. But the first European to reach the North American coastline was Norseman Leif Erikson, 500 years earlier. So, you know, we like to put you right. And again, no truth in that rumour that Diana ever said, you're my rock, you're my this, you're my everything. He was just a servant. Oi! Cup of tea now. Okay? That's the way it goes. Also, both the best-known tales about Sir Walter Raleigh are wrong. There's no evidence that he covered up a puddle so the Queen could pass, nor did he introduce the potato to Britain, as the spud was already known to us via the Spanish. See? Rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Also, Viking raiders who once terrorised the coast of England looked all the more scary because they horned helmets, didn't they? In fact, archaeologists have never found helmets with horns belonging to those Scandinavians. You won't find anything like that anywhere at all. You'll find a normal helmet, but you won't find anything with horns on, which is a bit strange. And also, every schoolchild knows that Sir Isaac Newton came up with a theory of gravity when an apple fell off a tree and hit his head. Not quite true, I'm afraid. Not quite true. He did get the idea after watching the fruit fall, but the story that his bonce was involved is bunkum. There is a place in America, and in this country, where they've got the tree that they said the apple fell off, and it's protected. It's quite old. And then somebody's taken a graft cutting of it, and they've got a tree in America identical, and they say this is the tree. It's rubbish. It's just basically a lie. People keep it going, though, don't they? People want to... They want to believe in things like that. It's like people want to believe in, you know, little green men, and people want to believe in flying saucers, and people, you know, want to believe in all sorts of things. But unfortunately, most of it is absolute rubbish. Like most people go, you know, we don't want to drive in the middle lane, but we're kind of forced to drive in the middle lane. You know, because Diana told us to. There's a big difference, Steve, between what you earn and what you're paid. Whatever you're paid, you really do earn, says Dallas. You work 6 days a week, public holidays included, and you're brilliant at what you do. Not the case with a lot of people on silly money salary. Yeah, the difference is, silly money salary, no, very nice. I couldn't care less. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. But it doesn't last forever. It really doesn't last forever. And so once it all goes pear-shaped, because you remember that Jordan once had £45 million. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. Never had 45. You show me any bank statement from her that's got 45 million quid written on it, and I'll show you the Jackanory programme and some pigs flying across London. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, thank you for making me laugh, says Catherine, which is good. And Carl says, I won £3.20 on the lottery last night. Have you noticed nobody's winning the middle amounts? You know, where's the £100,000, £200,000? You know, you miss out on the thing. Somebody says, I've already explained that if you need to avoid the congestion charge, you have to get up and drive early. Luckily, it's possible to listen to your humorous destruction of the totally talentless. Absolutely. Yes, I do. Oh, well, I do. It doesn't need to bother me, actually, because I have a car that comes in. Steve, Trucker Dell says, can I have a shout-out for all fellow Facebook spikers? Currently at Costco distribution in Crick, and then heading to Albert Bartlett in Norfolk. I'm 56 and was so grumpy at 52 until I started listening to you. You know, and the next line's going to be, now I'm suicidal. It's all right to be grumpy at 52. It's fine to be grumpy at 52. It's like, you know, the Scottish boy. He's sort of grumpy for a lot of days. He's grumpy because he's going back home to see Mama and Papa, and to sort of find out who they are, basically, and to check the DNA test. But they're not there. He arrives on his, I think he's sort of going up by cattle class train, and it'll sort of throw him off, like they used to do you remember the mail, you probably don't remember the mail bags, it would hang outside of a thing, and it would go through a station, and a basket would capture, would capture the actual mail bag, and then they would do that, because they couldn't actually stand there and throw it off, and the train didn't want to stop. So the mail bags were captured by a basket thing. You must have had that up your neck of the woods. You must have done. It's Aberdeen. And they've got no the train's finished now. Does a line just come to an end? They go, you have reached the end of the world. Oh, how much does it cost to go? Oh, yeah, yes, prepare to walk or hitch. When I was younger, we used to hitch. Nowadays, far too dangerous to hitch. I wouldn't even think about hitching. Very dangerous. But how much does it cost to go up there? Is that a lot of money? Will you be? Flying is 75 by train. Oh, it's more expensive on train. Oh, that's a bit silly, isn't it? You'd think it would be sort of cheaper to go by train. Yeah, well, that's very good of you. He's going to check how much it would cost right now to go to Aberdeen. Is this single or return? It's going to be return. And return by aeroplane as well. It's only about an hour by plane, isn't it? Just over an hour, I should imagine, which I think is actually quite good. Steve, the lady who played the harp on the Beatles, she's leaving home, was played 9 and 6 for an hour's work, which was the MU's rate at the time, says Paul. Oh, she's leaving home. Actually, when you think about it, the Beatles, every song, I don't think they had a dud song, did they, really, at all? Steve, you can do many things at 4 a.m. You can do a radio show. I can drive across empty London. Love my 15-second commute. Greetings from your favourite cabbie. That's Monica. So there we go. Steve, did you say King Harold was killed by a tapestry? Antoinette was beheaded with a cake and Princess Di threw rocks at Paul Burrell? Or should I pay more attention? No, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. We all wish we could throw rocks at Paul Burrell, anything to keep him quiet. Obviously, he's droned on about it for years, and now he's going off with his little boyfriend or husband or whatever he is to visit the places he went to with the Queen. He was a servant. Okay, that's all he was. He was a naff servant. He was, and please, if you do see him, do not throw rocks at him. Just go, Steve Allen mentioned you. He'll go, oh, I went for dinner with him once. Me, Barbara, Paul Burrell, and Dale. That was an interesting combination, wasn't it? He's done. We got the Aberdeen research. Okay, so train. This is train return 173. Okay, is that the cheapest we can get? All right, 173. Okay, flying 63. Return. Oh, blimey, it's cheaper to fly. No. Well, you haven't got any baggage, have you? Got no clothes? We know. We've seen. But 63. So you're flying. Yeah. So right. So it's much better to fly, isn't it? Amazing, isn't it? You would have thought, I mean, I didn't think that trains were that expensive. If I was a train driver, I could get discount for everybody. Couldn't I? If I worked for... Oh, is it? Is it nice? Do you have ScotRail? Is it? It's a nice... LNER. Oh, LNER. Sounds very posh, doesn't it? Do they have a buffet car? Things like... Is that nice? Do you always sit in there? Do you have breakfast? Very expensive. Yeah, but I mean, what the hell? You're on holiday, aren't you? Not really. Going home. Is it not? I'm sure there must be the good side of Aberdeen. Oh, we can't find it at the moment. But sounds lovely. Yeah, the sea. Are you near the sea, then? Are you right on the edge? Oh, right. There's no good pointing like that and lip syncing. Oh, you're on the cheaper end. Oh. Oh, goodness sake, honestly, ladies and gentlemen. There's no end to the excitement. Now you know what it costs if you were thinking of going today, which you probably... It's Wednesday, 13th of February, which means tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Already the shops are full of roses, chocolates, heart-shaped chocolates, special discounted meals. They're all doing it. And it's quite nice, but I do think that we've kind of gone down the American route for, everything. I mean, you should be romantic most days of the week. I know it's not physically possible, but you should be. Sorry, I ran. That's why I'm sort of a little bit out of breath. Kevin the Milkman says, another myth, Steve. Stevenson didn't invent the locomotive. He just designed the best one to win the competition for the Stockton-Darlington Railway. Actually, the rocket is in the Science Museum. Because I've seen it. Actually, if you've not been to the museums for ages, they're a lot better than you imagine. Richard Travick did invent the train in 1804 with his locomotive Catch Me Who Can. Well, I've seen quite a number of things. I love all the different museums for stuff like that. And good they are too. Going to try 3 eggs with my heart-shaped sausages and onions. That's what bouncers eat, says Dorman Don. You just watch it. Steve, last year I made breakfast on Valentine's Day for my wife. I said, how do you want your eggs? She said, unfertilised. It's the oldest gag in the world, which is good. And listening from Raleigh in North Carolina, says Joe Lowe, they have great gin, and that's all I've worked out so far, living between here and the Cotswolds. Bit of a difference, isn't it? Raleigh in North Carolina and the Cotswolds. Well known that King Harold's last words were, says Kevin from Dudley, stop playing around with that arrow, you'll have somebody's eye out. I was like, do you know, for ages I talked, and I resurrect it now, all the time, with sort of the Bayeux tapestry. It wasn't made in Bayeux, it was made in this country, and it's not a tapestry, it's an embroidery. I trot it out, which is good. Gary says, read the high cost of trains between London and Aberdeen. Let Scottish boy price up the overnight sleeper train, first class from Euston to Inverness. I reckon that's it. Let me have a guess. £460. Oh, lower? Lower than... Oh, right, okay. So the overnight sleeper train for... I've never slept on a train. I reckon I could. How long's the journey, then? Is it a long, long journey? Is it sort of hours and hours? 11 hours? It's never. Is it? Oh, I'd love to do it. And so you could have your own cabin. How much is it? 250. See, for a room on a train, that's cheap. You can't get a hotel room. You can't get a hotel room in London for 215 quid. And this is 11 hours on a chuff. Can you look out the window when you're sleeping? Is it quite nice? Is it? I don't... All right, so some of it be dark, but then occasionally it gets light, and then do they have service, like somebody will bring you tea and coffee and everything else? Oh, fantastic. Well, that's sold to me. I'd love to do that. And then can you get off the other end and then just come back? Is that how it works? Oh, right. Oh, I love the sound of that. I think that's very good, actually. Read the Caledonian Sleeper. You don't have to share a cabin with a stranger. I did that when I went to... Denmark on DFDS Shipways, the shipping route, and you share a cabin. There were 4 of us. I hated it. But they scrapped it. Oh, it was horrid. All the food on there, the food was great if you didn't get seasick, and I'd never been on a ship like that before, going over to, we went to Esbjerg in Denmark, and all the food was rich. Like, can I have a cup of tea? It was like chicken and cream, hot chocolate with cream. Everything was just swamped in cream. And of course, I spent a lot of the time standing up on deck being lashed by the wind and the rain because I felt so ill. If you've never had seasickness before, it's not the most pleasant thing to experience. So by the time I got off the blooming thing, I was so grateful. So grateful. But I think that sleeper train thing is brilliant. 200 and what? 206? 260? How much is 215? That's very good. That's very good.
Yeah, well, because it's only 173 during the day. So.
You're building the part. Stop it. Don't build your part. Just ask him a price, and all of a sudden, yeah, he's our new train expert. Catch Me If You Can, Steve. What a camp name for a train. I don't know. I have to have a think about it. Chase Me. No, that was Chase. See, Chase Me would have been better. That was Duncan Norvell. John says, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a radio host on a planet far, far away, currently telling his listeners, don't be silly, there's no such thing as aliens, we're the only ones. Well, you believe what you want to believe. I'm telling you now, there ain't nothing there at all. What was I going to tell you? There's something I watched on the television yesterday. I was having, after I'd done my shopping and I bought some Satsuma, some bits and pieces, I get to that stage where it gets to 12:30, I start thinking, lunchtime. And so I'd done a little bit of shopping, nothing particularly special, just the usual sort of bits and pieces. And I got back home and I put my feet up and I thought, this is bliss. This is absolute, and I was going to do, if you remember yesterday, my VAT. Last time I do it when it's not digital. And I thought, I'm not going to do it today. I'm going to do it today. But now I've decided I'm going to do it tomorrow. And my friend Paul phoned me. He's been having a little bit of upsy-downsy. And so we had a long chat about that. And so that was quite nice. And I've got to phone my other friend, who's a magician, because my brother wants a magician. And I really need to book it now, just because I think around Christmas time, Michael J. Fitch could get booked up. So I'm looking for a magician down for my brother for about an hour, and we're willing to pay top dollar for this one. This is my brother's treat. Then I've done all my other bits and pieces, but I just thought yesterday it was so lovely when I've now got to that stage in my life where if I don't have to do anything, if I haven't got any interviews to do here, I go. A friend of mine laughed the other day. I said, I was having a lazy day. She said, as opposed to what? Oh, well, I don't have lazy days every day. Some days I have to purposely, stop myself doing things because you've got to rest at a certain time. And if you work 6 days a week, as I do, Friday, of course, we've got to go for this aortic scan, and they will tell me there and then. But of course, typical, isn't it? You have to wait till Sunday to find out what the results are, unless I decide to tweet them beforehand, because it'll tell me if I've got an enlarged aorta. Which sounds horrendous, doesn't it? George Stephenson designed the rocket for the Liverpool and Manchester Railway, not the Stockton and Darlington Railway. That was his locomotion number 1 5 years earlier, and it was Richard Trevithick, a Cornishman, who designed Catch Me Who Can, which was demonstrated on a site close to the present Euston Station in London in 1804. And Stephenson's rocket isn't in the Science Museum here in London anymore. It's now in Manchester's Science and Industry Museum, where it will be until the end of April, and then it moves to the National Railway Museum in York later this year. God, you're a mine of information, you lot, aren't you, really? You can't... I always say that there is no question you cannot ask a radio audience where somebody somewhere will be an expert. It might be an expert on films, it might be an expert on transport, on cars, on the weather, on all sorts of things. I don't think we've ever had a question that has gone unanswered. I'm always in awe of people who remember the most amazing things, and I try and remember as much as I can. And so occasionally, and that's why people say, how have you got sort of things to talk about all the time? Because basically I've absorbed so much over the years, and it just pops up at the right time, or the wrong time, depending on which time of the day I'm at. Mark says I got seasick on the Isle of Wight ferry. You can get seasick on the Serpentine. It's a horrible feeling. It's like being sort of out of kilter. I remember once, I think I told you, we were in Gough Square, just off Fleet Street. For the first building, and I opened the boot of my car, and as it came up, it hit me in the head, and I didn't think anything of it till I got home, and then all of a sudden I was sick. I couldn't sit up without being sick. I had to lie down. It was the most frightening experience of my life, and I'd given myself this bang on the head. But and then of course the worst time was when I stupidly, and I don't even think about it now, I parked over a drain. And I remember that was in the days before you had to put your key in the car. Nobody had car alarms. Now they're standard, aren't they? And I put the key in the lock, and I remember thinking, be careful. And as I said that, it fell out of the lock and fell into a drain. And I sat there, and it was like the scene from Oliver, where all the jewellery falls into the mud and it slowly sinks, and my key sunk beneath the surface. And I thought, oh no, I'm going to have to go all the way home, pick up the spare key, and come back. And but luckily, I had a spare key with me, but I didn't know about it. Now, of course, nobody... Who puts the key in the lock of a car door? Nobody. It's you push a button, or you've got keyless, and you just touch the door handle, and then it opens. That's what mine does. It sort of lights up the right colour, and then you can sort of get in. And that's how it works, which is good. Still to come, the Yob jailed for the tent assault on the homeless. I mean, it's bad enough if somebody's got to be homeless, and then somebody comes along and starts messing around and taking the mickey out of people, and it's not right. It's not right. So this one's been sent to prison for 14 weeks. And Carl says, did we just hear your servant's voice? Oh, yeah. Oh, I could do... Yes, give me a cup of tea. No, that's not the servant's voice. That's the master. That's the master's voice. The servant's voice would be, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I mean, you can imagine, old Paul Burrell must have been a dreadful old creep, mustn't he? Little did she realise, you know, that he was going to sell her down the river at every opportunity. Oh, yes, I've always had a lot of admiration for the boys. They've avoided him like the plague. Like the plague. Judge Rinder's clown court. This is a strange story. This is, I mean, I might have to save it, actually, because it's not... You can't just throw it to one side, because it's too much. But I have to warn you that if you see Hello magazine, you'll see a picture of Matthew Wright, who looks like Julian Clary. He looks like a slightly odd version of Julian Clary. It's the most peculiar picture. I don't know, somebody obviously said, can you open your eyes? Or when they've done the photoshopping, they've said, can you open your eyes? Because he's had baby. He's got a daughter. And he got a text as he came off air from his radio show. No audience. He, I always love saying that, actually, because believe you me, you have to work at things like that. He used to be a very good columnist. He was very good. He had a show on LBC on a Saturday morning. Producer, mad as a broomstick. Completely. But here he is. First child called Cassidy. Spelled Cassady. Good Lord above. So she was born 4 weeks early. She weighed just over £5. I can't remember what I weighed. You know, people go, oh, I weighed £6 3 ounces or something like that. So, because Gordon Banks died the other day, tributes are pouring in, and of course, the usual one who jumps to everybody's obituary, Gary Lineker. When I was 9, he was my greatest. He still is. Well, obviously not now. But they say it was his warmth and humility. You know, but he only earned £100 a week. That awful when, you know, so much money floats around in football now, and he didn't get any of that. They weren't in those times. Had to sell his medals. I think that's the saddest thing ever. Saddest thing. People should be made to give money. If you're earning something like 150, 200,000 a week, no hardship for you to give 10, 20,000, is it? No hardship at all. Gawking at Gorka. Strictly's Gorka Marquez and snooker ace Willie Thorne will strip for this year's Full Monty tribute. You remember the disaster last year when they didn't get much money in? The bigger fees were paid to the artists for doing it. And so you've got Jack Fincham. Oh, how dull and boring. Kevin Fletcher. Joe Pasquale's taken all his clothes off. I don't know why. Might have to check with him on that. Rav Wilding. Ooh. I don't like Rav Wilding at all. There were stories about him from a few years ago. Ice skater Matt Evers and footballer Jason Cundy. God, we've not heard from him for years. Jason Cundy. He's the one who used to be married to Lizzie Cundy, celebrity hamster. And she's sort of all over the place. Not at the moment. As I said, like yesterday, we haven't heard of Prince Andrew's daughters for ages now. Thank God for that. That's a bit of a blessing, isn't it? I don't believe they work. I know they have jobs, but I don't believe that they work. The all-new Monty Who Bears will be followed by the women's version. Oh, dear. So the crew will be led by Ashley Banjo. Oh, not again. And the host appointed Alexander Armstrong, who've taken part since the first show. And then the all-new Monty Who Bears wins will be followed by the women's version, led by, wait for this one, Victoria Derbyshire and Colleen Nolan. Haven't they done it? They're doing it again, then. Oh, my godfathers. In the two specials, the celebrities do a striptease to demonstrate the importance of making checks on intimate body areas. I think Colleen Nolan's discovered her intimate body area. Can't have been for some years. And Willie Thorne. Quite a large chap, isn't he? Banjo says, the show has been a life-changing experience for me and hopefully for other men who've been checked or had conversation. It's a fee-paying gig. What are you on about? I tell you, if you thought that much of it, don't take the fees. Don't take the fees. ITV Factual Commissioner Kate Techman says this year's cast are being pushed to the limit. They're taking their clothes off, dear. I don't know how complicated you think that is. Perhaps you've never had a shower or a bath. You just take your clothes off. Da-da-da-da-da. Some people will look very buff. Some people won't look very buff. The majority of the time. And also, how much money are you hoping to raise? It's Wednesday, the 13th of February. And a friend of mine, you'll remember, I have a friend of mine who works in radio, although I never call it working. It's the most bizarre thing, isn't it? When somebody says, what do you work in? And you go, I don't really work, actually. It's like every day's a holiday. That's why I'm not a holiday person. I'd be bored out of my mind. If you've got loads of kids, then it's great, but you just want to rest and let the kids do whatever they do. But my friend's given up his telephone, and he says it's the most liberating thing that he's ever done. Now, how long you can last without a telephone, I don't know. I don't think I could, but he's just texted me because he's driving into work with the Frothy Coffee Man. What was that advert on the television? It's Frothy Man. Was that something to do with, I don't know, It's Frothy Man? I've just got a thing about a polar bear. Does a polar bear go, It's Frothy Man, or something like that? Is it? It's Cresta. Like being cut off. There was a thing about my friend in the paper the other day that he has a bedroom downstairs and she's got a bedroom upstairs because they have new additions to the family. And I thought, how else? How else? Otherwise nobody's going to get, any sleep whatsoever. But I'm delighted to know that you're well. He says, how much to make some noise for a Steve Allen half Monty? People would pay me to keep my clothes on. Although I gather you are quite adept at taking your clothes off. In fact, I seem to remember, was it the end of TFI Friday? I keep wanting to go TGI Friday. TFI Friday, where the whole team took all their clothes off and ran to... I've got this image in my mind. Why? I can't imagine. But I'm glad to know that you're well and doing well. Actually, that was a sad thing the other day, wasn't it? That reverend who's done a couple of interviews because she's got terminal cancer, of which I'm sure there must be lots and lots of people going through that at the moment. And I find it... Sorry? It was... Ruth Scott, yeah. And I remember thinking to myself, how sad when you have to face up to things like that. And there's so many wrong things in the world. And then all of a sudden somebody decides, it's you. The Naked Parade. I'm watching that programme. I don't watch it out of any sort of sense of perversion. I watch that sort of naked attraction programme where people they want to take their clothes off on television. They want to stand there in a tube, if you're a bloke, and I can only speak as a man, if you don't have a particularly impressive looking willy, what's the point of going on television? Why would you want to show people that you don't have much of a thing going on? I mean, some of these people, we had somebody the other week who was pansexual. I didn't even know what it was. I watch it out of curiosity just to see how many tattoos and piercings you can get in. But I think actually my friend Callum was recommended for Naked Attraction. I wrote to them, putting them right on a few facts. When they found Steve Richard III under a Leicester car park, they found he didn't have a hunchback. However, when he was killed, somebody stabbed him unceremoniously in the buttock with a sword. The humiliation, says Holly. Yes, it's always those... I told you that was Charles I who was executed. They found his coffin in Windsor, in the chapel there, and they knew it was him because the head was separate from the actual body, but in the same coffin. See? Monica says, my second job is skippering and sailing boats. I can tell you with some authority, it's just a matter of getting used to it. You'll feel much better on the boat after 30 years. I don't think I could go on a boat for 30 years. I've always found I could do little things on the Thames. I could drive a boat on the Thames, but I just couldn't, not on oh, no, thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. I'd have been useless on the Titanic. Useless. Mark from Faversham. He says, normally you get a message from the National Lottery saying news about your ticket. This morning it's you've won a prize. Congratulations. I got that. Wait a minute. Let me just check. I'm pretty certain I've actually got... I've lost the blooming thing now. Where is it? It says, yes, you've won a prize. Signing, congratulations. They've changed the wording. Still be £2.60. Excited or what? I thought I'd won thousands. A few thousand would be nice. Every other one seems to win a couple of quid. Yep, this'll be a couple of quid. Take my word for it. Otherwise, why can't they just phone you? Hello, National Lottery. You just won 131 million. Thank you. Call you later. Bye. Yeah. That's what you'd be like. Steve. As a young thing in the 60s, working at British Railway headquarters, I went from Victoria Station ferry through France and Spain, then the ferry to Mallorca for the princely sum of 12 quid. Took 2 days, says Wendy, young and foolish. Oh, excuse me. I went on holiday to Spain with my friend Terry Hackwell, and we went for under £10 for a weekend break to Cala something. It was Spain, whatever it was. That was a weekend break. That was the flights, the hotel, and the food. Seriously, for under £10. That's how cheap it was. Why don't you go on the Trans-Siberian Express if you like trains, says Alan. I don't like them that much. I like him, but I don't want to travel for anything. A friend of mine, my chemist, Mr. Shah, he went on that one through Canada, where they've got the big dome at the top. And that I thought was, that was something. That's not a cheap thing to do. Thomas says, all your talk of nakedness reminds me of your membership of the Nude Leapfrogging Club. Damn it, I shall never be able to sleep. Yes, I am president of the over 35 nudist leapfrog team. And we're a bit short of members at the moment, quite literally. Having lived in Gothenburg, Steve, in Sweden for over 30 years, we went on the Gothenburg to Newcastle ferry so many times, and boy, did we suffer from seasickness. We were as sick as parrots. We used to make a beeline for reception where they'd hand out seasickness tablets like Smarties. I always think, when we went on big ship, when we went on the Royal Caribbean, I took travel sickness pills. I took a pack. You would be well advised to take travel sickness pills, and then that sort of equates your body to the way the ship rolls and stuff like that. And I was fine. I didn't become ill at all because I took tablets. So if you get the opportunity to be going on a cruise, take some travel sickness pills. Marzine we used to take, but there's loads of other ones available. So thank you. But also, we used to make the beeline for reception. Then they'd hand out these tablets. We'd eventually zonk out and sleep it off, but they always left you feeling groggy. I've always been quite good with tablet. I'm not a particularly groggy person with sort of tablets, but I appreciate what it's like because I've done it. The TV classic is coming back, as you now know, Crackerjack. And when you look at all the people in it, guess who appeared aged 12 back in 1975? He's very well known at the moment. Order. John Burko appeared on Crackerjack when he was 12 years old in 1975. He had long hair down to his shoulders. Also, Sally Ann triplets, Stuart Francis, the Crankies, and Lee Miles, 1980. The original ones, Eamon Andrews with Michael Derbyshire and Ronnie Corbett. And that was in 1957. 1979, it was Ed Stewart playing the double or drop game. As I said, and all they were competing for was a stack of games. And, you know, they were so excited when a stack of games. Nowadays, they go, oh, sorry, isn't there an Apple iPad or something coming out? No. You've got Snakes and Ladders. Don't want Snakes and Ladders. 1972, it was Michael Aspel. 1976, it was Don McLean. Peter Glaze, Jan Hunt, who we think we discovered the other day was 81. We were amazed at Ed Stewart. He died a few years ago now, didn't he? I was going to say, I didn't have heroes in radio, but I sort of grew up listening to these people, which is great. Bernie Clifton and Peter Glaze in 77, and Leslie Crowther, who went on to change The Price is Right, now done excellently by Joe Pasquale. One of the very few game shows that, you know, somebody can own. And Joe's such a good boy at things like that. But it's going to be taken over by Mr. Nixon and Mr. Rhodes. And they're going to be doing the new version of it. Hope they don't change it too much. I don't want it to be changed too much. I want to try and remember it as it was. But there we go. Oh, you can't do that. And you think, well, you've done it with all the blooming antique shows. Why not do it with that? Here's the thug who filmed as another man jumped on two homeless men sheltering in a tent. Jake Mann, 29, a bit thick. Picture of him in the paper. Thick, stupid and ugly. Was seen laughing as he left the scene. One victim suffered a knee injury. Both were scarred after the incident, caught on CCTV. And as they fled, Mann and his accomplice, the expression, "you dirty scumbag, trampy," B word was heard. Man from Lincoln admitted ABH. Jamie Nichol, of the same address, attended the hearing, charged with the same offence. His case is expected on Friday. And so he's been jailed, this man here, Jake Mann, for 14 weeks. Good. You can't do things like that. I don't care who you are. You know, it's no good thinking you're all very clever. Probably the influence of drink, I should imagine. Every time I open up the papers, there's another cocaine story. It seems to be rife, doesn't it? Now that they've got that El Chapo bloke who, just an innocent person, responsible for thousands of murders. Somebody said about 46,000. Somebody went, no, it's about 30. What, 30 people? No, about 30,000. You know, because the drug cartels, they war within themselves. There's no love lost between crooks. You know, somebody claims that they've got this. I mean, it happened years ago with the Krays, didn't it? And the Richardson gang. One had this side of the river, the other had the other side of the river. But they were basically just fighting among themselves. And then I saw a fight the other day starting off at a petrol station on the A316. Two people getting out and arguing by the petrol pumps. What they were arguing over, I've got no idea. Sheikh Asif enjoys my early breakfast. Wednesday, 13th of February, and you'll be delighted to know, for the first time in ages, I can tell you, that the weather's warming up a little bit. Could be 15 degrees today. Not sure I can cope with that. I don't think I've got the clothing ready, but 15 degrees, which is not too bad. And Val says, last night's Euro was not won. Friday's £144 million. Wow. 144 million. Good Lord, honestly. I don't know what I'd do first. 144 million. I think I might end up, like my friend Christopher, sort of ending up with about 2 or 3 cars, although he's ended up with substantially more than 2 or 3 cars. I just quite fancy the idea of having seeing something and going, I'll buy that. There is a garage I discovered, somebody sent me the details, where they've got a lot of royal family cars up for sale. And I can't remember where it is now, but it's quite a few of them. There's quite a nice Bentley Continental there, which I thought looked quite nice, but I can't remember because I didn't actually link onto the to the site. Steve, why can't we hear Scottish Boy when you and he banter? Well, he's not allowed to. Not allowed to, and he knows that as well. So if he gets the opportunity to build his part, then he will do it. Actually, strangely enough, yesterday he was invited, although I've kiboshed it immediately, to come to a garden party in the summer, which is full of famous people, and it's free drink and lovely food. And he went, oh, I could go. I went, no, unfortunately not. It's not for people like you. It's for, because he'd have to, the only way that he'd be going is if he's handing around canapes, and asking people if they wanted another drink or something like that. But no, nothing worse than hanger-oners. Nothing worse than hanger-oners. There really isn't. It's 2019, says my friend Christopher, the year we're going to go halves on the Phantom. I've just seen one, actually. It's £179,000. And even though I have got 2 policies which have just matured, in fact, they come out on my birthday, I'm still not going to buy it. It's got to come down substantially. It's still fun, though, isn't it? It's seeing the car and it's looking at them and smelling a car and smelling leather seats and, also... There's something about... I'm not a petrol head. Please don't ever get the idea that I know anything about cars. I really don't. As anybody who knows me will tell you. I can put petrol in and I can... that's it. I can go and get it washed. And I can't do anything else at all. You were talking about naked attraction. I can never understand why people go on embarrassing bodies. If they're too embarrassed to go see the GP, but happily go on national TV. Have you ever interviewed the gorgeous Dr. Christian Jessen? Yes, I have. Yes. Actually, a friend of mine fancies him guiltless. Seriously. But he's it must be quite interesting being a doctor, but on the other hand, I suppose it's like any other job, isn't it? People say, oh, it must be great being a radio presenter, and you go, well, I don't really know. I've only ever been a radio presenter. I've done a bit of retail, which I quite like, but I don't know anything else. So people always say to you, so what's the best bit about the job? And I go, I don't know, just going to work. I can't explain. I think if you're in this business, you're in it not for the financial rewards, which can be, very nice for a lot of people. You just do it because you like doing it, and it's because you don't think about anything else. I've got good sea legs, says Holly, but be warned about watching movies in the cinema on a sea crossing. I watched Highlander in the cinema located in the bowels of the ship when they all started flying around on screen. With that and a choppy sea, I was sick as a parrot for hours. And Fraser says, in the 60s, Susanna Reid's mother, Gillian, handed out the double or drop prizes and cabbages on Crackerjack. Crackerjack? Really? Oh, there you go. She will be thrilled. She will be thrilled. And I'm just looking at the picture of Matthew Wright on the Hello magazine cover, says Carl, and he really does look like Julian Clary. The magazine next to it has a headline, Why I Cut Off My Husband's Penis. We're obviously obsessed with this at the moment, aren't we? Having done circumcision overnight. Well, not actually doing circumcision, but they were talking about circumcision. Steve, says Monica, if you take seasickness tablets, take those based on ginger. It's actually ginger extract and well in advance. Most people are getting used to the movement of a boat in a day or so. With a longer trip, you'll be okay. I was fine. I didn't get sick on that. But when I went to Esbjerg on DFDS a long time ago, oh, yes. Trevor says, I remember being on Crackerjack, age 12 in 1962. He asked me how many colours there are in a rainbow, and I said 6. Went home, red and yellow and pink and green, purple and orange and blue. So it's 7, isn't it? Is it 7? I can sing a rainbow, I thought there was 7. I might be wrong. The car dealers. Here we go. Is Bramley of Guildford. They've got Prince Philip's Range Rover at the moment. Just on its roof. Steve, my father's cousin was England's World Cup winning manager Sir Alf Ramsey. When he played for Tottenham Hotspur in the 1950s, he was earning £9 a week. How times have changed, says Glenn in Romford. You're quite right. And Richard says, as an ex-QE2 steward, there's a job, when passengers felt seasick, we always advised them to drink orange juice. Because it tastes the same coming up as it does going down. I should imagine it must be awful when they've had epidemics on ships and stuff like that, and the whole ship's practically come down with sort of some dreadful illness. You feel for everybody. I think they actually did it in one of those nursing programmes, Carry On Twice Around the Daffodils or something like that, where they were rushing backwards and forwards. Waiting at the bus stop, says Dave in Crouch End, coming home from Aldi's in Archway last week. Nobody can say I don't know how to live. Two middle-aged blokes squared up to each other before one threw a punch to the other's face, and they both started punching the living daylights out of each other. Women were screaming. I heard somebody shout, "Call the police." I'm going to sneeze. Sorry. Good Lord. Why we sneeze? I've got no idea. What is it that makes you sneeze? I mean, apart from dust or something like that, but what is it? It's very odd. Anyway, I'd waited about 8 minutes for a bus before the fight started, and then just as it did, the blooming thing came along, so I missed all the rest of the action. Kind regards. Kind regards. I love it. Alison Phillips, writing in her column today in the Mirror, says this is very pertinent. So Gemma Collins called in a shaman to cleanse negative energy from the dancing and ice rink where she fell a fortnight ago, believing there to be negative energy at the site. After it was used as a wartime RAF base, the mystic lit candles, then created vibrations on the ice. No, that wasn't Gemma dancing, to help cleanse her own negative experience. Shaman Sue Holmes goes by the professional name of Firehorse. Well, it all smells like something like horse to me. Exactly. It's a load of old hooey, isn't it? Load of old rubbish, but there you go. Once a fool, always a fool. 12 simple words that made Joe Root a gay icon. He stuck up for the gay community during an on-pitch row. He appeared to be riled by an unknown remark from West Indies fast bowler Shannon Gabriel during the third test in St Lucia. Canberra's court Root responded by saying, "Don't use it as an insult. There's nothing wrong with being gay." Last night, Gabriel, that's Shannon Gabriel, was charged by the International Cricket Council for breaching its code of conduct. Homophobe. That's what he is. What a thing to say. And, so he gets everybody's plaudits today. They always go, he's lovely. But West Indies coach Richard Pybus said nothing had been reported to him. But he said, Shannon's a proper old-school fast bowler. I think we need to find out if there's anything behind the rumours, and then we'll address it. We can't have people. Because apparently rugby union ref Nigel Owens, who publicly came out as gay in 2007, commended the cricketer. He said, a wonderful and hugely important reply from Joe Root, delivered with calm and dignity and with a bigger impact than hitting a ball for six. Thank you, Joe Root. What a man. What a man. What else we got here? Oh dear. It's a picture of the Duchess of Cornwall posing in front of the wings during a flying visit to Liverpool with Prince Charles. They were all out the other night, down at the Natural History Museum. Harry and Meghan were there. And you'll hear all about that on this weekend's In Conversation with Julia Bradbury. She's one of my special guests this week. Also, something else here. There was one particular story I was looking for. Normally I sort of hang on to these things and I turn the pages of a paper over if there's a story on a particular page that I'm intrigued by. At the moment I'm intrigued by all the food that's coming up for Valentine's Day. There's one here, 20 quid now. There used to be a tenner. But the starters, they've got salmon, prawn and avocado starter. I bought two of those separately yesterday. I think they were really expensive, but they just look quite nice. And I quite fancy apple frangipan tarts. Or you can have strawberries and you get a box of chocolates. And you get a bottle of Prosecco. 20 quid. I mean, seriously, if you did this, and you ate it yourself, you can do sirloin steaks with garlic and herb butter, or peppercorn steak pies, Oakham turkey breast Popiettes. I don't even know what they are, but it sounds fun. Ricotta stacks, and they've got leek and cheese souffle tart. All sounds gorgeous, doesn't it? And for sort of 20 quid. Why would you bother going out? Why would you bother going out? It's so much cheaper to eat in. And all of the supermarkets do these things now, so you should really wander around today and have a look and see what they're offering. The Co-op, £8 for a main, side and dessert. 3 out of 5, 3 out of 5. Asda gets 4 out of 5. They've got £15 for a starter, a main, 2 sides, dessert and a bottle of Carver. So that seems all right, doesn't it? Morrison's get 4 out of 5. Tesco get 5 out of 5. What are they offering? 20 quid for a starter, 2 mains, side, pudding and bottle of wine. Oh, right. Seems quite nice, doesn't it? 20 quid, you can't complain. Seriously, that's a good meal for one person, I always think. I never think it's for actually anything else like that. Also, the best place to find love is a gymnasium. I know, really. I just had to find it's all a bit sweaty and things like that. Another one here. Fraser says, Susanna Reid is not, to my knowledge, a relative of Gillian Comer. I just thought you'd remember Gillian Comer and appreciate that ladies are lookalikes. I've got no idea who she is, actually. I don't remember that. I remember the bit of the programme, but I can't place her. Which is probably just as well, isn't it, really, at this stage of my life. Steve, am I liable for my postman getting a slip disc after struggling with my post on the 14th of February, says Martin. No, don't worry. Don't worry. But you can call Clive Bull on Saturday night from 9 when he does the legal hour. A lawyer will be in the studio. They can give you some sound advice. There you go. Aren't we helpful? And also, Dan says, I must thank you for helping me to decide to buy Creed. I've also bought the shower gel, which is about 80 quid, but it's very nice to use. I didn't know that there was a shower gel. I need to go and check that out. That sounds quite a nice thing, doesn't it? I like a good bit of shower gel. In fact, I'm due to buy another shower gel, so that could be the one for me. Katy Perry's been forced to drop a range of her designer shoes in a race row. Critics said the faces on the loafers look similar to blackface makeup. I can't disagree. They do. There are 7 colours in the rainbow. And all you have to remember is Richard of York gave battle in vain. Red and orange and yellow and green. Blue, indigo, violet. Really? Blue, indigo, violet. I thought, well, in the song, there is no indigo. Red and yellow and pink and green, orange and purple and blue. That's 7. I don't remember indigo or violet. Steve, I can't believe you've read out, says Mark, that the jackpot didn't go last night on the Euro Millions. I've got an email telling me I won a prize. And I've already spent 130 million. I can't log into the account, but I just know it's going to be about £2.50. I'll make a prediction, £2.60. Okay, that's generally what it is. Indigo and violets are shades of purple, Steve, says Noel. Yeah, but it doesn't feature in the song. It's red and yellow and pink and green or blue, orange and purple and blue. You can sing a rainbow, sing a rainbow, sing a rainbow too. I think that's what it is. I don't remember violet being in there, but, you know, that's the way it goes, isn't it? Is it on there? What, violet? So, I can sing a rainbow, sing a rainbow. Where's the words? Red
and yellow and pink and green, purple and orange and blue.
Lovely, there you go. That's the... Yeah, we know you can sing a rainbow. Why is there somebody singing a rainbow in their pants? What's that got to do with it? You don't sing a rainbow. But that 7 colours in the rainbow. That's a song for children, but basically for adults this morning. In Kerala, Anish says, so what does it take to make you sneeze? Technically, saying when some foreign particles enter into your nostril, but there's a common saying here that when somebody says something about you from somewhere else, sneezing could be a sign of that. Yeah. I'd rather buy the foreign particles but I don't know where they've come from because I haven't moved unless they've come in from the air conditioning above my head. It might be that. And always you go, and I always do it. Katy Perry's been forced to pull a range from her designer shoes from Shaw shelves in a race row. I have to be honest, it's a black shoe with 2 eyes, a pair of lips and a nose on it. And I absolutely agree. They look dreadful. Absolutely look dreadful. Mind you, over at Gucci, they're trying to flog you a pair of filthy-looking trainers. The costly footwear is deliberately scuffed and stained with a designer distressed appearance. 615 quid. I do sometimes think the big fashion houses sort of think, you know, well, what can we get the idiots to wear this year round? What's going to be? I mean, the last piece of rubbish was jeans with holes in them. You know, and I've seen some really tacky jeans with holes, almost going all the way up your leg to your sort of crotch area. Very tacky, and I mean now so dated. So if you bought them, don't wear them again. People will be pointing and laughing. You look ridiculous. Notorious drug lord El Chapo was behind bars last night. He's facing a life sentence. I should imagine he's facing quite a few life sentences. But he's the feared Mexican gangster. But in fact, it's interesting because the last time he managed to get out by digging underneath the shower where he was being kept. And among those to watch him was his 29-year-old former beauty queen wife, Emma Correll Espuro. And after the guilty verdict was translated, he knew what it was going to be. He's not that stupid. He turned to look at the wife and blew her a kiss. She smiled and with tears in her eyes gave him the thumbs-up signal. They've been married since she was 18. I don't know how old he is, actually. I can't find. But anyway, 6 days of deliberation, and he's been guilty of drug trafficking, engaging in a criminal enterprise, money laundering, and firearms offence. So it's and also, I wonder if they freeze his assets. That always sounds like interesting, doesn't it? And there's one, oh, I can't do that one. Also, do you know that nearly 9 million Brits are too exhausted to have sex in February? How do they know this? A fifth also admit to not spending time with their partners, and 14% argue more with them. It's some research done by somebody. And you think, so 9 million Brits are too exhausted to have sex. Well, don't have sex then. Honestly. I think it's just February, yeah. I think people are too tired. I mean, yesterday when I got in, after I'd done all my little bits and pieces, and I sort of lay down on the settee, and I remember thinking, oh, this is just bliss. Just bliss. I want a settee where the bottom bit comes out so it lifts your legs up off the floor, which is quite nice. So, yes, I think it's just going to be in February. I don't know why. My birthday in March. Nothing's ever happened significantly on that day. The Lotto Valentine's Super Draw tonight is 14 million. What's today? Wednesday. So they have it on Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. Good God. Tuesday and Friday is Euro lottery. Right, Wednesday and Saturday. So it's £14 million tonight. I don't know, it's not enough to go for, is it really? Should I go for it? I told you that having struggled over 2 days to try and find my sausage, my heart-shaped sausage, my love sausage, I don't know why they've called it that, they sent me one yesterday, which is quite nice. So I feel a bit spoilt. I feel a little bit spoiled. Terrible punch-up, Steve, in Margate during the summer. A man was arguing with a woman and he hit her over the head. Police were called, and when they turned up, a dog ran away with some sausages. Thank you. Yesterday on diabetes, I bought a blood glucometer, and last week, 3 separate random readings on different days have displayed readings of 7.6 and 7.9 respectively. I'm thinking, says Brian, that these are above the high side of normal. Now, I would think 7.6, 7.9. God, I wish I could achieve things like that. And I ate some mushrooms once, Steve, which made me taste a rainbow. Yes. The 7 colours of the rainbow, Roundtrees of York, give best in value. No, it's Richard of York gave battle in vain. You can't just make up your own things. Andrew Fachim says, can you take a morning to bus stop Carol, please? She's not still there, is she? Good Lord above. There's no end to it. And Dawn Neeson today is talking about... She's got a picture of the love sausage, as indeed I expected she would. But she does talk very interestingly about do men ever grow up? And I think probably Dawn and I are going to agree that probably they don't. Asking for a friend, obviously, one who happens to be called Colleen Rooney. Dear Godlove, writes Dawn, I don't care how much money that man of yours earns, but it can't be worth the amount of humiliation he heaps on you. Mr. Potato Head's latest exploits involve an extended drinking sesh with some random blonde barmaid whose car he allegedly got into. Hello? Not been here before, have we, Wayne? Colleen's probably resigned herself to the fact she's in charge of 5 little boys, 4 she gave birth to and 1 she married. Yeah, she's never going to leave him. They don't come, as Dawn will tell you, from that sort of family. They just don't. She'll be with him for the rest of her day. She will be the put-upon one. He just clicks her fingers and back she trots. But talking about, as well today, an attention-seeking exhibitionist by the name of Dr. Victoria Bateman has been flaunting herself all over the box, protesting about Brexit. She does it by being stark naked, which, to be fair, does help with her point, because you instantly see the resemblance between Brexit Britain and her saggy boobs, both on their knees. I hadn't heard of her, actually, but looking at a picture of her, was she on this radio station? What, naked? She wasn't. She came in naked. She did a naked video link. That's outrageous. I would never do that. I don't think. Oh, so, Britley, it's on the website. Oh, it's on a... Oh, la, 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 la. Good Lord above. Why is she doing that? What's the point of it? Is it because she's just an exhibitionist? What a sad person she must be. You're tragic, dear. You're very tragic. She was on with Richard Madeley. Oh, God. A bit of an embarrassment. Yes. Well, so she's decided... Mind you, I suppose it's her little desperation bit, isn't it? You know, I don't amount to anything, so I'm going to take all my clothes off and write Brexit over my boobs. How lovely. God damn it. You do worry, don't you? There was a car smash the other day, and I've got to find it because it's very interesting. Because the family have sort of said, oh, it's the police's fault for chasing them. Also, Claudia Winkleman and Toss Daly finally going to show us their moves. They've agreed to a dance-a-thon that will last 24 hours. Bored already. Jack Fincham has swapped the Love Island villa for the British countryside. His latest TV project takes him bird-watching with Chris Packham. How fantastic. This is on BBC iPlayer. So the BBC celebrate cokeheads. Marvellous, isn't it? How marvellous. He's already admitted to taking cocaine. It's not even alleged. He's admitted to taking cocaine, and they're obviously all right with that kind of thing. Fantastic. Fantastic. Perhaps we should start swabbing the toilets around the BBC centre, wherever it is now. Whichever part of the country. Steve, the rainbow is made of the 7 colours of the visible light... Oh, here we go. The visible light spectrum as the white light is broken up by the raindrops. Isaac Newton first described the 7 colours. I think that a song would have been written to fit the melody and not the actual scientific description. Brian Cox. Simon says some people have boobs for radio. It's a very odd picture. When you see it, it's on our website, lbc.co.uk. She's obviously deeply peculiar and obviously needs some help medically, I should imagine. Always a pleasure to have you on board, seasick or not, says Frank. Yet another dad run. I remember as a young man the 3-day train journey to Sicily that our family took during the summer school break. That was in the days when very few people travelled abroad. Upon my return to school, I had so much to chat about, and I was so tanned, I used to get lots of female attention. I think a tan works, doesn't it? Dawn Neeson, she says, when at Steve Allen Show at LBC reads your at Daily Star column out live on air. Happiness, woo, champagne, love sausage. She did print a picture of it, but I've now got 2 love sausages. How is that possible in this day and age? Coming up very shortly, Morning Dawn, the news at 6 o'clock this morning. Hope you are February. Poor Connor, honestly. You must get some medical help, Connor. You're not a well person, are you? He says, you're not funny at all. I don't think we ever claimed to be funny, did we? But there again, you know, not a lot going on in your life either, I shouldn't imagine. David says, that daft Oxford professor who's going around about the media talking about Brexit with their boobs out might just be about the funniest thing I've ever heard at 5:30. I just don't quite understand why she's obviously desperately sad and obviously missing a few brain cells. Why don't you start taking your bra off? I mean, it really is. That's exhibitionism of the lowest possible form. Little Julie says, so pleased to know you have 2 love sausages. Will we see a picture of the cooked article? I don't know. I might have one today, actually. I might have one today. I haven't quite decided. The one that I managed to get yesterday, we didn't have any in Twickenham at all. I mean, it's becoming like the thing you watch today. They'll be everywhere, but it's really difficult to get hold of. But it's a lot bigger than you think it is. How many times have you heard that? It's always, you know, it's quite. It's not a thin little sausage. I thought it was going to be a thin little sausage like a chipolata, but it's not. It's the big thick sausage covered in bacon. It's a £5, by the way, and that's their sort of, you know, in between roses and heart-shaped chocolates. Do you know I could really eat now, but I shouldn't? A heart-shaped chocolate with a strawberry fondant filling. And then the other one with an orange fondant filling, one with a banana fondant filling, and one with something else. Anything barring chocolate. Holly says, can a strong woman please take Colleen Rooney in hand? What's wrong with her? She's got no self-respect. Well, she's not bright. He's not bright. He does what he wants to do. I mean, she's a multi-millionaire. She's never done a day's work in her life. They sort of tarted her. As long as you don't open her mouth, you're fine. She's fine. But it's just one of those sort of things, isn't it, really? It's the way it goes. I mean, she'll always be better than him, but he's using her as a doormat. What's she going to do, walk out? Of course she's not. The families are intertwined. Chris says Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon album cover, which I'm sure you know, has a beam of light refracting into 6 colours, emitting Newton's indigo, which I was taught he included for occult reasons, 7 being a special number in the world. Is it? I don't know anything about that, but I do remember the album cover very, very well indeed. Daily Mail, because last night Meghan was out at a gala in London at the Natural History Museum. And how fattening. A scone or scone, I don't mind how you pronounce it. Fierce debate over how it was pronounced. Then there was butter knives at dawn. And around here, for some reason, you see, I always thought you get a scone, you don't put butter on it, because you're putting jam and cream on. Why would you want to put butter on? But some people around here go, oh yes, butter is fine. Well, if you put butter on a scone or a scone and the jam and the cream, how many calories does it come to? 1,000. 1,000. You would have to be mad to even think about it. I mean, you know, if you wanted to tackle obesity, then that's where we have to. To start, because you mustn't have butter. Butter is just fatal. And also, I don't think scones were made for butter. They're made for jam and cream. I could probably eat one now, but now I know it's going to be about, 700, 800 calories. I don't think I'm going to be bothering any time soon. 300 Iranians have sneaked into Britain by boat. Since November, we've sent back fewer than 10. And there's one who was kicked out. He's in Calais. He says, somehow, I will get to your country again, because everything's free. Everything's free. Mind you, I'm not too sure what it'll be after Brexit. That'll be interesting. I know that the good news is in London, we seem to have seen a decrease in the pedicabs. The pedicabs, which they should have made illegal, but of course the Mayor of London's totally useless on that one. Dawn Neeson says, enjoy that sausage. Two sausages. Actually, I'm not sure if two is a bit too much for one person. One would be enough. I don't know what to have it with. I really don't know what to have. I'm looking forward to it, though. Highlight of the day. Steve, I know Brexit has its knockers, but I mean, really, says Graham. And also, she's obviously a bit peculiar, isn't she? Who goes on television and does that? Ridiculous. Loving the show, says Niall. Please give a wave to the good but slightly odd people on the Isle of Portland in Dorset. I'm about to spend the day there scrubbing barnacles off the hull of my boat. Living the dream. That's what they say, isn't it? And Alexander says, actually, traditionally it was 6 colours of the rainbow, but Isaac Newton standardised it to 7 because the rainbow was God's promise to Noah. And since 7 was a religious number, 7 days of the week, God rested on the 7th day. The command for Joshua... Oh, here we go. That was the walls ice cream, wasn't it? Joshua hit the walls of Jericho, which was quite good. 7 signifies the completion of some kind but divine mandate. And why indigo? Well, indigo was a popular dye at the time of Newton. God, it's far too complicated. Far too complicated. It's just a case of we don't care. It's not going to change life. Janice in Ilford, know it well, says Colleen's probably glad when Wayne goes off for a drink because it gives her a night off. Oh, I can well imagine. Monica says, Steve, read the scones. Why mad? 1,000 calories. Sounds like a nice snack after dinner. I don't know what our daily intake is supposed to be in the calorie world. I don't know if we're supposed to... It's about 2,000 or 3,000 a day. Because if it's only one scone, you've had it, because I've had 2 before now. And I don't even do jam. I'm not a jam person. I do... 2,000 is... Oh, right, 2,000 too low. So what would we be looking at? 3,000 or 4,000 calories a day? Something like that? Or perhaps not... More like 3. Okay. I've never worked out what my calorie intake is. I've never thought, oh, that's a calorie. This morning I had a sandwich, but then I'm supposed to have that to sort of regulate my diabetes. They say, don't just sit there and not have anything to eat. So I would have something like a sandwich in the morning. Just something plain, nothing too complicated. Steve, the dark side of the moon is an untruth. It's the far side of the moon. I'm not going to argue the toss. I'm just telling you what the album's called. Simon says, scones are practically made of butter with a sprinkling of flour. I've never been wild about them. I tell you what I do like, though, brandy snaps with cream in the middle. They're actually quite nice. You ever had those? They're quite nice. They make a brandy snap, it's round, and then they pipe cream into the middle, which is lovely. And then I went into Greggs the other day. I told you to buy these donuts, long donuts with cream down the middle and a little drizzling of jam. And I said, I'll have 4 donuts. And he said, which ones? This is in Twickenham. Which ones? And I said, well, the one, you've only got these ones here at the end. Oh, right, those. And I felt like saying, I'm sorry, how did you get this job? I asked for 4 donuts, point to them, and you go, which ones? And I go, these are the only donuts you've got. Very complicated. Mark says, imagine my total, complete and utter shock when your prediction concerning my lottery email turned out to be incorrect. Knowing there's no way on God's earth that you could be wrong, I'm now penning my complaints to Euro Millions as they paid me too much. Yeah, whatever. Gary says, whoever says you're not funny, ban him. No, he's simpleton. And Lou says, have your love sausage on a bed of bubble and squeak mash. Oh, that sounds nice. The bubble and squeak is mash with cabbage in, isn't it? Am I right in that one? That sounds... Oh, I like the sound of that. I could cook the sausage dry. I'll cook it dry. I don't want to do it in oil or stuff like that. But, yeah, so you tempted me there, Lou, on that one. That sounds a brilliant idea. Also, lots of tributes to Gordon Banks. He earned just £100 a week. He should have earned more. And Sarah Vine talks about Victoria Bateman and The Cambridge Don. I mean, as I say, you've only got to look at a picture of her to realise that she looks mad as a barrel load of frogs. And she's done more to undermine the cause of feminism than any man in the past 100 years. She's clearly highly intelligent, yet she feels the best way to get attention is to take off her clothes. She claims to want to deliver one powerful message. Brexit, of course, is the emperor's new clothes, but the only message I'm getting here is I can't win the debate, so look at my boobs. And that kind of sums her up, actually. I feel a bit sorry for her. I think we should all sort of point and laugh and go, ha, 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 ha. Hollywood actor Richard Gere had a new suit delivered from Harrods. Every day to Barnes, a £2,000 Armani suit. How can a suit cost £2,000? You get the same thing. Well, obviously not exactly the same thing, but for about £150 if you go to Marks and Spencer's. You can get them so much cheaper. So much cheaper. Also, Prince Charles is spearheading plans for a memorial on the Normandy beaches to the thousands of members. And what was the other one? Oh, yes, you can put your coat away. We could hit 15 degrees. Of course, I'm not saying we are going to hit 15 degrees, because I get this in the neck every time. People then say, excuse me, you said 15 degrees. I said, well, that's what the Met Office is saying. And everybody else is sort of saying, no, it's still a bit chilly. It's a bit nippy outside today. 80 million pints of milk wasted as the use-by dates are too strict. Never lasts very long in my fridge. My fridge is taking it down to freezing. It's delicious. And do you know we bin 1.2 billion crusts? Fussy eaters are throwing away the crusts each year, and it's fueling a food waste mountain. You can always go and feed the birds, but frankly, the birds aren't that interested. I'm hoping, actually, the person who used to feed the birds round our way, she'd just throw down seeds and bread and biscuits and everything else. I'm hoping she's moved on somewhere else. I'm hoping a cloud upstairs, but you can't have everything, can you? Also, Victoria... Oh, this was a hilarious one. How to spin something. Victoria Beckham, apparently a fashion designer of some note, not particularly successful, has bowed to pressure from animal rights groups and decided to stop using exotic skins. She's used snake skin before, selling for up to £30,000. Some of them up to £18,000. Python, ostrich and alligator. And so now... a spokesman for Mrs. Beckham, because obviously she can't speak, which is unusual. This decision, she's decided to bow to pressure. Bow to pressure. You know, she's been selling them for ages. And then let her go. Victoria Beckham's decision to ban exotic skins will spare countless remarkable animals intense suffering. She's kind of turned it round. She's been selling this stuff for ages, and now she's done it. It's like, oh, she's saving the planet. Really? Why don't you give all the money to an animal charity for those dead pythons and dead animals that you were... I mean, you know, some of them, snakes, nailed to trees before being sliced open and skinned alive. And she was selling that. And then they go, hasn't she done well? No, she hasn't. She's only just come round to it. I think most people have known about animal cruelty for some time. Obviously not her. An average woman, says Mike, needs to eat about 2,000 calories a day and 1,500 calories to lose 1 pound of weight per week. An average man, 2,500 calories to maintain and 2,000 to lose 1 pound of weight per week. Simon Thomas, you'll know, he's in the papers today because he lost his wife only a short while ago in November, 3 days after being diagnosed. Anyway, he now has a new girlfriend, which some say is a bit surprising, but as I said at the time, it's his business, his life. It's just that he wants to tell you about everything. And so the latest thing is he's got a gift here, a cushion, crafted from his wife's old skirts. And this is a birthday present given to him by his son and his new girlfriend. I mean, some might think that it's a slightly odd present to have. Last month, he shared a photo of a blue and white teddy made from his wife's dressing gown for Ethan, which is his son. But he told a radio station that the latest girlfriend has been an incredible support. The only person who would always pick up the phone. What I saw in her, I saw in Gemma, who's his wife, who died. But as I say, he wants to tell everybody about it. I think he's written a book. I'm sure that there's a book written on this because it could happen to other people as well. But it's this strange urge to keep telling you about what he's doing. Whether it's his way of getting through it, I've got no idea. But every time you mention to somebody, oh, he's got a cushion made out of his late wife's skirts, and people are going, somewhat odd, and you go, well, he probably thinks it's right, doesn't he? It seems to suit him fine. Seems to suit him fine. As indeed would a cruise. And that's what I'm offering you now. LBC's giving you the chance to win one of travel's most iconic experiences, which is a 7-night transatlantic cruise with Cunard for 2 people on board Queen Mary 2. You sail from Southampton to New York, or you can go New York to Southampton. We will fly you out to New York so you can come all the way back again. You'll get a deluxe balcony stateroom. I mean, I think in the world of travel there are few journeys rarer or more iconic than this transatlantic crossing. The ship is huge. Somebody said to me the other day, oh, it's so much bigger than the Royal Caribbean. I said, well, that's what I pointed out, because we went on Royal Caribbean and the Queen Mary 2 was in, and it's huge. Seriously, it's like, you know, a little tiny thing and then a big ship. And here it is. You could treat yourself on Cunard's flagship, Queen Mary 2, to a unique and timeless voyage, sailing aboard the world's only true ocean liner, savouring 7 unforgettable days of indulgence and discovery, unhurried, dignified, and with a wonderful dash of glamour. Your chance to uncover an experience as exciting as it was in 1847, now with the finest refinements at sea. You've got the service, the celebration, the rhythms of freedom. It's only offered on the transatlantic crossing by Cunard. This prize also includes all meals, entertainment and flights either to or from New York, depending on which way you would prefer to sail across the ocean. You might never do something like this ever again. Your chance to win a transatlantic cruise on the Queen Mary 2. You text, and I have to tell you this each and every time because I don't want you to make a mistake. Because if you don't spell it correctly, or you put something else, well then you still get charged for it, but you don't get entered because it's only the word that sort of. So I don't want to see you not be entered into the draw. So it's cruise, capital letters, CRUISE, as in cruise, and send it to 84850. So it's cruise, CRUISE, and send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text goes straight to our charity Make Some Noise, which helps to change young lives, and that's the bit that you're important for. You've got until 6 p.m. on the 1st of March to enter. Standard network rates apply. You need to be 18 or over. You're playing across all participating radio stations and regions, and all the rules and the details about those date restrictions are at lbc.co.uk. So text cruise, CRUISE, to 84850. Okay? Good luck. Good luck, because that's really nice, actually. A very nice thing to go for. And so you can donate £3. Oh, sorry, I got itchy back. £3 you can donate, which is not a lot. You can't do a lot for £3. Kevin the restaurateur says, just stopped at Greg's for a bacon roll. They had 8 types of donuts, including your long, creamy, jammy ones. I could eat 2 of those, but I did just have the one. It's lovely, actually. Steve says, Carl, the professor who appears naked with Brexit on her boobs is well known for getting naked. She's done it for feminism and a couple of other things. Her Twitter pic is her standing naked. I'm going to be sick. Who cares? What is the matter with these people? It's not normal, is it? Steve, if you worked out your daily calories, you would never go in Greg's again. Your daily consumption as detailed in your endless diatribes is quite obscene, says Laurie. Is there something about Sittingbourne? Is Sittingbourne the place where all the mad ones are, actually? Your daily consumption is as detailed. What would that be? I've never mentioned my daily consumption. What, because I had a bacon roll? He says, try a bit of lettuce. Oh, dear, Laurie. Oh, you're Twilight years, aren't you? I can tell, actually. I didn't realise, actually, Laurie's a fairly ancient name. And Sittingbourne, it's the second one from Sittingbourne. Have they written under another name? Laurie and Sittingbourne? I'm not sure, actually. It's unusual, actually, because you don't normally get 2 idiots from the same place. Why you'd worry about somebody's calorie intake, I can't imagine. Can't imagine. And you think that's obscene? Good Lord above. You are a strange person, aren't you? Obviously not working, I should imagine, probably for sort of reasons. At school in the 60s, we used to have things like cornflake tarts with custard. Oh, dear. Chocolate sponge and pink custard and spotted dick and custard. How many calories were they, says Martin? We didn't care. No, because you're children, it doesn't make any difference. Nowadays, because of all the Kentucky Fried Chicken and chips and fish and pizzas and stuff like that, they're all calorie-laden. Especially down there in old Sittingbourne, I tell you, where they're absolutely shocking. You've been to Sittingbourne? Whew, blimey. Enormous. You're quite right, Steve, says Claire. As always. Check the lottery email, £3.20. Well, at least it'll pay for the bread and butter this week. And you make my mornings bearable. I told you, £3.20. They write to you. I always think, don't write unless it's a serious big amount of money. You know, we really need, I'm not really remotely interested. Joe says, unfair to be so critical of Colleen Rooney. She takes no part in public life. Her private life is a matter for her. No. I'm sorry, she parades it in front of you. I mean, surely you must know that, Joe. Surely you've read a paper before now, if indeed you can read. She works hard as a full-time mother. How do you know? You don't know anything. I'm sorry, are you in the family? It's an undervalued occupation in today's society. No, I mean, listen, he's cheated so many times. So many times. And incidentally, what I was reading out was one of the columnists. I mean, I have to explain that to you. That's what the columnist wrote. So would you like to write to them instead of me? I couldn't care less. I'm really not remotely interested. Write to them. It'll be better, I think. My great-grandmother, says David in Sidcup, was once in a tea house in London and asked for tea and scones. The waiter replied, "You mean scones, madam?" My great-grandmother responded, "I knew you were going to say that. I could feel it in my bonds." Thank you. Yes, I mean, you can either say scones or scones. It makes no difference. There is no correct way to do it at all. And another one here. Anish says, "You're the only radio presenter I've heard. You've said you're religious and believe in God. Majority of radio presenters I've been listening to are atheists." Well, they don't like to talk about things, do they? I've always said Dave O'Brien goes to church. Yeah, I mean, he's often seen there. He's often seen at church. I mean, I don't know who else goes to church, but that's their own business, isn't it? If people want to go to church, go to church. Don't want to go to church? Majid's Muslim, and I'm sure that the production team I've got here both worship at the altar of Steve Allen, which is a very popular one, statue coming later this week. I don't think it makes any difference, does it, really? I don't think it makes any difference whether you believe in something or you don't believe it. I suppose it really depends on whether or not you've been through a bad patch in your life. Like, some people, you get some people who'll write to you saying, "Oh, your food is obscene," all the rest of it, and you think, God, you must be one of those people that I've read about in the papers called trolls. And always a little bit slightly disturbing. Sally says, "I discovered LBC in your show in particular last year when my husband and I had a driving holiday around the UK. Since returning to Australia, I listen every day. Because your show starts here at 3 p.m. and I look forward to hearing your voice. You're just brilliant. Da, 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 da. Hope you enjoy Valentine's Day." Do you have Valentine's sausage? Do you have Valentine's Day in Australia? Do you do the same over there? I should have asked before, actually. Raining in Locharan, up in Scotland. Been listening now for 3 months, says Mr. Craig. Says, "Are you old?" Certainly not. Outrageous thing to... What do you mean old? Listen, I'm 40 plus. Okay, that's all I'm confessing. Most people are in this business. You can't put somebody younger than 40 plus on. They haven't lived. They haven't done anything. And if you're doing a speech radio programme, you've got to have lived. You've got to have experienced everything. Oh, right, Tom Swan, he's just a child. Okay, he's brought in by his mummy every day in a pram. They take him out, they blow him up, and then he's sort of, and some days he's 6'2", some days he's 6'3". They do the same for me, but it's done in a slightly different way. And Bledwin in Caerphilly says, "Why would the loyal Colleen Rooney stay with a chap who earns $500,000 a week?" I know. Adam says, "For Colleen Rooney, for full-time mum, read unemployed." Exactly, while he's off doing what he wants to do. It's hilarious. And people go, "Oh, you mustn't say that about Colleen." As I say, go read the papers. Much easier. If, of course, you can read. Albert says, "Crackerjack kids won't be interested in that. Maybe the very young ones might be, but 11 to 13-year-olds are busy wandering around with knives and doing drugs." Yes, I mean, I think the age group has changed, hasn't it? Years ago, if you were 13, you did watch programmes like Crackerjack. Nowadays, the kids go, "Excuse me, we've got iPads, we've got iPhones, we've got all sorts of..." And you're right, a lot of them do actually carry knives. We're in that sort of era, aren't we? Which is not so good. Steve, "Scared of scones now," says Simon. "Don't ever watch a croissant being made." Oh, I've made croissants. I used to butter them, but fried egg and bacon on 2 of them. Oh, no. Can't do things like that. It's seriously bad for you. Seriously bad. And Steve, "Last night I dreamt that I was an hour late for an LBC news shift and had gone to the wrong side of London and was arguing with an antagonistic and possibly drunk PA. Relieved to discover I don't work there. I don't live there and only have an MA lecture on fiction to give." Thank you, Joanna. You see, you're having as balmy dreams as I have. I say, I have the oddest dreams as well. I mean, seriously. They really are very odd. And I'm now late for the news because Britain is due to leave the EU. Nick will take your calls on Theresa May, seemingly running down the clock, and her top civil servant's big gaffe this week. He'll also bring you the latest on the jailing of a top drug kingpin and find out why almost half of women feel too ashamed to get checked for cancer. Plus, you'll hear the latest results of LBC's exclusive investigation into anti-Semitism in the Labour Party. That and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 right here on LBC. David in Chelmsford says, "If I win the cruise, will you come with me? You could do the show from the balcony." I like the idea, actually. Martina says, "I've woken up with horrible ear infection." You are the best on LBC, though. Don't tell anybody. I shall try not to. Ear infection. I've never had an ear infection. I've never had one. I mean, I'm sure I must be due something like that. Seem to have had everything else. And the person from Sittingbourne is probably as fat as a whale, which is why they're focusing on your calorie intake. Bizarre, aren't they? I thought Sittingbourne was supposed to be fairly classy. Obviously not. And somebody says, I had 4 fish fingers the other night, says little Judy. Push the boat out. But I have haddock ones. They've got more... All haddock have definitely got more flavour. Spike Corral has a girlfriend. We think she's called Enid. Tanker driver Phil is seeing him at the weekend, so we'll keep you updated. And I looked at your picture, says Tony, for the first time the other day, and don't you look remarkably like a minion? You're talking to... I don't know what you're talking about. What's a minion? What's a minion? Is that... What's that? He's obviously on his own by this one, so the producer's going to find a picture. And don't you look remarkably like a minion? Really? Have you been to Specsavers recently? Have you been and got them tested? Go and get them tested, for God's sake. Hope to God you're not allowed to drive. That'd be a real worry, isn't it? Oh, right. There you go. At least popular and hugely successful, so I'm all there. Scottish boy not taking this very well. He'll be off the programme by the weekend. We can find you another programme to go to. Steve, Colleen said that Wayne's latest indiscretion... mustn't upset the boys' promised holiday, said by a woman that spends her life taking holidays. I know, she'd never done a day's work in her life. Never done a day's... Hello, can we pull ourselves together? Thank you. Very, very bizarre this morning, isn't it? Is there something in the air or something coming out this morning? What is it? Good. Wait, when are you going up to Aberdeen? Do you pass through passport control on it? I can have them arranged to do a little inspection, if you like. You know, just to make it marginally more entertaining. Steve, are you due dry pan fried crumpets, says Alan, in Garstang, in your new pans? Actually, I did toast the other day. I do have a toaster, 4-slot toaster. Very posh. But breakfast wrap, large cappuccino, sitting in the car listening to Steve Allen. Bliss, says John. Thank you. I've just been told Gemma Collins didn't pass out, says Declan, when she fell to the ice. She rocked herself to sleep trying to get up again. You were incorrect, Steve. £6.70 on the Euro Millions. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, that's what you say. You might be telling fibs, actually. Although I don't know what I'm going to do with all the extra money. I may buy a hole for my designer jeans and then get some designer trainers with a scuff mark on them. I can't believe that they're selling trainers that are sort of aged. I know you could get aged jeans years ago, but the idea of having jeans with rips in, I mean, I've seen some right old, people who... In fact, when I was watching the... one of the comedians, Russell Howard, the other day, he was talking about most of the people on Love Island are, as he described them, mingers. Basically only tarted up, So now whenever you see Danny Dyer out, she's tarted up for the purposes. When she was on the island, she looked a bit of a wreck. And then she ended up with a pen salesman. And then obviously life was going so well, he started taking cocaine. Only the once, we asked. Jamie says, I've been listening to you for some time on my long drive from Lichfield to Surrey, where I work as a firefighter, and he said, you cracked me up, so I had to put a face to the name, so I Googled you. Your voice doesn't match your face. Sorry about that, it's just the way it works, isn't it, really? I mean, what would you expect, a little funny voice like that to come out when we do the programme or something? I always loved that. I remember years ago, I had exactly the same thing. I used to listen to people on the radio, and then you'd sort of find a picture of them on the internet. You go, oh, I didn't think they looked like that. I remember somebody bumping into me years and years ago. We did an event in... an event in Battersea Park, and somebody came over to me, and they went, I thought you'd have black hair, and then walked away, and I remember thinking, how bizarre. Why would you think, listening to somebody, they've got black hair? I never thought about things like that at all. Forgive my ignorance, but were all of our 1966 and 1970 heroes knighted? If not, why not, says Alan. No, they weren't. Only 2 were knighted, but... Jeff Hurst and Bobby Charlton, as I recall. But sirs are handed out now like Smarties. I know, Nick Clegg, failure. Vince Cable, failure. And yet they knight them. But I think if you've been in the House of Commons, it's automatic. You get a knighthood. They do hand those out like dolly mixtures. Pete says, sanctimonious text of the day. What's the difference between the cruelty of nailing a snake to a tree and skinning it and forcing a cow into pregnancy over and over again? I don't know. It's just the way it goes, isn't it, really? I think it's the fact that Victoria Beckham is supposed to be holier than thou. But, of course, she doesn't have a comment on this. She's been selling this stuff for ages. Ages and ages and ages. And now they go, oh, isn't she marvellous? She's stopped selling it. So, obviously, that's it. I mean, who do you know that can afford $13,000 for a bag? Anybody? Me neither, thank you. Facebook Spiker Group, hello. This is from Heather, our Norwich nurse. She says, we went to the Norwich Theatre on a school night last night. Not a fan, but have to say Denise Welch was brilliantly funny, as were the rest of the ladies in Calendar Girls. A real feel-good show. Well worth the under-eye baggage this morning. It's worth it. I've seen Calendar Girls. It's very good. I mean, I'm with you. I'm not a fan of Denise Welch, but I think as an actress, I think she's very good. Thank you. All these Love Island people are all Bob Fosses, I think. That's how we pronounce it. Body of Baywatch, Face of Crime Watch. We won't even discuss the intelligence level. Oh, they're all thick, aren't they? But it's so funny. They go, oh, and Danny Dyer and her little pen salesman are still together. The only couple who are still together. Because the rest of it's fake. The rest of it's fake. By the time they've been photographed going into a nightclub a couple of times with their boobs hanging out, and that's just the boys, the rest of it turns into just a pile of old pants. Not so great, is it? I'm on some very strange medication at the moment. It's giving me very strange dreams. Last night I dreamt I won an election against Jeremy Corbyn. He was in a huff. Very pouty and very glum. Well, he doesn't say anything, does he, really? He doesn't really say anything of any note. Steve says, Tanya, enjoy your love sausage. Thank you. I'm sure I will, actually. Wet myself laughing at that voice. Hilarious. I think I woke the youngest up by mistake. But it's so funny, isn't it, when people look at a picture and they go, your picture doesn't match the way that you look. And you go, I don't know if everybody wants to have a little tiny voice in the morning, so you can say, welcome to LBC. I don't really know what it's supposed to be like, because I've only had the one voice. Oh, actually, it's a lie. It's changed a little bit. Actually, I'll tell you one thing. It changed from when I stopped smoking. When I was smoking, it was very much more gruff and very much more sort of down there a little bit. And then you stop smoking, and because you don't have all the tar and you could always... What colour teeth has that woman got on Sky News? Who's she? She's got somebody else's hair stapled to her head, but she's got all these teeth in her mouth. She looks like Rylan. But she's obviously something... I'm always fascinated by the colour of people's teeth on television, because if it's bright on television, you can bet in real life. Look, she looks like she's Tipp-Ex'd them. What is going on there? That is bizarre. That is bizarre. What dentist lets you walk out looking like that? It's ridiculous. Might as well just get a piece of paper and stick it inside your mouth. Very odd. Anyway, so I've just bought some bifocals, says Matt. Now I raise my head and look down and appear so much more intellectual. But I'm not writing Brexit on my chest for log into my account to see how much money I won on the lottery last night. And, I can do it, actually. It does it... Oh, blimey, that's very clever. It does it on face recognition. On the lottery. I don't remember signing up for that, actually. But let's find out how much money we've got. I've got 5 messages. Oh, I made £47.40. Rivetingly exciting. £47.40. You've got 5 messages, Steve. And these £3.20s are all a bit naff, aren't they, really? £3.20. I got that as well. And then £5.70 and then some other little bits. Whew. There you go. God, pushing the boat out. Rebecca says you're seriously feisty today. You know why? I've got 2 love sausages. That's why. And I love it. Don't stop. Somebody says you look like old Paddy from Emmerdale, says Fred. Another one, Specsavers, I'm afraid. You need to go. Get them tested. You can get a free test now at your age. You're all right. And I always thought you had a top hat and a monocle on one eye. A top hat? I've never worn a top hat in my life. And then Martina says, your voice not matching your picture. Isn't that what goes on Tinder or Binder or whatever it's called? You're talking to the uneducated here. I've got no idea. People say, have you ever been on these sites? I thought, what for? Heavens above, I'm on the radio. I'm fighting people off left, right and centre. Tomorrow for me is a nightmare. For everybody else, they go, oh, Valentine's Day, maybe I'll get one card. Did you read about that ridiculous woman from Scotland, I think it is, who won $1 million on the lottery? She's been a millstone around everybody's neck. And she couldn't understand why her 26,000 followers, nobody asked for her address to send her a Valentine's card. And I remember thinking, you need to grow up and get over yourself, dear. There's something the matter with you. She only won $1 million. She was prepared to offer somebody 60 grand a year to go out with her. If you look at the pictures, you'll be agreeing with me that you don't need to worry about it. So it says you look like Matt Lucas. Are you on tablets or something? Where are these people coming from? I'm looking at a picture of you. I'm assuming you're a gay beach guard or something. Can't think of anything else that would sort of warrant a picture like that. You've only got 267 followers, so you're obviously short of friends, which is not so good. Hugh says, hope you love the love sausage. Yes, I'm sure I will. It's just a sausage with bacon wrapped round it. They do them all the time like that in Germany, and I've had these sort of things before. Costco have done them for years. Keith says, you made me panic this morning when you were talking about your love sausage. I thought it was Valentine's Day today. No, tomorrow. Must remember to buy a card. We're having the Waitrose meal deal. Good. I can't remember what the Waitrose meal deal was. I think for 20 quid, they're all good value. That's not bad at all, is it? Banned the adverts that said fry-ups can beat diabetes. They can't. And a story, somebody today will do this one. This has got James O'Brien written all over it. It's once a middle-class aspiration. Now it's triggering a bitter divide with parents who've made huge sacrifices, saying they're sneered at for sending their children to private school. He went to a posh school, a very posh school. I bet he'll be doing that. I bet he'll actually be doing that. That's sort of one of those sort of stories that he might get himself into. I wonder what he buys his wife for Valentine's Day. Would it be the 100 deluxe roses, 25 quid from Lidl, or would he be going, the whole hog and sending a really nice bouquet, and it'd be absolutely all marvellous and wonderful? So listen, I think we sorted out most things. On the front page is the 55,000 thank yous on the Daily Mail this morning. That's how many people have signed up to the male litter campaign in just 2 weeks. Phil Vickery says you're a top man. You're a top man. You're a more top man than I am. I'm not even aspiring to be a top man. I'm just sort of here. Loving it. Still loving it. It's funny, isn't it? Even when it snows. Mind you, we walked out the building yesterday and it was getting light. I don't like it when it's light. I'm not good. I prefer it when it's pitch black outside. It's much nicer as far as I'm concerned. A swell way to put your family behind you. This is Megan. She turned up for a gala at the Natural History Museum the other day, which we'll talk about Saturday morning. Michelle says, went to see Only Fools and Horses the musical. Fantastic show. If you're a fan of the show and you like musicals, you will not be disappointed. No, I know. You won't be. I promise you. Step too far. Now even the shoes are racist. Katy Perry rapped for offensive footwear. It looks offensive. You'll see it and you'll go, that looks a bit offensive. I think so. It depends how easily offended you are. Steve, how did you check the lottery numbers? It's automatic. I buy online. So in other words, I actually have an account. And so what I do is with that £47, I can just buy other tickets, or I can push a button and transfer it into my bank account. It's linked to my bank account, and it checks automatically online. Phil says you don't need to try, you just are. Too kind, you see. Nice man, nice wife, nice family. Very rare thing in this day and age, is it? Richard said, did you get a Valentine card from Ofcom? Three, actually. I always enjoy hearing from Ofcom. Dear Steve, love you. They're big fans of the show, I'm promising you. They are big fans of the show. They listen more than anybody else. The Daily Mirror, Gordon Banks. I'm glad he's got loads of coverage. I'm just slightly disappointed that he never earned the sort of money he should have earned in his lifetime. The hero who could fly, moving tributes from everybody. It's no good giving moving tributes. He was 81, for God's sake. Give him the plaudits during his lifetime. Make sure he's got money out to sell his World Cup medal. 100 quid a week, that's what he earned. That's how bad it... What do they earn now? 150... It's nothing to earn 50 grand a week, is it? Kicking a ball around. God, blimey. Talk about misspent youth. Ian says, I thought you were about 30, 6 foot, dark hair and huge muscles. You hold that thought, because that's the way I see myself as well, except you're wrong with the dark hair. It's definitely got to be blonde. I'm a bit like that advert on the television where these two muscle people from super characters or whatever they are sort of dancing. That's how I see myself. Unfortunately, nobody else does. Nobody else sees me like that at all. But it doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter. It's radio. That's the whole idea. You can hide. Well, you used to be able to hide. You can't do it now. Years ago, people wrote in for a photograph and stuff like that. Nowadays, you just go to the internet. You go to the LBC website. You can see what all of them look like. And I think you'll have to agree. Out of all of them, I'm about the best looking, which gives you a rough idea that there ain't much choice around here. It doesn't really matter what you look like. We weren't employed for our looks, thank the Lord. Steve, Dave O'Brien won't be getting Mrs. OB roses from Lidl. They don't have a branch in Chiswick yet. Yeah, I don't know. Merely time, though. Actually, of course, he says Chiswick. I don't think it's Chiswick. I don't think it is. I think he's Turnham Green. I think Brentford. I think he's Brentford. He won't like that. No, nothing matter with Brentford. There's a lovely part of Brentford. It's the road out of Brentford, which is very popular. The high street of Brentford needs a lot of work doing to it. The Times this morning, replace patient letters with emails. The Health Secretary tells GPs, you're most happy when you're 16 or 70. I mean, it's miles apart, isn't it? Miles apart. The MI6 chief set to stay in the post over the Brexit fears. Gordon Banks, the death of an icon. They say that, you know, he's 81. They could have said it before, couldn't they? Tales of the super fans. Matt Goss autographed my leg. This is The Guardian. I'm not sure I can cope with things like that at this time of the morning. Home Office under fire for sending asylum seekers back to Zimbabwe. Because they say that, I mean, lots of people come up with excuses. So if I go back, I'm gay, I'm going to be shot and all this kind of thing, which of course is a load of old rubbish. But there you go. And Gordon Banks, Pele, leads the tributes. The Daily Telegraph, again, the greatest. You know, to give all this stuff to Gordon Banks now, why not when he was alive? Dear me. George Clooney says the Duchess is being chased like Diana. This is Harry's wife. First time ever I've seen them not holding hands. Thank God for that. She was wearing a Calvin Klein dress and he was just wearing a suit. You know, they never sort of put down his make or manufacture. Anyway, that's it this morning. Thank you very much indeed for your company. Before I go, let me tell you what's happening on the free podcast. On my Little Bit Extra, I'll be talking all about today's grand number, 13,000. Yes, apparently Gemma the Hutt will turn up somewhere for you if you're prepared to pay her that much for an hour of her time. Jackanory, about 4, I reckon, for that. You'll also hear while I was rather puzzled whilst watching Loose Women yesterday. Wasn't because of the strange noises coming from Joe Swash, who really is about as low as it gets. Plus, I'll deliver some advice to someone who's actually just down the corridor from me at the moment.